Chapter 35 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sheila Wood. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, by William Patten. Chapter 35 The Butterfly's Children, by Mrs. Alfred Gatty. "Let me hire you as a nurse for my poor children," said a butterfly to a quiet caterpillar who was strolling along a cabbage leaf in her odd lumbering way. "See these little eggs," continued the butterfly. "I don't know how long it will be before they come to life, and I feel very sick and poorly. And if I should die, who will take care of my baby butterflies when I am gone? Will you, kind, mild, green caterpillar? But you must mind what you give them to eat, caterpillar. They cannot, of course, live on your rough food. You must give them early dew and honey from the flowers. And you must let them fly about only a little way at first, for of course one can't expect them to use their wings properly all at once. Dear me, it is a sad pity you cannot fly yourself. But I have no time to look for another nurse now, so you will do your best, I hope. Dear, dear, I cannot think what made me come and lay my eggs on a cabbage leaf. What a place for young butterflies to be born upon! Still, you will be kind, will you not, to the poor little ones? Here, take this gold dust from my wings as a reward. Oh, how dizzy I am! Caterpillar, you will remember about the food?" And with these words the butterfly drooped her wings and died, and the green caterpillar, who had not had the opportunity of even saying yes or no to the request, was left standing alone by the side of the butterfly's eggs. "A pretty nurse she has chosen, indeed, poor lady!" exclaimed she. "And a pretty business I have in hand. Why, her senses must have left her, or she never would have asked a poor crawling creature like me to bring up her dainty little ones. Much they'll mind me, truly, when they feel the gay wings on their backs and can fly away out of my sight whenever they choose." However, there lay the eggs on the cabbage leaf, and the green caterpillar had a kind heart, so she resolved to do her best. But she got no sleep that night, she was so very anxious. She made her back quite ache with walking all night round her young charges, for fear any harm should happen to them. And in the morning says she to herself, "Two heads are better than one. I will consult some wise animal upon the matter, and get advice. How should a poor crawling creature like me know what to do, without asking my betters?" But still there was a difficulty. Whom should the caterpillar consult? There was the shaggy dog, who sometimes came into the garden, but he was so rough, he would most likely whisk all the eggs off the cabbage leaf with one brush of his tail. There was the tomcat, to be sure, who would sometimes sit at the foot of the apple tree, basking himself and warming his fur in the sunshine. But he was so selfish and indifferent. "I wonder which is the wisest of all the animals I know," sighed the caterpillar in great distress. And then she thought and thought, till at last she thought of the lark. And she fancied that because he went up so high, and nobody knew where he went to, he must be very clever, and know a great deal, for to go up very high, which she could never do, was the caterpillar's idea of perfect glory. Now in the neighboring cornfield there lived a lark, and the caterpillar sent a message to him to beg him to come and talk to her. And when he came, she told him all her difficulties, and asked him what she was to do to feed and rear the little creatures so different from herself. "Perhaps you will be able to inquire and hear something about it next time you go up high," observed the Caterpillar timidly. The Lark said perhaps he should, but he did not satisfy her curiosity any further. Soon afterwards, however, he went singing upwards into the bright blue sky. By degrees his voice died away in the distance, till the green Caterpillar could not hear a sound. So she resumed her walk round the butterfly's eggs, nibbling a bit of the cabbage leaf now and then as she moved along. "What a time the Lark has been gone!" she cried at last. "I wonder where he is just now. I would give all my legs to know." And the green Caterpillar took another turn round the butterfly's eggs. At last the Lark's voice began to be heard again. The Caterpillar almost jumped for joy, and it was not long before she saw her friend descend with hushed note to the cabbage bed. "News, news, glorious news, friend Caterpillar," sang the Lark. "But the worst of it is you won't believe me." "I believe everything I am told," observed the Caterpillar hastily. "Well, then, first of all, I will tell you what these little creatures are to eat. What do you think it is to be? Guess." "Dew and the honey out of flowers, I am afraid," sighed the Caterpillar. "No such thing, old lady. Something simpler than that. Something that you can get at quite easily." "I can get at nothing quite easily but cabbage leaves," murmured the Caterpillar in distress. "Excellent, my good friend!" cried the Lark exultingly. "You have found it out. You are to feed them with cabbage leaves." "Never!" said the Caterpillar indignantly. "It was their dying mother's last request that I should do no such thing."
"Their dying mother knew nothing about the matter," persisted the Lark. "But why do you ask me and then disbelieve what I say? You have neither faith nor trust."
"Oh, I believe everything I am told," said the Caterpillar.
"Nay, but you do not," replied the Lark. "You won't believe me even about the food, and yet that is but a beginning of what I have to tell you. Why, Caterpillar, what do you think those little eggs will turn out to be?"
"Butterflies, to be sure," said the Caterpillar.
"Caterpillars!" sang the Lark. "And you'll find out in time."
And the Lark flew away, for he did not want to stay and contest the point with his friend. "I thought the Lark had been wise and kind," observed the mild green Caterpillar, once more beginning to walk around the eggs. "But I find that he is foolish and saucy instead. Perhaps he went up too high this time. I still wonder whom he sees and what he does up yonder."
"I would tell you if you would believe me," sang the Lark, descending once more.
"I believe everything I am told," reiterated the Caterpillar, with as grave a face as if it were a fact.
"Then I'll tell you something else," cried the Lark, "for the best of my news remains behind. You will one day be a butterfly yourself."
"Wretched bird!" exclaimed the Caterpillar. "You jest with my inferiority. Now you are cruel as well as foolish. Go away. I will ask your advice no more."
"I told you you would not believe me," cried the Lark, nettled in his turn.
"I believe everything that I am told," persisted the Caterpillar. "That is," and she hesitated, "everything that it is reasonable to believe. But to tell me that butterflies' eggs are caterpillars, and that caterpillars leave off crawling and get wings, and become butterflies? Lark, you are too wise to believe such nonsense yourself, for you know it is impossible."
"I know no such thing," said the Lark warmly. "Whether I hover over the cornfields of earth, or go up into the depths of the sky, I see so many wonderful things, I know no reason why there should not be more. Oh, Caterpillar, it is because you crawl, because you never get beyond your cabbage leaf, that you call anything impossible."
"Nonsense!" shouted the Caterpillar. "I know what's possible and what's not possible according to my experience and capacity, as well as you do. Look at my long green body and these endless legs, and then talk to me about having wings and a painted feathery coat. Fool!"
"And fool you!" cried the indignant Lark. "Fool, to attempt to reason about what you cannot understand! Do you not hear how my song swells with rejoicing as I soar upwards to the mysterious wonder world above? O Caterpillar, what comes to you from thence, receive, as I do, upon trust."
"That is what you call—"
"Faith," interrupted the Lark.
"How am I to learn faith?"
asked the Caterpillar.
At that moment she felt something at her side. She looked round. 8 or 10 little green caterpillars were moving about, and had already made a show of a hole in the cabbage leaf. They had broken from the butterfly's eggs. Shame and amazement filled our green friend's heart, but joy soon followed, for as the first wonder was possible, the second might be so too. "Teach me your lesson, Lark," she would say. And the Lark sang to her of the wonders of the earth below and of the heaven above. And the Caterpillar talked all the rest of her life to her relations of the time when she should be a butterfly. But none of them believed her. She nevertheless had learnt the Lark's lesson of faith, and when she was going into her chrysalis grave, she said, "I shall be a butterfly some day." But her relations thought her head was wandering, and they said, "Poor thing." And when she was a butterfly, and was going to die again, she said, "I have known many wonders. I have faith. I can trust even now for what shall come next." End of chapter 35. Recording by Sheila Wood.
Chapter 36 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, by William Patten, Chapter 36. The Dragonfly and the Water Lily, by Carl Ewald. In among the green bushes and trees ran the brook. Tall, straight-growing rushes stood along its banks and whispered to the wind. Out in the middle of the water floated the water lily, with its white flower and its broad green leaves. Generally it was quite calm on the brook, but when, now and again, it chanced that the wind took a little turn over it, there was a rustle in the rushes, and the water lily sometimes ducked completely under the waves. Then its leaves were lifted up in the air and stood on their edges, so that the thick green stalks that came up from the very bottom of the stream found that it was all they could do to hold fast. All day long the larva of the dragonfly was crawling up and down the water lily's stalk. "Dear me, how stupid it must be to be a water lily," it said, and peeped up at the flower. "You chatter as a person of your small mind might be expected to do," answered the water lily. "It is just the very nicest thing there is." "I don't understand that," said the larva. "I should like at this moment to tear myself away and fly about in the air like the big, beautiful dragonflies." "Pooh!" said the water lily. "That would be a funny kind of pleasure. No, to lie still in the water and dream, to bask in the sun, and now and then to be rocked up and down by the waves. There's some sense in that." The larva sat thinking for a minute or two. "I have a longing for something greater," it said at last. "If I had my will I would be a dragonfly. I would fly on strong, stiff wings along the stream, kiss your white flower, rest a moment on your leaves, and then fly on." "You are ambitious," answered the Water Lily, "and that is stupid of you. One knows what one has, but one does not know what one may get. May I, by the way, make so bold as to ask you how you would set about becoming a Dragon Fly? You don't look as if that was what you were born for. In any case, you will have to grow a little prettier, you gray, ugly thing." "Yes, that is the worst part of it," the Larva answered sadly. "I don't know myself how it will come about, but I hope it will come about some time or other. That is why I crawl about down here and eat all the little creatures I can get hold of." "Then you think you can attain to something great by feeding?" the Water Lily said with a laugh. "That would be a funny way of getting up in the world." "Yes, but I believe it is the right way for me," cried the Dragon Fly Grub earnestly. "All day long I go on eating till I get fat and big, and one fine day, as I think, all my fat will turn into wings with gold on them and everything else that belongs to a proper Dragon Fly." The Water Lily shook its clever white head. "Put away your silly thoughts," it said, "and be content with your lot. You can knock about undisturbed down here among my leaves, and crawl up and down the stalk to your heart's desire. You have everything you need, and no cares or worries. What more do you want?" "You are of a low nature," answered the Larva, "and therefore you have no sense of higher things. In spite of what you say, I wish to become a Dragon Fly." And then it crawled right down to the bottom of the water to catch more creatures and stuff itself still bigger. But the Water Lily lay quietly on the water and thought things over. "I can't understand these animals," it said to itself. "They knock about from morning till night, chase one another, and eat one another, and are never at peace. We flowers have more sense. Peacefully and quietly we grow up side by side, bask in the sunlight, and drink the rain, and take everything as it comes. And I am the luckiest of them all. Many a time have I been floating happily out here on the water, while the other flowers there on dry land were tormented with drought. The flowers' lot is the best, but naturally the stupid animals can't see it." When the sun went down, the Dragon Fly Larva was sitting on the stalk, saying nothing, with its legs drawn up under it. It had eaten ever so many little creatures, and was so big that it had a feeling as if it would burst. But all the same it was not altogether happy. It was speculating on what the Water Lily had said, and it could hardly get to sleep the whole night long on account of its unquiet thoughts. All this speculating gave it a headache, for it was work which it was not used to. It had a backache, too, and a stomach ache. It felt just as though it was going to break in pieces and die on the spot. When the sky began to grow gray in the early morning, it could hold out no longer. "I can't make it out," it said in despair. "I am tormented and worried, and I don't know what will be the end of it. Perhaps the Water Lily is right, and I shall never be anything else but a poor, miserable Larva. But that is a fearful thing to think of. I did so long to become a Dragon Fly, and fly about in the sun. Oh, my back, my back! I do believe I am dying." It had a feeling as if its back was splitting, and it shrieked with pain. At that moment there was a rustle among the rushes on the bank of the stream. "That's the morning breeze," thought the Larva. "I shall at least see the sun when I die." And with great trouble it crawled up one of the leaves of the Water Lily, stretched out its legs, and made ready to die. But when the sun rose, like a red ball in the east, suddenly it felt a hole in the middle of its back. It had a creepy, tickling feeling, and then a feeling of tightness and oppression. Oh, it was torture without end. Being bewildered, it closed its eyes, but it still felt as though it was being squeezed and crushed. At last it suddenly noticed that it was free, and when it opened its eyes it was floating through the air on stiff, shining wings, a beautiful Dragon Fly. Down on the leaf of the water lily lay its ugly gray larva case. "Hurrah!" cried the new Dragon Fly. "So I have got my darling wish fulfilled." And it started off at once through the air at such a rate that you would think it had to fly to the ends of the earth. "The creature has got its desire at any rate," thought the Water Lily. "Let us see if it will be any happier for it." 2 days later the Dragon Fly came flying back, and seated itself on the flower of the Water Lily. "Oh, good morning," said the Water Lily. "Do I see you once more? I thought you had grown too fine to greet your old friends." "Good day," said the Dragon Fly. "Where shall I lay my eggs?" "Oh, you are sure to find some place," answered the flower. "Sit down for a bit, and tell me if you are any happier now than when you were crawling up and down my stalk, a little ugly larva." "Where shall I lay my eggs? Where shall I lay my eggs?" screamed the Dragon Fly, and flew humming around from place to place, laid one here and one there, and finally seated itself, tired and weary, on one of the leaves. "Well?" said the Water Lily. "Oh, it was much better in the old days, much better," sighed the Dragon Fly. "The sunshine is really delightful, and it is a real pleasure to fly over the water, but I have no time to enjoy it. I have been so terribly busy, I tell you. In the old days I had nothing to think about. Now I have to fly about all day long to get my silly eggs disposed of. I haven't a moment free. I have scarcely time to eat." "Didn't I tell you so?" cried the Water Lily in triumph. "Didn't I prophesy that your happiness would be hollow?" "Good by," sighed the Dragon Fly. "I have not time to listen to your disagreeable remarks. I must lay some more eggs." But just as it was about to fly off, the Starling came. "What a beautiful little Dragon Fly!" it said. "It will be a delightful tidbit for my little ones." Snap! It killed the Dragon Fly with its bill, and flew off with it. "What a shocking thing!" cried the Water Lily, as its leaves shook with terror. "Those animals! Those animals! They are funny creatures. I do indeed value my quiet, peaceful life. I harm nobody, and nobody wants to pick a quarrel with me. I am very It did not finish what it was saying, for at that instant a boat came gliding close by. "What a pretty little Water Lily!" cried Ellen, who sat in the boat. "I will have it." She leant over the gunwale and wrenched off the flower. When she got home she put it in a glass of water, and there it stood for 3 days among a whole company of other flowers. "I can't make it out," it said on the morning of the 4th day. "I have not come off a bit better than that miserable Dragon Fly." "The flowers are now withered," said Ellen, and she threw them out the window. So there lay the Water Lily with its fine white petals on the dirty ground. End of Chapter 36. Recording by Sharon Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 37 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8. Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, edited by William Patten. Powder Post by C.A. Stevens. There is a tiny borer which eats seasoned oak wood, boring thousands of minute holes through it till it becomes a mere shell, and turning out a fine white powder known among country folk as powder post. When a shovel or a pitchfork handle snaps suddenly, or an axe helve, or a rake's tail breaks off under no great strain, the farmer says, "'Twas powder post." If this small pest obtains lodgment in a barn, or in the oak finish or furniture of a house, it is likely to do a vexatious amount of damage, and no practicable method of checking its ravages has been found. Varnishes do not exclude it. Boiling will kill the borer, but furniture and wainscoting are not easily boiled. From the frames of old buildings, when of oak, powder post will sometimes run in streams when a beam or brace is struck. But everything has its virtues, if only they can be found out. And long ago in New England, some rustic Aesculapius discovered that powder post was a sovereign balm for all flesh wounds, causing them to heal rapidly without proud flesh. And if proud flesh appeared, the wound would still heal as if it were opened and dressed with powder post. What modern medical science would predicate concerning this panacea I know not, but thousands of cuts in rural districts treated with powder post did very well, and faith in it waxed strong. So when Sam Eastman cut his foot over in the East Woods, all the wiseacres in the neighborhood declared that that foot must be done up in powder post. If it isn't, they said, proud flesh will get into it, and that boy will be lame all winter. It was a bad cut. Sam and Willis Murch had been splitting 4-foot logs, when Sam's axe, glancing from a log, had buried the blade in his instep. The very bones were cut. There were 4 of us boys at work together. We ran to him, tied a handkerchief around his ankle, and twisted it tight with a stick, but blood flowed profusely. We did not know how to apply a tourniquet. When at last we had helped Sam home, night was at hand, and although we went to all the neighbors, we could not collect enough powder post to dress the cut. Several people said, however, that plenty of it could be obtained at the old Plancher barn, for the braces of that barn had been made of cleft red oak, and were all powder posted. Plancher barn was 4 miles distant in the clearing of the great woods. A settler bearing the name had cleared a farm there 40 years before, and had lived there for over 20 years. Ill fortune beset him, however. His children died, his house burned on a winter night, and he moved away in discouragement, abandoning the property. The clearing was known to all the boys of the locality as a favorite haunt of foxes. The next morning, Sam's younger brother John, Willis Murch, and I went to the old barn to get powder post. John had a small axe with which to split the timbers, 4 old newspapers in which to gather up the precious dust, and a bottle in which to put it. It was Thanksgiving morning. The sun rose in a clear straw-colored sky. It was cold, the ground was frozen, and there was skating on the small ponds. Red squirrels were scolding on the borders of the woodlots, and blue jays came squalling into the orchards. "This is a weather breeder," grandmother remarked at breakfast. Low down on the southern horizon, scarcely visible above the treetops, was a line of slate-gray cloud. Willis and I were not sorry for an excuse for a jaunt through the woods, for Willis owned a gun, an old army rifle bored out smooth for shot. Our only anxiety was to get back in good season for dinner. Thanksgiving dinner was always at 3 o'clock. We set off immediately after breakfast. There was no need for haste on Sam's account, for John told us that the cut foot was no longer very painful, and Sam had slept well. The distance was about 4 miles, but there were neither road nor path through the forest. It was a good time for hunting, for the swamps were frozen and the foliage was off the trees. The leaves were sodden and no longer rusted underfoot. Red and gray squirrels scampered across our path, but Willis disdained to fire at them. He was loaded for deer. Besides, he had but 3 extra charges. Powder and shot were usually scarce with us. At length we heard a deer run and followed it for an hour or more. Then John espied a hedgehog in a poplar tree, and Willis shot it. The long black pointed quills were a curiosity to us, but we did not deem such game worth carrying home. It was near noon when we reached the clearing, and the sky had become overcast. But as we crossed the Plancher brook, a new diversion presented itself. Pools were frozen over, but the ice was so transparent that the bottom was plainly visible, and we could see trout lying sluggishly in the deep water. Several of them were fine fish that looked as if they might weigh a pound or more. I had heard older boys say that if a gun is fired with the muzzle held just through the ice of a frozen pool, the concussion will so stun the fish beneath that they will float up to the underside of the ice. Willis was afraid that this would burst his gun, but the trout looked so alluring that at last he ventured the experiment. John cut a small hole with the axe, and then Willis, lying down, thrust the muzzle of the gun about 6 inches beneath the ice. Then he edged away and, stretching out his arm at full length, pulled the trigger. The gun recoiled, but no apparent damage was done. For a few moments the water was turbid with the smoke, but when it cleared, there, sure enough, were 5 or 6 of the very largest trout floating, belly upwards against the ice. We had but to cut through and take them out, but John was so slow with his axe that 2 of the trout recovered and darted away. We had 4 fine fish to show for the charge of powder, and immediately searched for another pool. We soon came to one much deeper and better stocked with trout, and Willis fired under the ice again. 8 fish were secured here, and going up on the brook we found still another pool. This time Willis thrust the gun deeper into the water, with the result that about a foot of the muzzle was split open. We had angry words about this accident, for Willis, much chapfallen over the mishap, blamed me and declared that I ought to buy him a new gun. As I had but 50 cents in the world, there was no other way for me but to scoff at Willis's claim. He then seized all the trout. This did not altogether please John Eastman, and he and I turned our backs on Willis and hit upon a stratagem for capturing trout on our own account. Knowing that it was the concussion of the shot that stunned the trout, we went up to the old barn and procured a long sweeping board. Using this like a flail, we could strike the ice a blow that made a noise well nigh as loud as a gun. When we gave just the right sort of blow, the trout below would turn on their backs and float up to the ice. John and I soon secured 2 good strings of trout, and by this time Willis, who had followed us, thought it best to make peace. "Come on, boys," he exclaimed. "We'd better get going. It's 2 o'clock and beginning to snow." We had become so engrossed in our novel method of fishing that we had not heeded the weather. Fine snow was falling. "Oh, but I must get that powder post for Sam's foot," exclaimed John. Willis and I had forgotten that. "Hurry then," said Willis, "or we shall be late for Thanksgiving dinner. I'm hungry now." We ran to the barn. The lean-to door was off its hinges, but wooden pins held the oak braces of the frame in position. We knocked out the pins, and prying 2 pieces of the brace, split them, and then beat the pieces on the newspaper. The white powder ran from the perforated wood in tiny streams. The bottle filled slowly, however, and it needed much splitting and hammering to obtain even a teaspoon of powder post. Then, at the last moment, Willis spilled nearly all he had collected, and another brace had to be taken out and split. By this time our newspapers were torn in pieces, and altogether we had much trouble in collecting half a bottleful. When at last we corked up the bottle and hurried out of the barn, a heavy snowstorm had set in. We could not even see the forest across the clearing, but we ran as fast as we could, and for 15 minutes scarcely slackened our pace. The whole forest had taken on a wintry aspect. The snow rattled on the bare twigs and sodden leaves, and the rising gusts of wind sighed drearily. "Seems to me we ought to come to that little hollow where the muck holes are," John said. "So I think," replied Willis, stopping to look about. "I think we're heading off too far towards Stoss Pond," said I. "Oh, no, we're not," cried Willis. "Come on." Gripping our strings of fish, we ran on again, but presently we were perplexed to discern the side of a mountain looking up directly ahead. "There now, what did I tell you?" said I. "That's Stoss Pond Mountain." Thereupon we tacked again and ran on. The storm thickened and the forest darkened, but on we went through the brush and thicket until we came to the bank of a large brook. "We didn't cross any such brook as this on our way up," John exclaimed. "We're away down on Stoss Pond Brook," said Willis. "We've come wrong. If you both think you know more than I, keep on. I'm going in this other direction." And Willis set off to run again. John and I followed him. In the course of 5 minutes we came suddenly out into a cleared land. "There, what did I tell you?" cried Willis. "This is Wilbur's pasture. We're almost home now." John and I were too much gratified to question Willis's superior wisdom, and followed after him, intent only on getting home to dinner. The storm was now driving thick and fast. We could not see 100 yards ahead, but we seemed to be on level ground, such as I had never seen in neighbor Wilbur's pasture. Soon we came to another large brook. "Oh, there's no brook in Wilbur's pasture!" exclaimed John, stopping short. "I don't care!" cried Willis. "This must be Wilbur's pasture." He crossed the brook. "Of course it is!" he shouted back to us, "for there's Wilbur's barn right ahead of us." We hastened after Willis, plodding through dry, snowy grass, and came to a barn about which the storm eddied in snowy gusts. "But where's Wilbur's house?" asked John. We looked around in perplexity. There was no house in sight, but here was a barn, and the door was ajar. We looked in. It was empty of hay or cattle. The barn looked curiously familiar, but it was not till we perceived the torn newspapers and the pieces of split oak brace on the floor that the full truth dawned on us. It was the old Plancher barn. We had run 5 miles through the woods only to reach the place from which we had started. John looked at me, and I looked at Willis. A sense of utter bewilderment fell on us. John and I did not even think to revile Willis. In fact, we were terrified. All hope of dinner, or of reaching home at all that night, deserted us. The storm was increasing. The late November day was at an end. For a while we scarcely spoke. John Eastman, who was the youngest, began to cry. The old barn creaked dismally as each gust of wind racked it, and loose boards rattled and banged. No created place can be more dreary than an old and empty barn. After our exertions, we soon felt very chilly. We should not have dared build a fire in the barn, even if we had had matches. Willis groped about in the old hay bay and gathered a few handfuls of musty hay, which we spread on the barn floor, and then lay down as snugly together as we could nestle. But nothing that we could do sufficed to warm us, and we lay shivering for what seemed hours. John and I finally fell asleep, and perhaps Willis did also, although he always denied it. At last he waked us, shaking us violently. "You mustn't sleep," he exclaimed. "You'll freeze to death, and we'll never wake up." "It's getting terribly cold," he continued. "We'd better get up and jump around." But John and I did not wish to stir from that one small, slightly warm spot. Our toes and fingers ached. A fine dust of snow sifted down on our faces. And how that old barn did creak! A gale was raging. "I guess it would be warmer under the barn floor," Willis said at last. "There's almost always old dry stuff under a barn floor. If we can only lift a plank or two, we'll get down there." "Yes, let's do it," quavered John. "If we get under the floor, the barn won't kill us. Maybe, if it blows down." Willis crept to the ends of the floor planks next to the lean-to, and tried first one and then another. Soon he found one that could be raised and tipped it over, making an aperture large enough to descend through. It was pokerish moving about in the dark, but we thrust down our legs and found that there was dry chaff and hay there. Willis let himself down and felt around, and then bade us get down beside him. We snuggled together under the floor, and with our hands banked the old stuff about our shivering bodies. It seemed safer down there, and we felt the wind less, but lay listening to the gusts, expecting with every one to hear the barn fall over on us. Probably we fell asleep after a while, for my next recollection is of coughing chaff, and then noticing that it had grown slightly light. The wind appeared to have lulled. John, who was in the middle, felt warm as a kitten. I was but half awake, and so cold that I selfishly crept over between him and Willis. That waked John. He began to crawl back over me into the warm spot, but bumped his head against the sleeper of the barn floor and landed on Willis, awake in a bad temper. "What are you doing?" he snarled. "Getting the warm chaff all away from my back?" John thrust out a hand and grasped what he supposed to be Willis's hair. "Where's your old head, anyway?" he exclaimed. "Is that it? Your mouth isn't with it, is it?" Willis did not reply. He was falling asleep again. "Say, Willis, has your mouth got straight away from your head?" said John. "Is that your head?" he exclaimed a moment after, speaking to me. "Keep still, can't you?" I growled. "You've been in the middle all night. I want to go to sleep now." "Well, by gummy, it isn't his head either," cried John. "Whose head is that over there?" "You lie down, John," said Willis. "But there's somebody else here," cried John, with a queer note in his voice, and with that he scrambled back over us both. The space was all too narrow for such a maneuver, and his knees felt hard. "Now look here," said Willis, "you quit that." But John was climbing through the hole to the barn floor above. "You must get out of there," he cried. "There is something down there." By this time Willis was fully waked up. He reached over with his hand on the side where John had been, and then he too gave a spring and climbed out on the floor. That alarmed me in turn, and I followed, bumping my head in my haste. "What is it?" I exclaimed. "I don't know," said Willis, his voice shaking from excitement. "He's got an awful thick head of hair," said John, "but he felt warm, seemed to be all hair." "Well, I bet it's a bear," cried Willis, "denned up under the floor." With that John and I made for the door, but Willis said he did not believe it would come out, if it was asleep for the winter. For some time we stood near the door, prepared for flight. It was growing light, and with the daylight our courage revived. First Willis, then John, and I went back to the hole in the floor and peeped down, but it was too dark to distinguish any object. Growing bolder, Willis ventured slowly to lift another floor plank over where our hairy bedfellow lay. And even now I seem to see John's dilated eyes as we looked down on a great round mat of shaggy black hair. We had now no doubt that it was indeed a bear. Willis lowered the plank gently into its place, and going outside we discovered that there was a hole at the far end of the barn where the old stonework under the sill had fallen out. The discovery excited us so that we forgot our miseries. The bear's skin and the state bounty would be worth $16. As Willis's gun was useless, we concluded that the thing for us to do was run home, if we could find a way, and get assistance. We had scarcely left the barn when we saw two men come out of the woods. One of them had a gun. As they drew nearer, we perceived that the foremost was Willis's older brother, Ben Murch, and the other, John's father. "They're hunting for us. Now, don't you tell them we got lost," said Willis, with the guile so apt to develop in a boy who has older brothers who tease him. "But we did," said John. "If you tell them, I'll lick you," exclaimed Willis. "Make them believe we've been guarding this bear." John and I did not know what to think of so glaring a deception. But Willis did the talking, and when Ben called out to demand why in the world we had not come home, Willis shouted, "We've got a big bear under the barn. He's ours, and we're afraid he'll get away." Neither Ben nor Mr. Eastman asked us another question, but hastened to see the bear. A plank was pulled up, and then Ben shot the bear at short range. It did not even growl. They made a rude sled of saplings, of the kind known to hunters as a scoot, and drew the bear home. And from the vainglorious talk of Willis, one might have thought us the three most valiant lads that ever ranged the forest. John and I said little. It was rather fine to be considered heroes who would not leave a bear even to go home for a Thanksgiving dinner, but I am glad to remember that we did not feel quite right about it. And soon afterwards John and I revealed the true state of things to our folks at home. The Murches claimed the lion's share of the spoils, but gave John and me $1 apiece, and I recollect that I had a very bad cold for a week. Sam's cut foot healed promptly. It was dressed 3 times with powder post and showed no signs or symptoms of proud flesh. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jackie Horn. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, edited by William Patten. 38. The Queen Bee, by Carl Ewald. The farmer opened his hive. "Off with you," he said to the bees. "The sun is shining, and everywhere the flowers are coming out, so that it is a joy to see them. Get to work and gather a good lot of honey for me to sell to the shopkeeper in the autumn. Many a streamlet makes a river, and you know these are bad times for farmers." "What does that matter to us?" said the bees. But all the same they flew out, for they had been sitting all the winter in the hive, and they longed for a breath of fresh air. They hummed and buzzed, they stretched their legs, they tried their wings. They swarmed out in all directions, they crawled up and down the hive, they flew off to the flowers and bushes, or wandered all around on the ground. There were hundreds and hundreds of them. Last of all came the queen. She was bigger than the others, and it was she who ruled the hive. "Stop your nonsense, little children," she said, "and set to work and do something. A good bee does not idle, but turns to with a will and makes good use of its time." So she divided them into parties and set them to work. "You over there, fly out and see if there's any honey in the flowers. The others can collect flower dust, and when you come home give it in smartly to the old bees in the hive." Away they flew at once, but all the very young ones stayed behind. They made the last party, for they had never been out with the others. "What are we to do?" they asked. "You must perspire," said the queen. 1, 2, 3, then we can begin our work." And they perspired as well as they had learned to, and the prettiest yellow wax came out of their bodies. "Good," said the queen. "Now we will begin to build." The old bees took the wax and began to build a number of little 6-sided cells, all alike and close up to one another. All the time they were building, the others came flying in with flower dust and honey, which they laid at the queen's feet. "We can now knead the dough," she said, "but first put a little honey in. That makes it taste so much better." They kneaded and kneaded, and before very long they had made some pretty little loaves of bee bread, which they carried into the cells. "Now let us go on with the building," commanded the queen bee, and they perspired wax and built for all they were worth. "And now my work begins," said the queen, and she heaved a deep sigh, for her work was the hardest work of all. She sat down in the middle of the hive and began to lay her eggs. She laid great heaps of them, and the bees were kept very busy running with the little eggs in their mouths and carrying them into the new cells. Each egg had a little cell to itself, and when they had all been put in their places, the queen gave orders to fix doors to all the cells and shut them fast. "Good," she said, when this was done. "I want you now to build me 10 fine big rooms in the out-of-way parts of the hive." The bees had them ready in no time, and then the queen laid 10 pretty eggs, one in each of the big rooms, and the doors were fixed as before. Every day the bees flew in and out, gathering great heaps of honey and flower dust, but in the evening, when their work was done, they would open the doors just a crack and have a peep at the eggs. "Take care," the queen said one day, "they are coming." And all the eggs burst at once, and in every cell lay a pretty little bee baby. "What funny creatures!" said the young bees. "They have no eyes, and where are their legs and wings?" "They are grubs," said the queen. "You simpletons looked just like that once upon a time. One must be a grub before one can become a bee. Be quick now, and give them something to eat." The bees bestirred themselves to feed the little ones, but they were not equally kind to them all. The 10, however, that lay in the large cells got as much to eat as ever they wanted, and every day a great quantity of honey was carried into them. "They are princesses," said the queen, "so you must treat them well. The others you can stint, they are only working people, and they must accustom themselves to be content with what they can get." And every morning the poor little wretches got a little piece of bee bread and nothing more, and with that they had to be satisfied, though they were ever so hungry. In one of the little 6-sided cells close by the princess's chambers lay a tiny grub. She was the youngest of them all, and only just come out of the egg. She could not see, but she could plainly hear the grown-up bees talking outside, and for a while she lay quite still and kept her thoughts to herself. All at once she said out loud, "I could eat a little more," and she knocked at her door. "You have had enough for to-day," answered the old bee who was appointed to be head bee nurse, creeping up and down in the passage outside. "Maybe, but I am hungry," shouted the little grub. "I will go into one of the princess's chambers. I have not room to stir here." "Just listen to her," said the old bee mockingly. "One would think by the demands she makes that she was a fine little princess. You are born to toil and drudge, my little friend. You are a mere working bee, and you will never be anything else all your days." "But I want to be queen," cried the grub, and thumped on the door. Of course the old bee did not answer such nonsense, but went on to the others. From every side they were calling out for more food, and the little grub could hear it all. "It is hard, though," she thought, "that we should have to be so hungry." And then she knocked on the princess's wall and called to her. "Give me a little of your honey. Let me come into your chamber. I am lying here so hungry, and I am just as good as you." "Are you? Just wait till I am a reigning queen," said the princess. "You may be sure that when time comes I shall not forget your impertinence." But she had scarcely said this before the other princesses began to cry out in the most dreadful manner. "You're not going to be queen. I shall be queen. I shall be queen!" they shrieked all together, and they began to knock on the walls and make a frightful disturbance. The head bee nurse came running up in an instant and opened the doors. "What are your grace's orders?" she asked, dropping a curtsy and scraping the ground with her feet. "More honey!" they shouted all in one voice. "But me first, me first! I am the one who's to be queen." In a moment, your graces," she answered, and ran off as fast as her 6 legs could carry her. She soon came back with many other bees. They were dragging ever so much honey, which they crammed down the cross little princesses' throats, and then they got them to hold their tongues and lie still and rest. But the little grub lay awake, thinking over what had happened. She longed so much for some honey that she began to shake the door again. "Give me some honey! I can't stand it any longer. I am just as good as the others." The old bee tried to hush her. "Hold your tongue, little bawler. The queen's coming." And at the same moment the queen bee came. "Go your ways," she said to the bees. "I wish to be alone." For a long time she stood in silence before the princesses' chambers. "Now they are lying there asleep," she said at last. "From morning till evening they do nothing but eat and sleep, and they grow bigger and fatter every day. In a few days they will be full grown, and will creep out of their cells. Then my turn will be over. I know that too well. I have heard the bees saying to one another that they would like to have a younger and more beautiful queen, and they will chase me away in disgrace. But I will not submit to it. Tomorrow I will kill them all, and then I can remain queen till I die." Then she went away. But the little grub had heard all she said. "Dear me," she thought, "it is really a pity about the little princesses. They are certainly very uppish, and they have not been nice to me, but still it would be sad if the wicked queen killed them. I think I will tell the old growler outside in the passage about it." She began once more knocking at the door, and the head bee nurse came running up, but this time she was fearfully angry. "You must mind what you are doing, my good grub," she said. "You are the youngest of them all, and you are the worst for making a noise. Next time I shall tell the Queen." "First, listen to me," said the grub, and she told her about the Queen's wicked design. "Good gracious, is that true?" cried the old nurse, and beat her wings in horror. And without hearing a word more, she hurried off to tell the other bees. "I think I deserve a little honey for what I have done," said the little grub, "but I can now lie down and sleep with a good conscience." Next evening, when the Queen thought that all the bees were in bed, she came to kill the princesses. The grub could hear her talking aloud to herself, but she was quite afraid of the wicked Queen, and dared not stir. "I hope she won't kill the princesses," she thought, and squeezed herself nearer to the door to hear what happened. The Queen looked cautiously round on all sides, and then opened the first of the doors. But at the same moment the bees swarmed out from all directions, seized her by the legs and wings, and dragged her out. "What is the matter?" she cried. "Are you raising a rebellion?" "No, your Majesty," answered the bees, with great reverence, "but we know that you are intending to kill the princesses, and that you shall not be allowed to do. What would become of us in the autumn after your Majesty's death?" "Let me go," cried the Queen, and tried to get away. "I am Queen now anyway, and have the power to do what I like. How do you know that I shall die in the autumn?" But the bees held her fast, and dragged her outside the hive. There they set her free, but she shook her wings in a passion, and said to them, "You are disloyal subjects, who are not worth ruling over. I won't stay here an hour longer, but I will go out into the world and build a new nest. Are there any of you who will come with me?" Some of the old bees, who had been grubs at the same time as the Queen, declared that they would follow her, and soon after they flew away. "Now we have no Queen," said the others. "We must take good care of the princesses." And so they crammed them with honey from morning till night, and they grew and grabbed and squabbled and made more noise each day than the day before. As for the little grub, no one gave a single thought to her. One morning the doors of the princesses' chambers flew open, and all 10 of them stepped out, beautiful full-grown queen bees. The other bees ran up and gazed at them in admiration. "How pretty they are," they said. "It is hard to say which is the most beautiful." "I am," one cried. "You make a mistake," said another, and stabbed her with her sting. "You are rather conceited," shrieked a third. "I imagine that I am rather prettier than you are." And immediately they all began calling out at once, and soon after began to fight with one another as hard as ever they could. The bees would have liked to separate them, but the old head bee nurse said to them, "Let them go on fighting, then we shall see which of them is the strongest, and we will choose her to be our queen. We can't do with more than one." At this the bees formed round in a ring and looked on at the battle. It lasted a long time, and it was fiercely fought. Wings and legs which had been bitten off were flying about in the air, and after some time 8 of the princesses lay dead upon the ground. The 2 last were still fighting. One of them had lost all her wings, and the other had only 4 legs left. "She will be a poor sort of queen whichever of the 2 we get," said one of the bees. "We should have done better to have kept the old one." But she might have spared herself the remark, for in the same moment the princesses gave each other such a stab with their stings that they both fell dead as a doornail. "That is a pretty business," called the bees, and ran about among each other in dismay. "Now we have no queen. What shall we do? What shall we do?" In despair they crawled about the hive, and did not know which way to turn. But the oldest and cleverest sat in a corner and held a council. For a long time they talked this way and that as to what they should decide on doing in their unhappy circumstances. But at last the head bee nurse got a hearing, and said, "I can tell you how you can get out of the difficulty, if you will but follow my advice. I remember that the same misfortune happened to us in this hive a long time ago. I was then a grub myself. I lay in my cell, and distinctly heard what took place. All the princesses had killed one another, and the old queen had gone out into the world. It was just as it is now. But the bees took one of us grubs and laid her in one of the princesses' cells. They fed her every day with the finest and best honey in the whole hive, and when she was full grown, she was a charming and good queen. I can clearly remember the whole affair, for I thought at the time they might have just as well taken me. But we may do the same thing again. I propose that we act in the same way." The bees were delighted, and cried that they would willingly do so, and they ran off at once to fetch a grub. "Wait a moment," cried the head bee nurse, "and take me with you. At any rate, I will come and help you. Consider now. It must be one of the youngest grubs, for she must have time to think over her new position. When one has been brought up to be a mere drudge, it is not easy to accustom oneself to wear a crown." That also seemed to the bees to be wise, and the old one went on. Close by the side of the Princess's cells lies a little grub. She is the youngest of them all. She must have learnt a good deal by hearing the Princess's refined conversation, and I have noticed that she has some character. Besides, it was she who was honourable enough to tell me about the wicked intentions of the old Queen. Let us take her. At once they went in a solemn procession to the six-sided cell where the little grub lay. The head bee nurse politely knocked at the door, opened it cautiously, and told the grub what the bees had decided. At first she could hardly believe her own ears, but when they had carried her carefully into one of the large, delightful chambers, and brought her as much honey as she could eat, she perceived that it was all in earnest. "So I am to be queen after all," she said to the head bee nurse. "You would not believe it, you old growler." "I hope that your Majesty will forget the rude remarks that I made at the time you lay in the six-sided cell," said the old bee with a respectful bow. "I forgive you," said the new baked princess. "Fetch me some more honey." A little time after the grub was full grown, and stepped out of her cell as big and as beautiful as the bees could wish. And besides, she knew how to command. "Away with you," she said. "We must have more honey for our use in the winter, and you others must perspire more wax. I am thinking of building a new wing to the hive. The new princesses shall live there next year. It is very unsuitable for them to be so near common grubs." "Heyday!" said the bees to one another. "One would think she had been a queen ever since she lay in the egg." "No," said the head bee nurse, "that is not so. But she has had queenly thoughts, and that is the great thing." End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, edited by William Patten. A Swarm of Wild Bees, by Albert W. Tallman. "How many bridges have I driven rivets on?" repeated the watchman reflectively. "Let me see. Just 47? No, 48. I forgot the Mogung cantilever. Never in Burma, were you? Well, it's the only time I ever went abroad. It was something of a compliment for a young fellow of 22 to be sent on his company's first job abroad. I should have liked the trip first rate if Harry Lancy hadn't been going as foreman. Harry had risen from the ranks, and at 25 was considered one of the company's best men. I'd never worked under him, but I judged he'd be uppish and arbitrary, and knew I shouldn't like him. You notice such things when you've just come of age. As you get older, you begin to think less of your own feelings and more of doing your work right. We landed at Rangoon about May 1st, went by rail to Mandalay, and from there traveled slowly up country by construction train to the Mogung Gorge. During the whole journey I didn't speak 100 words to Lancy. Still, I don't think he suspected I had any grudge against him. If he did, he never let on, but treated me just like the others. The gorge was an awful hole, 250 feet wide and 200 deep, with the river dashing white over the ledges at its bottom. It was to be spanned by a cantilever bridge with an intermediate truss. We found our work all cut out for us. Every beam and girder was on the ground, numbered and ready. There were plenty of coolies for the ordinary labor, so we got busy at once. A temporary wire suspension bridge was thrown across the site of the cantilever, and work begun from both sides at the same time. From the outset I had determined to give Lancy no chance for fault finding, but to have as little to do with him as I possibly could. Little by little our beam trusses pushed out from each bank, and the gap between them grew narrower. One thing that interested me especially at first was the wild bees. For miles back into the hills their nests lined the walls of the gorge, Millions of them made it their thoroughfare to and from the flower-covered plains below us. Particularly at morning and night, their hum, echoing through the ravine and mingling with the murmur of the river, sounded like the drone of distant machinery. These bees were black and small, but they made up in fierceness for what they lacked in size. Their stings were far more painful and poisonous than those of our bees here. Some of us, myself included, learned this by experience, and we didn't need more than one lesson. By the middle of June, the ends of the opposite beams were about 50 feet apart. One hot morning between 10 and 11, I was reaming out a rivet hole in the tip of the last beam. I was feeling out of sorts that forenoon. Lancy had given his orders to me, gruff and short, though as a matter of fact he was probably just as gruff with everybody else. But when you're looking for trouble, you know you don't have much trouble finding it. I straddled the beam, my feet almost touching under it. It was hot in the unclouded sun, and the air was full of tropical scents. Insects hummed around me. Bright-colored butterflies floated by. Now and then a flock of shrieking birds swept up the gorge. On the steel behind me a dozen men were busy. I had almost finished the hole when my ears caught a humming, gradually growing louder. I looked down. Several yards below hung a black mass about as big as a nail keg. It was a nest of wild bees swarming. At first I felt curious, interested. Then I noticed that the bunch was rising directly toward me, and I began to feel alarmed as I remembered their fearful stings. If they attacked me, I should be in a bad fix. Slowly, with a revolving motion and an intense, spiteful zing, the irregular mass kept rising. Its center seemed so solid that I wondered how the wings had room to beat. Its outside frayed off into separate bees, drawn inward by a common attraction. It was not a yard under me now. I dared not move, for I knew what concentrated misery the swarm held for the man who angered it. As I watched it floating nearer, my skin crept and my brain was fascinated by that monotonous buzzing. Perhaps if I sat perfectly quiet, it would pass and leave me unharmed. For a moment, apparently undecided, the ball hovered under me. Then with a quickened motion, up it came, straight for my feet. I grew hot and cold. My flesh quivered with the imaginary stings of thousands of poison needles as the fearful mass melted apart and settled in thick clusters on my shoes and legs. As I watched the crawling thousands come to rest, I simply choked with terror. What could I do? If I made the slightest motion to get up, they would swarm over me like lightning and sting me to death. 20 feet behind me, one of my mates began to hammer, shaking the beam with his blows. I was afraid the jar might anger the bees into an attack. "Stop that pounding, Jim," I begged huskily as he ceased for a moment. The hammering stopped. Then exclamations of alarm and sympathy fell upon my ears, and presently all work on the steel was suspended. I could hear feet shuffling quietly back to the bank. Soon I was left alone on the truss, threatened with a death 10 times more horrible than any tiger or snake could inflict. Not daring to move a muscle, not even to turn my head, I sat, as it seemed to me, for hours, perfectly rigid, staring straight forward at the red painted end of the opposite beam, wavering in the heat 50 feet away. My brain was clear as glass, my senses keen. Low, excited voices babbled behind me. I could smell onions boiling in the cook's quarters and hear his pans and dishes rattling. Every little while I turned my eyes downward, hoping to see the bees getting ready to leave. But my shoes and trousers were still buried inches deep under the sluggishly clinging black bodies. The brassy alarm clock in the mess tent clanged out 11. I had been sitting there only half an hour. The sun struck fiercely down on my head, scantily protected by my thin cap. A filmy white feather from some passing bird dropped before my face. I followed it past the hideous furry swelling on my feet, straight down through the breezeless air, till it dwindled to a white speck above the ledges 200 feet below. That was where I should strike if I fell, but what torments I should suffer before I struck! The beam was hard and hot. I could not sit quiet forever. I stirred uneasily. An angry hum rose, and I stiffened. Some of the bees were above my knees. Suppose I should crush one between my legs and the steel? Suppose they should creep up and cover my body and head? A banging of pans began on the bank. Somebody had borrowed the cook's tinware in the hope of startling the swarm. A wave of unrest ran over the insects, but soon they settled into quiet again. The heat was affecting my head. I felt fretful, irritable. Why didn't somebody do something to help me? But what? My teeth chattered, a nervous chill shook me, and the bees buzzed at my shaking. The voices behind me stopped. Something was about to happen. I listened. Feet came stealing cautiously along the beam. What was going on? Sit perfectly still. It was Lancy's voice. What was he trying to do? I felt a consuming curiosity, but dared not turn my head. His voice came again. Take a full breath, then shut your mouth. What in the world had my mouth got to do with it? But I obeyed. A penetrating sulphurous scent stole through the thick air. Then right under my bee-swollen feet swung a small black kettle suspended by a chain round its bail and filled with a yellowish substance burning bluely. It was brimstone, of which we had a supply for fastening bolts in the rocks. Lancy was trying to smoke the bees off. Back oscillated the kettle out of my sight, but the swarm had got the benefit of its contents and didn't like them. An ominous buzzing rose. Their wings lifted, then settled back. The scent was not strong enough to start them. I took another breath. To me, the strangling fumes had been sweet for the relief they promised. Once more the kettle swung under me, this time remaining a little longer. The smell was strong. With difficulty I repressed a coughing that threatened to shake me. This time the outer layer of bees rose slightly and hovered above the others. Some flew wildly and angrily about. A few dropped, stupefied. It would evidently take but little more to start the whole swarm. Lancy moved up close behind me. Again he swung the kettle under the bees. They had had enough. The entire mass left my legs. The greater number dropped down and hung a few feet below, but stray skirmishers flew confusedly about. So far, however, not a single bee had touched either of us. It looked as if we were to escape unharmed. Suddenly an unexpected disaster happened. One end of the ball pulled out, allowing the kettle to tilt down sideways. Out fell the sulphur in a blue, burning, smoky stream. A moment later the chain slipped entirely off the ball, the kettle shot downward, leaving only a vanishing scent and a swarm of infuriated bees. Lancy grabbed my shoulder. "Quick, for your life!" I didn't need any urging, but I was stiff and slightly dizzy from the fumes, and it took me several seconds to get to my feet on the beam. Unfortunately, too, I crushed 3 or 4 bees that were crawling stupidly on the steel. Then it seemed as if the whole swarm struck me at once. The sulphur may have half stupefied them, but they hadn't forgotten how to sting. I'll never forget my walk along that narrow beam to the bank. The bees were all over me in a moment. My hands and face felt as if they were being punctured with red-hot splinters. Before I'd gone 10 steps, my eyes were closed so tight I couldn't see. I'd have gone off the beam head first if it hadn't been for Lancy. He had on gloves and mosquito netting over his head, but they crawled up his sleeves and down his neck and stung him bad. Yet he didn't falter. With one hand stretched back and grasping mine, he walked cool and straight for the bank, as if he'd been on solid ground instead of 200 feet in the air. Blind and almost crazy from the stings, I stumbled along behind him. Every step was agony. I was almost tempted to jump from the beam and go down to be crushed to pulp on the boulders. The only thing that saved me was Lancy's hand, cool, firm, and strong. "Steady, steady," he kept saying. I heard him through the shooting, burning pains, and it saved my reason. At last it didn't seem as if I could take another step. "Let go!" I cried, trying to get my hand loose, but he dragged me on. "In a minute," said he, and all at once I felt the earth under my feet. I wasn't so far gone, but I gave the hand I'd been holding a grip that squeezed the fingers together. It was all the thanks I could offer just then. Lancy squeezed back. Then everybody turned to and helped fight the bees off us. It was weeks before I got over those stings. Lancy had suffered too, but of course not so badly. I don't know that he ever knew why I gripped his hand so hard. I was too much ashamed to tell him of the grudge I'd held. But I do know that after that I looked on him as one of my best friends. He'd saved my life, and a friend can't do much more for you than that. End of chapter 39. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 40 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Merritt. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animals and Nature Stories by William Patten. Section 40, The Intelligence of Ants by Sir John Lubbock. The subject of ants is a wide one, for there are at least 1,000 species of ants, no two of which have the same habits. In this country, England, we have rather more than 30, most of which I have kept in confinement. Their life is comparatively long. I have had working ants which were 7 years old, and a queen ant lived in one of my nests for 15 years. The community consists, in addition to the young, of males which do no work, of wingless workers, and one or more queen mothers, who have at first wings, which, however, after one marriage flight they throw off, as they never leave the nest again, and in it wings would of course be useless. The workers do not, except occasionally, lay eggs, but carry on all the affairs of the community. Some of them, and especially the younger ones, remain in the nest, excavate chambers and tunnels, and tend the young, which are sorted up according to age, so that my nest often had the appearance of a school, with the children arranged in classes. In our English ants, the workers in each species are all similar in size, but among foreign species there are some in which there are 2 or even more classes of workers, differing greatly not only in size but also in form. The differences are not the result of age nor of race, but are adaptations to different functions, the nature of which, however, is not yet well understood. Among the termites, those of one class certainly seem to act as soldiers, and among the true ants also some have comparatively immense heads and powerful jaws. It is doubtful, however, whether they form a real army. Bates observed that on a foraging expedition the large-headed individuals did not walk in the regular ranks, nor on the return did they carry any booty, but marched along at the side and at tolerably regular intervals, like subaltern officers in a marching regiment. Solomon was, so far as we yet know, quite correct in describing ants as having neither guide, overseer, nor ruler. The so-called queens are really mothers. Nevertheless, it is true, and it is curious, that the working ants and bees always turn their heads towards the queen. It seems as if the sight of her gives them pleasure, On one occasion, while moving some ants from one nest into another for exhibition at the Royal Institution, I unfortunately crushed the queen and killed her. The others, however, did not desert her or draw her out, as they do dead workers, but on the contrary carried her into the new nest, and subsequently into a larger one with which I supplied them, congregating round her for weeks, just as if she had been alive. One could hardly help fancying that they were mourning her loss, or hoping anxiously for her recovery. The communities of ants are sometimes very large, numbering even up to 500,000 individuals, and it is a lesson to us that no one has ever yet seen a quarrel between any two ants belonging to the same community. On the other hand, it must be admitted that they are in hostility, not only with most other insects, including ants of different species, but even those of the same species if belonging to different communities. I have over and over again introduced ants from one of my nests into another nest of the same species, and they were invariably attacked, seized by a leg or an antenna, and dragged out. It is evident, therefore, that the ants of each community all recognize one another, which is very remarkable. But more than this, I several times divided a nest into two halves, and found that even after a separation of a year and 9 months, they recognized one another, and were perfectly friendly, while they at once attacked ants from a different nest, although of the same species. It has been suggested that the ants of each nest have some sign or password by which they recognize one another. To test this, I made some insensible. First I tried chloroform, but this was fatal to them, and as therefore they were practically dead, I did not consider the test satisfactory. I decided therefore to intoxicate them. This was less easy than I had expected. None of my ants would voluntarily degrade themselves by getting drunk. However, I got over the difficulty by putting them into whiskey for a few moments. I took 50 specimens, 25 from one nest and 25 from another, made them dead drunk, marked each with a spot of paint, and put them on a table close to where the other ants from one of the nests were feeding. The table was surrounded, as usual, with a moat of water to prevent them from straying. The ants which were feeding soon noticed those which I had made drunk. They seemed quite astonished to find their comrades in such disgraceful condition, and as much at a loss to know what to do with their drunkards as we are. After a while, however, to cut my story short, they carried them all away. The strangers they took to the edge of the moat and dropped into the water, while they bore their friends home into the nest, where by degrees they slept off the effects of the spirit. Thus it is evident that they know their friends, even when incapable of giving any sign or password. This little experiment also shows that they help comrades in distress. If a wolf or a rook be ill or injured, we are told that it is driven away or even killed by its comrades. Not so with ants. For instance, in one of my nests, an unfortunate ant, in emerging from the chrysalis skin, injured her leg so much that she lay on her back quite helpless for 3 months, carefully fed and tended by the other ants. In another case, an ant in the same manner had injured her antennae. I watched her also carefully to see what would happen, For some days she did not leave the nest. At last one day she ventured outside, and after a while met a stranger ant of the same species, but belonging to another nest, by whom she was at once attacked. I tried to separate them, but whether by her enemy, or perhaps by my well-meant but clumsy kindness, she was evidently much hurt, and lay helplessly on her side. Several others passed her without taking any notice, but soon one came up, examined her carefully with her antennae, and carried her off tenderly to the nest. No one, I think, who saw it, could have denied to that ant one attribute of humanity, the quality of kindness. The existence of such communities as those of ants and bees implies, no doubt, some power of communication, but the amount is still a matter of doubt. It is well known that if one bee or ant discovers a store of food, others soon find their way to it. This, however, does not prove much. It makes all the difference whether they are brought or sent. If they merely accompany on her return a companion who has brought a store of food, it does not imply much. To test this, therefore, I made several experiments. For instance, one cold day my ants were almost all in their nest. One only was out hunting, and about 6 feet from home. I took a dead bluebottle fly, pinned it onto a piece of cork, and put it down just in front of her. She at once tried to carry off the fly, but to her surprise found it immovable. She tugged and tugged, first one way and then another, for about 20 minutes, and then went straight off to the nest. During that time, not a single ant had come out. In fact, she was the only ant of that nest out at the time. She went straight in, but in a few seconds, less than half a minute, came out again with no less than 12 friends, who trooped off with her and eventually tore up the dead fly, carrying it off in triumph. Now the first ant took nothing home with her. She must therefore somehow have made her friends understand that she had found some food and wanted them to come and help her to secure it. In all such cases, however, so far as my experience goes, the ants brought their friends, and some of my experiments indicated that they are unable to send them. Certain species of ants, again, make slaves of others, as Huber first observed. If a colony of the slave-making ants is changing the nest, a matter which is left to the discretion of the slaves, the latter carry their mistresses to their new home. Again, if I uncovered one of my nests of the fuscus ant, Formica fusca, they all began running about in search of some place of refuge. If, however, the brave little insect never remained there, she came out in search of her friends, and the first one she met she took up in her jaws, threw over her shoulder, their way of carrying friends, and took into the covered part. Then both came out again, found 2 more friends, and brought them in, the same maneuver being repeated until the whole community was in a place of safety. This, I think, says much of their public spirit. But it seems to prove that, in Formica fusca at least, the powers of communication are but limited. One kind of slave-making ant has become so completely dependent on their slaves that even if provided with food, they will die of hunger unless there's a slave to put it into their mouths. I found, however, that they would thrive very well if supplied with a slave for an hour or so once a week to clean and feed them. But in many cases the community does not consist of ants only. They have domestic animals, and indeed it is not going too far to say that they have domesticated more animals than we have. Of these the most important are aphids on trees and bushes. Others collect root-feeding aphids into their nests. They serve as cows to the ants, which feed on the honeydew secreted by the aphids. Not only, moreover, do the ants protect the aphids themselves, but collect their eggs in autumn and tend them carefully through the winter, ready for the next spring. Many other insects are also domesticated by ants, and some of them, from living constantly underground, have completely lost their eyes and become quite blind. When we see a community of ants working together in perfect harmony, it is impossible not to ask ourselves how far they are mere exquisite automatons, how far they are conscious beings. When we watch an ant hill tenanted by thousands of industrious inhabitants, excavating chambers, forming tunnels, making roads, guarding their home, gathering food, feeding the young, tending their domestic animals, each one fulfilling its duties industriously and without confusion, it is difficult altogether to deny them the gift of reason. And all our recent observations tend to confirm the opinion that their mental powers differ from those of men, not so much in kind as in degree. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, by William Patten. Chapter 41, The Katydids' Party, by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Miss Katydid sat on the branch of the flowering azalea, in her best suit of fine green and silver, with wings of point lace from Mother Nature's finest web. Miss Katy was in the very highest possible spirits, because her gallant cousin, Colonel Katydid, had looked in to make her a morning visit. It was a fine morning, too, which goes for as much among the Katydids as among men and women. It was, in fact, a morning that Miss Katy thought must have been made on purpose for her to enjoy herself in. There had been a patter of rain the night before, which had kept the leaves awake talking to each other till nearly morning, but by dawn the small winds had blown brisk little puffs, and whisked the heavens clear and bright with their tiny wings, as you have seen Susan clear away the cobwebs in your mamma's parlor. And so now there was only left 1,000 blinking, burning water drops, hanging like convex mirrors at the end of each leaf, and Miss Katy admired herself in each one. "Certainly I am a pretty creature," she said to herself, and when the gallant Colonel said something about being dazzled by her beauty, she only tossed her head and took it as quite a matter of course. "The fact is, my dear Colonel," she said, "I'm thinking of giving a party, and you must help me make out the lists." "My dear, you make me the happiest of Katydids." "Now," said Miss Katy Did, drawing an azalea leaf toward her, "let us see. Whom shall we have?" "The Fireflies, of course. Every one wants them, they are so brilliant. A little unsteady, to be sure, but quite in the highest circles." "Yes, we must have the Fireflies," echoed the Colonel. "Well, then, and the Butterflies and the Moths. Now there's a trouble. There's such an everlasting tribe of those Moths, and if you invite dull people they're always sure all to come, every one of them. Still, if you have the Butterflies you can't leave out the Moths." "Old Mrs. Moth has been laid up lately with gastric fever, and that may keep 2 or 3 of the Misses Moths at home," said the Colonel. "Whatever could give the old lady such a turn?" said Miss Katy. "I thought she was never sick." "I suspect it's high living. I understand she and her family ate up a whole ermine cape last month, and it disagreed with them. For my part, I can't conceive how the Moths can live as they do," said Miss Katy with a face of disgust. "Why, I could no more eat worsted and fur, as they do." "That's quite evident from the fairy-like delicacy of your appearance," said the Colonel. "One can see that nothing so gross and material has ever entered into your system." "I'm sure," said Miss Katy, "Mamma says she don't know what does keep me alive. Half a dewdrop and a little hit of the nicest part of the rose leaf, I assure you, often lasts me for a day. But we are forgetting our lists. Let's see, the Fireflies, Butterflies, Moths. The Bees must come, I suppose." "The Bees are a worthy family," said the Colonel. "Worthy enough, but dreadfully humdrum," said Miss Katy. "They never talk about anything but honey and housekeeping. Still, they are a class of people one cannot neglect." "Well, then, there are the Bumblebees." "Oh, I dote on them. General Bumblebee is one of the most dashing, brilliant fellows of the day." "I think he is shockingly corpulent," said Colonel Katy Did, not at all pleased to hear him praised. "Don't you?" "I don't know but he is a little stout," said Miss Katy, "but so distinguished and elegant in his manners. Something martial and breezy about him." "Well, if you invite the Bumblebees you must have the Hornets. Those spiteful Hornets! I detest them. Nevertheless, dear Miss Katy, one does not like to offend the Hornets." "No, one can't. There are those 5 Misses Hornet. Dreadful old maids, as full of spite as they can live. You may be sure they will every one come, and be looking about to make spiteful remarks. Put down the Hornets, though." "How about the Mosquitoes?" said the Colonel. "Those horrid Mosquitoes! They are dreadfully common. Can't one cut them?" "Well, dear Miss Katy," said the Colonel, "if you ask my candid opinion, as a friend, I should say not. There's young Mosquito, who graduated last year, has gone into literature, and is connected with some of our leading papers, and they say he carries the sharpest pen of all the writers. It wouldn't do to offend him. And so I suppose we must have his old aunts, and all 6 of his sisters, and all his dreadfully common relations." "It is a pity," said the Colonel, "but one must pay one's tax to society." Just at this moment the conference was interrupted by a visitor, Miss Keziah Cricket, who came in with her work bag on her arm to ask a subscription for a poor family of aunts who had just had their house hoed up in clearing the garden walks. "How stupid of them," said Katy, "not to know better than to put their house in the garden walk. That's just like those aunts." "Well, they are in great trouble. All their stores destroyed and their father killed, cut in 2 by a hoe." "How very shocking! I don't like to hear such disagreeable things. It affects my nerves terribly. Well, I'm sure I haven't anything to give. Mamma said yesterday she was sure she didn't know how our bills were to be paid. And there's my green satin, with point lace, yet to come home." and Miss Katydid shrugged her shoulders and affected to be very busy with Colonel Katydid, in just the way that young ladies sometimes do when they wish to signify to visitors that they had better leave. Little Miss Cricket perceived how the case stood, and so hopped briskly off, without giving herself even time to be offended. "Poor extravagant little thing," she said to herself. "It was hardly worth while to ask her." "Pray shall we invite the Crickets?" said Colonel Katydid. "Who? I? Why, Colonel, what a question! Invite the Crickets? Of what can you be thinking? And shall you not ask the Locusts or the Grasshoppers?" "Certainly the Locusts, of course, a very old and distinguished family, and the Grasshoppers are pretty well, and ought to be asked, but we must draw the line somewhere. And the Crickets! Why, it's shocking even to think of. I thought they were nice, respectable people." "Oh, perfectly nice and respectable. Very good people, in fact, so far as that goes. But then you must see the difficulty." "My dear cousin, I am afraid you must explain." "Why, their color, to be sure. Don't you see?" "Oh," said the Colonel, "that's it, is it? Excuse me, but I have been living in France, where these distinctions are wholly unknown, and I have not yet got myself in the train of fashionable ideas here." "Well, then, let me teach you," said Miss Katy. "You know we go for no distinctions except those created by Nature herself, and we found our rank upon color, because that is clearly a thing that none has any hand in but our Maker, you see?" "Yes, but who decides what color shall be the reigning color?" "I'm surprised to hear the question. The only true color, the only proper one, is our color, to be sure. A lovely pea green is the precise shade on which to found aristocratic distinction. But then we are liberal. We associate with the moths, who are gray, with the butterflies, who are blue and gold colored, with the grasshoppers, yellow and brown, and society would become dreadfully mixed if it were not fortunately ordered that the Crickets were black as jet. The fact is, that a class to be looked down upon is necessary to all elegant society, and if the Crickets were not black we could not keep them down, because, as everyone knows, they are often a great deal cleverer than we are. They have a vast talent for music and dancing. They are very quick at learning, and would be getting into the very top of the ladder if we once allowed them to climb. But being black is a convenience, because, as long as we are green and they are black, we have a superiority that can never be taken from us. Don't you see now?" "Oh, yes, I see exactly," said the Colonel. "Now that Keziah Cricket, who just came in here, is quite a musician, and her old father plays the violin beautifully. By the way, we might engage him for our orchestra." And so Miss Katy's ball came off, and the performers kept it up from sundown till daybreak, so that it seemed as if every leaf in the forest were alive. The Katydids and the mosquitoes and the locusts and a full orchestra of crickets made the air perfectly vibrate, insomuch that old Parson Too Whit, who was preaching a Thursday evening lecture to a very small audience, announced to his hearers that he should certainly write a discourse against dancing for the next weekly occasion. The good doctor was as good as his word in the matter, and gave out some very sonorous discourses, without in the least stopping the round of gaieties kept up by these dissipated Katydids, which ran on night after night till the celebrated Jack Frost epidemic, which occurred somewhere about the first part of September. Poor Miss Katy, with her flimsy green satin and point lace, was one of the first victims, and fell from the bough in company with a sad shower of last year's leaves. The worthy Cricket family, however, avoided Jack Frost by emigrating in time to the chimney corner of a nice little cottage that had been built in the wood that summer. There good old Mr. and Mrs. Cricket, with spryly Miss Keziah and her brothers and sisters, found a warm and welcome home. And when the storm howled without, and lashed the poor naked trees, the cricket on the warm hearth would chirp out cheery welcome to Papa as he came in from the snowy path, or Mamma as she sat at her work basket. "Cheep, cheep, cheep," little Freddie would say. "Mamma, who is that says cheep?" "Dear Freddie, it is our own dear little cricket who loves us and comes to sing to us when the snow is on the ground." So when poor Miss Katydid's satin and lace were all swept away, the warm home talents of the crickets made for them a welcome refuge. End of chapter 41. Recording by Sharon Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 42 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sheila Wood. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, edited by William Patten. Chapter 42, The Beech and the Oak, by Carl Ewald. It all happened long, long ago. There were no towns then, with houses and streets, and church steeples domineering over everything. There were no schools, for there were not many boys, and those that there were learned from their father to shoot with the bow and arrow, to hunt the stag in his covert, to kill the bear in order to make clothes out of his skin, and to rub two pieces of wood together till they caught fire. When they knew this perfectly, they had finished their education. There were no railways either, and no cultivated fields, no ships on the sea, no books, for there was nobody who could read them. There was scarcely anything except trees. But trees there were in plenty. They stood everywhere from coast to coast. They saw themselves reflected in all the rivers and lakes, and stretched their mighty boughs up towards heaven. They leaned out over the shore, dipped their boughs in the black fen water, and from the high hills looked out proudly over the land. They all knew each other, for they belonged to a great family and were proud of it. "We are all oak trees," they said. "We own the land and rule over it." And they were right. There were only a few human beings there in those days, and those that there were nothing better than wild animals. The bear, the wolf, and the fox went out hunting, while the stag grazed by the edge of the fen. The field mouse sat outside his hole and ate acorns, and the beaver built his artistic houses by the river banks. One day the bear came trudging along and lay down at full breadth under a great oak tree. "Are you there again, you robber?" said the oak, and shook a lot of withered leaves down over him. "You should not squander your leaves, my old friend," said the bear, licking his paws. "That is all the shade you can give against the sun." "If you are not pleased with me, you can go," answered the oak proudly. "I am lord in the land, and whatever way you look, you find my brothers and nothing else." "True," muttered the bear. "That is just what is so sickening. I have been for a little tour abroad, I may tell you, and am just a little bit spoilt. It was in a land down towards the south. There I took a nap under the beech trees. They are tall, slim trees, not crooked old things like you, and their tops are so dense that the sunbeams cannot creep through them. It was a real pleasure there to take a midday nap, I assure you." "Beech trees?" said the oak inquisitively. "What are they?" "You might well wish you were half as pretty as a beech tree," said the bear. "But I don't want to chatter any more with you just now. I have had to trot a mile on account of a confounded hunter who struck me on one of my hind legs with an arrow. Now I should like to have a sleep, and perhaps you will be kind enough to leave me at peace, since you cannot give me shade." The bear stretched himself out and closed his eyes. But he got no sleep that time, for the other trees had heard his story, and they began chattering and talking and rustling their leaves in a way never known in the wood before. "What on earth can those trees be?" said one of them. "It is of course a mere story the bear wishes to impose upon us," said the other. "What kind of trees can they be whose leaves sit so close together that the sunbeams cannot creep between them?" asked a little oak who was listening to what the big ones were talking about. But by his side stood an old gnarled tree, who gave the little oak a clout on the head with one of his lowest boughs. "Hold your tongue," he said, "and don't talk till you have something to talk about. You need none of you believe a word of the bear's nonsense. I am much taller than you, and I can see far out over the wood, but so far as ever I can see, there is nothing but oak trees." The little oak was shamefaced and held his tongue, and the other big trees spoke to one another in low whispers, for they had great respect for the old one. But the bear got up and rubbed his eyes. "Now you have disturbed my midday nap," he growled angrily, "and I declare that I will have my revenge. When I come back I will bring some beechnuts with me, and I vow you will all turn yellow with jealousy when you see how pretty the new trees are." Then he made off. But the oaks talked the whole day long, one to another, about the funny trees he had told them about. "If they come, I will kill them," said the little oak tree. But directly afterwards he got one on the head from the old oak. "If they come, you shall treat them politely, you young dog," said he. "But they will not come." But in this the old oak was wrong, for they did come. Towards autumn the bear came back and lay down under the old oak. "My friends down there wish me to present their compliments," he said, and he picked some funny things out of his shaggy coat. "Here, you may see what I have for you." "What is it?" asked the oak. "That is beech," answered the bear, "the beechnuts which I promised you." Then he trampled them into the ground and prepared to go back. "It is a pity I cannot stay and see how angry you will be," he growled. "But those confounded human beings have begun to press one so hard. The day before yesterday they killed my wife and one of my brothers, and I must see about finding a place where I can live in peace. There is scarcely a spot left where a self-respecting bear can stay. Good-bye, you old gnarled oak trees." When the bear had shambled off, the trees looked at one another anxiously. "Let us see what comes of it," said the old oak. And after this they composed themselves to rest. The winter came and tore all their leaves off them. The snow lay high over the whole land, and every tree stood deep in his own thoughts and dreamt of the spring. And when the spring came, the grass stood green, and the birds began singing where they left off last. The flowers came up in multitudes from the earth, and everything looked fresh and gay. The oak trees alone stood with leafless boughs. "It is the most dignified thing to come last," they said to one another. "The kings of the wood do not come till the whole company is assembled." But at last they came. All the leaves burst forth from the swollen buds, and the trees looked at one another and complimented one another on their beauty. The little oak had grown ever so much. He was very proud of it, and he thought that he had now the right to join in the conversation. "Nothing has come yet of the bear's beech trees," he said jeeringly, at the same time glancing anxiously up at the old oak, who used to give him one on the head. The old oak heard what he said very plainly, and the other trees also, but they said nothing. Not one of them had forgotten what the bear had told them, and every morning when the sun came out they peeped down to look for the beeches. They were really a little uneasy, but they were too proud to talk about it. And one day the little shoots did at last burst forth from the earth. The sun shone on them, and the rain fell on them, so it was not long before they grew tall. "Oh, how pretty they are!" said the great oak, and stooped his crooked boughs still more, so that they could get a good view of them. "You are welcome among us," said the old oak, and graciously inclined his head to them. "You shall be my foster children, and be treated just as well as my own." "Thanks," said the little beeches, and they said no more. But the little oak could not bear the strange trees. "It is dreadful the way you shoot up into the air," he said in vexation. You are already half as tall as I am. But I beg you to take notice that I am much older, and of good family besides." The Beeches laughed with their little tiny green leaves, but said nothing. "Shall I bend my branches a little aside, so that the sun can shine better on you?" the old Tree asked politely. "Many thanks," answered the Beeches. "We can grow very nicely in the shade." And the whole summer passed by, and another summer after that, and still more summers. The Beeches went on growing, and at last quite overtopped the little Oak. "Keep your leaves to yourself," cried the Oak. "You overshadow me, and that is what I can't endure. I must have plenty of sunshine. Take your leaves away, or I perish." The Beeches only laughed and went on growing. At last they closed together over the little Oak's head, and then he died. "That was a horrid thing to do," a great Oak called out, and shook his boughs in terror. But the old Oak took his foster children under his protection. "It serves him right," he said. "He is paid out for his boasting. I say it even though he is my own flesh and blood. But now you must behave yourselves, little Beeches, or I will give you a clout on the head." Years went by, and the Beeches went on growing, and they grew till they were tall young trees, which reached up among the branches of the old Oak. "You begin to be rather pushing," the old Tree said. "You should try to grow a little broader, and stop this shooting up into the air. Just see where your branches are soaring. Bend them properly, as you see us do. How will you be able to hold out when a regular storm comes? I assure you the wind gives one's head a good shaking. My old boughs have creaked many a time, and what do you think will become of the flimsy finery that you stick up in the air?" "Every one has his own manner of growth, and we have ours," answered the young Beeches. "This is the way it's done where we come from, and we are perhaps as good as you are." "That is not a polite way of speaking to an old Tree with moss on his boughs," said the Oak. "I begin to repent that I was so kind to you. If you have a spark of honorable feeling alive in you, be good enough to move your leaves a little to one side. There have been scarcely any buds on my lowest branches this year, you overshadow me so." "I don't quite understand how that concerns us," answered the Beeches. "Every one has quite enough to do to look after himself. If he is equal to his work and has luck, it turns out well for him. If not, he must be prepared to go to the wall. That is the way of the world." Then the Oak's lowest branch died, and he began to be seriously alarmed. "You are pretty things," he said, "if this is the way you reward me for my hospitality. When you were little I let you grow at my feet, and sheltered you against the storm. I let the sun shine on you as much as ever he would, and I treated you as if you were my own children, and in return for all this you stifle me." "Stuff and nonsense," said the Beeches. So they put forth flowers and fruit, and when the fruit was ripe, the wind shook the boughs and scattered it round far and wide. "You are quick people like me," said the Wind. "I like you for it, and am glad to do you a good turn." And the Fox rolled on the ground at the foot of the beech trees, and got his fur full of the prickly fruits, and ran with them far out into the country. The Bear did the same, and grinned into the bargain at the old Oak, while he lay and rested in the shadow of the beeches. The Field Mouse was beside himself with joy over his new food, and thought that beech nuts tasted much nicer than acorns. All round new little beech trees shot up, which grew just as fast as their parents, and looked as green and as happy as if they did not know what an uneasy conscience was. But the old Oak gazed sadly out over the wood. The light green beech leaves were peeping out everywhere, and the oaks were sighing and bewailing their distress to one another. "They are taking our strength out of us," they said, and shook as much as the beeches around would let them. "The land is ours no longer." One bough died after another, and the storm broke them off and cast them on the ground. The old oak had now only a few leaves left at the very top. "The end is near," he said gravely. By this time there were many more human beings in the land than there were before, and they made haste to hew down the oaks while there were still some remaining. "Oak timber is better than beech timber," they said. "At last we get a little appreciation," said the old oak, "but we have to pay for it with our lives." Then he said to the beech trees, "What was I thinking of when I helped you on in your young days? What an old stupid I was! Before that, we oak trees were lords in the land, and now every year I see my brothers around me perishing in the fight against you. It will soon be all over with me, and not one of my acorns has sprouted under your shade. But before I die, I should like to know the name you give to such conduct." "That will not take long to say, old friend," answered the beeches. "We call it competition, and that is not any discovery of our own. It is competition which rules the world." "I do not know these foreign words of yours," said the oak. "I call it mean ingratitude." And then he died. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, by William Patten. Chapter 43. The Oak and the Snail, by Mrs. Alfred Gatty. The trunk of the oak tree in the corner of the timber yard lay groaning under the plank, which a party of children had thrown across him to play see-saw upon. Not that the plank was so heavy, even with 2 or 3 little ones sitting on each end, nor that the oak was too weak to hold up, though of course the pressure was pretty strong just at the center, where the plank balanced, but it was such a use to be put to. The other half of the tree had been cut into beautiful even planks some time before, but this was the root end, and his time had not yet come, and he was getting impatient. "Here we go! Up, up, up!" cried the children, as the plank rose into the sky on one side. "I shall catch the tree tops! No! The church steeple! No! The stars!" Or, "Here we go! Down, down, down!" cried the others. "Safe and snug on the ground! No! Right through the world! No! Out at the other side! Ah! Steady there, stupid old stump!" This was because the plank had swerved, not the tree. And so the game went on, for the ups and downs came in turns, and the children shrieked with delight, and the poor tree groaned loudly all the time. "And am I to sit here and bear not only their weight but their blame, and be called stupid, and be told to keep steady, when it is they who are giddy and can't be depended upon, and to be contented while they do nothing but play pranks and enjoy themselves?" said he. But he said it to himself, for he did not know which to complain to, the children or the plank. As he groaned, however, he thought of the time when he was king of the little wood, where he had grown up from the acorn days of his babyhood, and it broke his heart to be so insignificant now. "Why have they not cut me into planks like the rest?" continued he angrily. "I might have led the see-saw myself then, as this fellow does, who leans so heavily on my back, without a thought that I am as good or better than himself. Why have they not given me the chance of enjoying myself, like these others? Up in the sky at one end, down on the ground at the other, full of energy and life? The whole timber yard but myself has a chance. Position and honor, as well as pleasure, are for everybody except me. But I am to stick in a corner merely for others to steady themselves upon, unthought of or despised, made a tool of. Miserable me! Now this groaning was so dreadful, it woke the large garden snail in the grass hard by, whose custom it was to come out from his haunt under the timber yard wall every morning at sunrise, and crawl round and round the oak trunk to see the world come to life, leaving a slimy track behind him on the bark wherever he moved. It was his constitutional stroll, and he had continued it all the season, pursuing his morning reflections without interruption, and taking his nap in the grass afterwards, as regularly as the day came round. But napping through such lamentation was impossible, and accordingly he once more began to crawl up the side of the oak trunk, his head turning now to one side, now to the other, his horns extended to the utmost, that if possible he might see what was the matter. But he could not make out, though he kept all his eyes open, so by and by he made the inquiry of his old friend the tree. "What is the matter, do you ask?" groaned the oak, more heavily than ever. "You who can change your position and act independently when you wish, you who are not left a useless log as I am, the scorn and sport of my own kith and kin. Yes, the very planks who balance themselves on my body and mock me by their activity have probably come from my own side, and once hung on me as branches, drinking in life from the life I gave. Oh, miserable me! Miserable, despised, useless! Now there may be plenty of animals to be found with more brilliant abilities and livelier imagination than the snail, but for the gravity of demeanor and calmness of nerve, who is his equal? And if a sound judgment be not behind such outward signs, there is no faith to be put in faces. Accordingly, Sir Helix Hortensis, so let us call him, for that is his scientific name, made no answer at first to the wailings of the oak. 3 times he crawled round it, leaving 3 fresh traces of his transit, before he spoke, his horns turning hither and thither as those wonderful eyes at the end strove to take in the full state of the case. And his are not the eyes, you know, which waste their energies in scatterbrained staring. He keeps them cool in their cases till there is something to be looked at, and then turns them inside out to do their work. And thus he looked, and he looked, and he looked, while the children went on shouting, and the plank went on seesawing, and the tree went on groaning, and as he looked he considered. "Have you anything to say?" at last inquired the oak, who had had long experience of Sir Helix's wisdom. "I have," answered the snail. "You don't know your own value, that's all." "Ask the seesawers my value!" exclaimed the prostrate tree bitterly. "One up at the stars, another beyond the world. What am I doing meanwhile?" "Holding them both up, which is more than they can do for themselves," muttered the snail, turning round to go back to the grass. But stop a moment, dear Sir Helix. The seesawers don't think that," argued the tree. "They're all light-minded together and don't think," sneered the snail. "Up in the sky one minute, down in the dust the next. Never you mind that. Everybody can't play at high jinks with comfort, luckily for the rest of the world. Sit fast, do your duty, and have faith. While they are going flightily up and down, your steady balance is the saving of both." End of chapter 43. Recording by Sharon Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 44 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, by William Patten. The Story of a Stone, by David Starr Jordan. Once upon a time, a great many years ago, so many years that if your father should give you $1 for every year, you could buy up the whole town you live in and have enough left to pay the national debt. In those old days, when the great Northwest consisted only of a few hills, ragged and barren, and full of copper and quartz, in the days when the Northern Ocean washed the crest of Mount Washington and wrote its name upon the pictured rocks, and the tide of the Pacific swept over Plymouth Rock and surged up against Bunker Hill, when the Gulf of Mexico rolled its warm and shallow waters as far north as Escanaba and Eau Claire. In fact, an immensely long time ago, there lived somewhere in Oconto County, Wisconsin, a little jellyfish. It was a curious creature, about the shape of half an apple and the size of a cat's thimble, and it floated around in the water and ate little things and opened and shut its umbrella pretty much as jellyfishes do in the ocean now. It had a great many little feelers that hung down all around like so many mites of snakes, and so it was named Medusa, after that lady in the old times who wore snakes instead of hair, and who felt so badly because she couldn't do them up. Well, our little Medusa floated around and opened and shut her umbrella for a long time, a month or a year perhaps, we don't know how long. Then, one morning, down among the seaweeds, she laid a whole lot of tiny eggs, transparent as crab-apple jelly and much smaller than a dewdrop on the end of a pine leaf. Now she leaves the scene, and our story henceforth concerns only one of these eggs. Well, one day the sun shone down into the water, the same sun that shines through your window now, and a little fellow whom we will call Favosites, because that was his name, woke up inside of the egg and came out into the great world. He was only a wee bit of floating jelly, shaped like a cartridge pointed at both ends. He had at his sides an immense number of little paddles that went flapping, flapping all the time, keeping him constantly in motion, whether the little fellow wanted to go or not. So he kept scudding along in the water, dodging from right to left to avoid the ungainly creatures that wanted to eat him. There were crabs and clams of a fashion that neither you nor I will ever see alive. There were huge animals with great eyes, savage jaws, and long feelers that sat at the end of a long round shell and glowered at him, and smaller ones of the same kind that looked like lobsters in a dinner horn. But none of these got the little fellow, else I should not have any story to tell. At last, having paddled about long enough, he thought of settling in life. So he looked around until he found a flat bit of shell that just suited him, when he sat down upon it and grew fast, like old Holger Danske in the Danish myth. Only, unlike Holger, he didn't go to sleep, but proceeded to make himself at home. So he made an opening in his upper side and rigged for himself a mouth and a stomach, and put a whole row of feelers out, and began catching little worms and floating eggs and bits of jelly and bits of lime, everything he could get, and cramming them into his little stomach. He had a great many curious ways, but the funniest of all was what he did with those bits of lime. He kept taking them in and tried to wall himself up inside with them, as a person would stone a well, or as though a man should swallow pebbles and stow them away in his feet and all around under the skin till he had filled himself full. But little Favosites became lonesome, all alone on the bottom of that old ocean, among so many outlandish neighbors. And so, one night, when he was fast asleep, and dreaming as only a coral animal can dream, there sprouted out of his side, where his sixth rib would have been if he had had so many, another little Favosite, who very soon began to eat worms and wall himself up, as if for dear life. Then from these two another and another little bud came out, and another little Favosites was formed. And they all kept growing up higher and higher, and cramming themselves fuller and fuller of limestone, till at last there were so many of them, and they were so crowded together, that there wasn't room for them to grow round. and so they had to grow six-sided, like the cells in a honeycomb. Once in a while, someone in the company would get mad because the others got all of the lime, or would feel uneasy at sitting still so long and swallowing stones, and would secede from the little union without so much as saying goodbye, and would sail around like the old Medusa, and would lay more eggs, which would hatch out into more Favosites. Well, the old ones died or swam away or were walled up, and new ones filled their places, and the colony thrived for a long time and had accumulated quite a stock of lime. But one day there came a freshet in the Menomonee River, and piles of dirt and sand and ground-up ore were brought down, and all the little Favosites' mouths were filled with it. They didn't like the taste of iron, so they all died. But we know that their house was not spoiled, for we have it here. So the rock house they were making was tumbled about in the dirt, and the rolling pebbles knocked the corners off, and the mud worked its way into the cracks and destroyed its beautiful whiteness. There it lay for ages, till the earth gave a great long heave that raised the rest of Wisconsin out of the ocean, and the mud around our Favosite's house packed and dried into hard rock and closed it in. And so it became part of the dry land. There it lay, embedded in the rock for centuries and centuries. Then the time of the first fishes came, and the other animals looked on them in awe and wonder as the Indians eyed Columbus. They were like the gar pike in our western rivers, only much larger, as big as a stovepipe, and with a crust as hard as a turtle's shell. Then there came sharks of strange forms, savage and ferocious, with teeth like bowie knives. But the time of the old fishes came and went, and many more times came and went. But still Favosites lay in the ground. Then came the long, hot, wet summer, when the mists hung over the earth so thick that you might have almost cut them into chunks with a knife, like a loaf of gingerbread. And great ferns and rushes, big as an oak and tall as a steeple, grew over the land. Huge reptiles with jaws like a front door and teeth like cross-cut saws, and little reptiles with wings like bats, crawled and swam and flew. But the ferns died, and the reptiles died, and the rush trees fell into the swamps, and the Mississippi, now become quite a river, covered them all up, and they were packed away under great layers of clay and sand, till at last they were turned into coal, and wept bitter tears of petroleum. But all the while Favosites lay in the rock at Oconto. Then the mists cleared up, and the sun shone, and the grass began to grow, and strange animals began to come and feed upon it. They were funny little zebra horses, no bigger than a Newfoundland dog, and great hairy elephants, and hogs with noses so long they could sit on their hind legs and root, and lots of still stranger creatures that no man ever saw alive. But still Favosites lay in the ground. So the long, long summer passed by, and the autumn, and the Indian summer, and at last the great winter came. And it snowed and snowed, and it was so cold that the snow wasn't off by the 4th of July. And then it snowed and snowed till the snow never went off at all. And then it got so cold that it snowed all the time, till the snow covered all the animals, and then the trees, and then the mountains. Then it would thaw a little, and streams of water would run over the snow. Then it would freeze again, and pack it into solid ice. Still it went on snowing and thawing and freezing, till the ice was a mile deep over Wisconsin, and the whole United States was one great skating rink. So it kept on for about 1,000,000 years, until once, when the spring came and the south winds blew, it began to thaw up. Then the ice came sliding down from the mountains and hills, tearing up rocks, little and big, from the size of a chip to the size of a meeting house, crushing forest as you would crush an eggshell, and wiping out rivers as you would wipe out a chalk mark. So it came pushing, thundering, grinding along, slowly enough, but with tremendous force, this mile-deep glacier, like an immense plow drawn by 1,000,000 oxen. So the ice plowed across Oconto County, and little Favosites was rooted out of the quiet place where he had lain so long. But by good fortune he happened to slip into a crevice in the ice, where he wasn't much crowded, else he would have been ground to powder, as most of his relatives were, and I shouldn't have had this story to tell. Well, the ice slid along, melting all the while, and making great torrents of water, which, as they swept onward, covered land with clay and pebbles, till at last it came to a great swamp, overgrown with tamarack and cedar. Here it stopped and melted, and all the little rocks and stones and dirt it had carried with it, little Favosites and all, were dumped into one great heap. Ages after, a farmer in Grand Chote, Michigan, plowing up his clover field to sow for winter wheat, picked up a curious bit of petrified honeycomb, and gave it to the schoolboys to take to their teacher to hear what he would say about it. And now you have heard what he said. End of chapter 44. Recording by Jeff Machado.
Chapter 45 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten. Chapter 45, How the Stone Age Children Played, by Charles C. Abbott. Not long since I wandered along a pretty brook that rippled through a narrow valley. I was on the lookout for whatever birds might be wandering that way, but saw nothing of special interest. So, to while away the time, I commenced geologizing, and as I plodded along my lonely way, I saw everywhere traces of an older time, when the sparkling rivulet that now only harbors pretty salamanders was a deep creek, tenanted by many of our larger fishes. How fast the earth from the valley's slopes may have been loosened by frost and washed by freshets, and carried down to fill up the old bed of the stream, we will not stop to inquire, for older traces of this older time were also met with here. As I turned over the loose earth by the brookside, and gathered here and there a pretty pebble, I chanced upon a little arrow point. Whoever has made a collection, be it of postage stamps or birds' eggs, knows full well how securing one coveted specimen but increases eagerness for others. And so it was with me that pleasant afternoon. Just one pretty arrow point cured me of my laziness, banished every trace of fatigue, and filled me with the interest of eager search. And I dug and sifted and washed the sandy soil for yards along the brookside, until I had gathered at least a score of curious relics of the long departed red men, or rather of the games and sports and pastimes of the red men's hardy and active children. For centuries before Columbus discovered San Salvador, the red men, or Indians as they are usually called, roamed over all the great continent of North America, and having no knowledge of iron as a metal, they were forced to make of stone or bone all their weapons, hunting, and household implements. From this fact they are called, when referring to those early times, a Stone Age people, and so, of course, the boys and girls of that period were Stone Age children. But it is not to be supposed that because the children of savages they were altogether unlike the youngsters of today. In one respect, at least, they were quite the same. They were very fond of play. Their play, however, was not like the games of today. We might perhaps call the principal game of the boys playing man, for the little stone implements that were their toys were only miniatures of the great stone axes and long spear points of their fathers. In one particular, these old time children were really in advance of the youngsters of today. They not only did in play what their parents did in earnest, but they realized in part the results of their playful labor. A good old Moravian missionary who labored hard to convert these Indians to Christianity says, "Little boys are frequently seen wading in shallow brooks, shooting small fishes with their bows and arrows. Going a fishing then, as now, was good fun, but to shoot fishes with a bow and arrow is not an easy thing to do, and this is one way these Stone Age children played, and played to better advantage than most of my young readers can." Among the Stone Age children's toys that I gathered that afternoon was a very pretty stone hatchet, very carefully shaped, and still quite sharp. It has been worked out from a porphyry pebble, and in every way except size is the same as hundreds that are still to be found lying about the fields. No red man would ever deign to use such an insignificant looking axe, and so we must suppose it to have been a toy hatchet for some little fellow that chopped away at saplings, or perhaps knocked over some poor squirrel or rabbit. For our good old Moravian friend, the missionary, also tells us that the boys learned to climb trees when very young, both to catch birds and to exercise their sight, which by this method is rendered so quick that in hunting they see objects at an amazing distance. Their play then became an excellent schooling for them, and if they did nothing but play, it was not a loss of time. Several little arrow points I also found in the valley. The axe was not far away, and both it and they may have belonged to the same bold and active young hunter. All of these arrow points are very neatly made. The same missionary tells us that these young red men of the forest exercise themselves very early with bows and arrows, and in shooting at a mark. As they grow up, they acquire a remarkable dexterity in shooting birds, squirrels, and small game. Every boy remembers his first penknife, and, whether it had one or three blades, was proud enough of it. But how different the fortune of the Stone Age children in this matter of a pocket knife, which was doubtless a piece of flint chipped into a shape that might be used as a knife. I have found scores of such knives in the fields that extend along the little valley, and a few came to light in my search that afternoon in the brookside sands and gravel. So if this chipped flint is a knife, then, as in modern times, the children were whittlers. Of course our boys nowadays would be puzzled to cut a willow whistle or mend the baby's go-cart with such a knife as this, but still it will not do to despise stone cutlery. There is a big canoe in one of the government buildings that is 60 feet long. That boat was made in quite recent times, and only stone knives and hatchets were used in the process. I found, too, in that afternoon walk, some curiously shaped splinters of jasper, which at first did not seem very well adapted to any purpose, and yet, although mere fragments, they had every appearance of having been purposely shaped, and not of accidental resemblances to a hook or sickle blade. When I got home I read that perfect specimens, mine being certain pieces of the same form, had been found off in Norway, and Professor Nilsson, who has carefully studied the whole subject, says they are fishhooks made of flint, the largest being bone. Hooks of exactly the same pattern as these really have been found within half a mile of the little valley I worked in that afternoon. The fishhooks found in Norway have been thought to be best adapted for and really used in capturing codfish in salt water and perch and pike in inland lakes. The broken hooks I found were fully as large, and so the little brook that now ripples down the valley when a large stream must have had a good many big fishes in it, or the Stone Age fishermen would not have brought their fishing hooks, and have lost them, along this remnant of a larger stream. But it must not be supposed that only children in this bygone era did the fishing for their tribe. Just as the men captured the larger game, so they took the bigger fishes. But it is scarcely probable that the boys who waded the little brooks with bows and arrows would remain content with that, and, long before they were men, doubtless they were adepts in catching the more valuable fishes that abounded, in Indian times, in all our rivers. So fishing, I think, was another way in which the Stone Age children played. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten. Chapter 46, The Mist, by Carl Ewald. The sun had just gone down. The frog was croaking his good night, which lasted so long that there seemed no end to it. The bee was creeping into its hive, and little children were crying because they had to go to bed. The flower was closing up its petals and bowing its head. The bird was tucking its bill under its wing, and the stag was laying himself down to rest in the tall, soft grass in the glade of the wood. From the village church the bells were ringing for sunset, and when that was over the old clerk went home. On his way he had a little chat or two with the people who were out for an evening stroll, or were standing before their gate and smoking a pipe till they bade him good night and shut the door. Then it grew quite quiet, and the darkness fell. There was a light in the parson's house, and there was one also in the doctor's, but the farmers' houses were dark, because in summer time the farmers got up so early that they must go early to bed. And then the stars began to twinkle, and the moon crept higher and higher up the sky. Down in the village a dog was barking, but it must have been barking in a dream, for there was nothing to bark at. "Is there nobody there?" asked the mist. But nobody answered, for nobody was there. So the mist issued forth in her bright airy robes. She went dancing over the meadows, up and down, to and fro. Then she lay quite still for a moment, and then she took to dancing again. Out over the lake she skipped, and deep into the wood, where she threw her long, damp arms round the trunks of the trees. "Who are you, my friend?" asked the night violet, "who stood there giving forth fragrance just to please herself?" The mist did not answer, but went on dancing. "I asked you who you were," said the night violet, "and as you don't answer me, I conclude that you are a rude person." "I will now conclude you," said the mist, and then she spread herself round the night violet, so that her petals were dashed with wet. "Oh, oh!" cried the night violet, "keep your fingers to yourself, my friend. I have a feeling as if I had been dipped in the pond. You have no reason for getting so angry just because I asked you who you are." The mist let go of her again. "Who am I?" she said. "You could not understand even if I told you." "Try," said the night violet. "I am the dewdrop on the flower, the cloud in the sky, and the mist on the meadow," said the mist. "I beg your pardon," said the night violet. "Would you mind saying that again? The dewdrop I know. It settles every morning on my leaves, and I don't think it is at all like you." "No, but it is I, all the same," said the mist mournfully. "But no one knows me. I must live my life under many shapes. One time I am dew, and another time I am rain, and yet another time I babble as a clear, cool streamlet through the wood. But when I dance on the meadows in the evening, men say that it is the Marsh Lady brewing." "It is a strange story," said the Night Violet. "Do you mind telling it to me? The night is long, and I sometimes get a little bored by it." "It is a sad story," answered the Mist, "but you may have it and welcome." But when she was about to lie down, the Night Violet shook with terror in all her petals. "Be so kind as to keep at a little distance," she said, "at least till you have properly introduced yourself. I have never cared to be on familiar terms with people I don't know." So the Mist lay down a little way off, and began her story. "I was born deep down in the earth, far deeper than your roots go. There I and my sisters, for we are a large family, you must understand, came into the world as waves of a hidden spring, pure and clear as crystal, and for a long time we had to stay in our hiding place. But one day we suddenly leapt from a hillside into the full light of the sun. You can well imagine how delightful it was to come tumbling down through the wood. We hopped over stones and rippled against the bank. Pretty little fishes gambolled amongst us, and the trees bent over, so that their beautiful green was reflected in our waters. If a leaf fell, we cradled it and fondled it and carried it out with us into the wide world. Ah, that was delightful! It was indeed the happiest time of my life." "But when are you going to tell me how you came to turn into mist?" asked the Night Violet impatiently. "I know all about the underground spring. When the air is quite still, I can hear it murmur from where I stand." The Mist lifted herself a little and took a turn round the meadow. Then she came back, and went on with her story. "It is the worst of this world that one is never contented with what one has. So it was with us. We kept running on and on, till at last we ran into a great lake, where water lilies rocked on the water and dragon flies hummed on their great stiff wings. Up on the surface the lake was clear as a mirror, but whether we wished it or not, we had to run right down by the bottom, where it was dark and gruesome. And this I could not endure. I longed for the sunbeams. I knew them so well from the time I used to run in the brook. There they used to peep down through the leaves and pass over me in fleeting gleams. I longed so much to see them again that I stole up to the surface, and lay down in the sunshine all amongst the white water lilies and their great green leaves. But ugh! How the sun burnt me there on the lake! It was scarcely bearable. Bitterly did I regret that I had not stopped down below." "I can't say this part of your story is very amusing," said the Night Violet. "Isn't the mist soon coming?" "Here it is," said the Mist, and dropped down once more on the flower, so that it nearly had the breath squeezed out of it. "Oh, oh!" shrieked the Night Violet. "Upon my word, you are the most ill-natured person I have ever known. Move off, and go on with your story, since it must be so." "In the evening, when the sun had set, I suddenly became wonderfully light," said the Mist. "I don't know how it came about, but I thought I could rise up from the lake and fly, and before I knew anything about it, I was drifting over the water, far away from the dragon flies and the water lilies. The evening breeze bore me away. I flew high up into the air, and there I met many of my sisters, who had been just as eager for novelty as myself, and had had the same fate. We drifted across the sky, for, you see, we had become clouds." "I am not sure I do see," said the Night Violet. "The thing sounds incredible." "But it is true, all the same," answered the Mist. "And let me tell you what happened then. The wind carried us for a long way through the air, but all at once it would not do so any more, and let us drop. Down we fell onto the earth as a splashing shower of rain. The flowers all shut up in a hurry, and the birds crept under cover, except, of course, the ducks and the geese, for you know, the wetter it is the more they like it. Yes, and the farmer too. He wanted rain so much for his crops, he stood there hugely delighted, and did not in the least mind getting wet. But otherwise, we really did make quite a sensation." "Oh, so you are the rain as well," said the Night Violet. "I must say you have plenty to do." "Yes, I am never idle," said the Mist. "All the same, I have not yet heard how you became Mist," said the Night Violet. "Only please don't go into a passion again. You know you promised to tell me without my asking you, and I would sooner hear the whole story over again than shiver once more in your horrid, clammy arms." The Mist lay silent and sobbed for a few moments. Then she went on with her story. "After I had fallen on the earth as rain, I sank down into the black soil, and was already congratulating myself on soon getting back to my birthplace, the deep underground spring. There, at any rate, one enjoyed peace and had no cares. But, as I was sinking into the ground, the tree roots sucked me up, and I had to wander about for a whole day in the boughs and leaves. They treated me as a beast of burden, I assure you. All the food that the leaves and flowers needed I had to carry up to them from the roots. It was not till the evening that I managed to get away. When the sun had gone down, the flowers and trees all heaved a deep sigh, and I and my sisters flew off in that sigh in the form of bright, airy mists. To-night we dance on the meadow, but when the sun rises in the morning, we shall turn into those pretty transparent dewdrops which hang from your petals. When you shake us off we shall sink deeper and deeper till we reach the spring we came from. That is, if some root or other does not snap us up on the way. And so the journey goes on. Down the brook, out into the lake, up into the air, down again to the earth." "Stop," said the Night Violet. "If I listen to you any more, I shall become quite seasick." Now the Frog began to stir. He stretched his legs and went down to the ditch to take his morning bath. The birds began to twitter in the wood, and the bellow of the stag echoed amongst the trees. It was on the point of dawn, and here came the sun peeping up over the hill. "Hello! What is that?" he said. "What a strange sight! One can't see one's hand before one's face. Wind of the morning, up with you, you sluggard, and drive the foul mists away." The morning wind came over the meadow, and away went the mists. And at the very same moment the first rays of the sun fell right on the Night Violet. "Heyday!" said the flower. "We have got the sun already, so I had better make haste and shut up. Where in the world has the mist gone to?" "I am still here," said the dewdrop that hung on its stalk. But the Night Violet shook herself peevishly. "You may stuff children with that nonsense," she said. "As for me, I don't believe a word of your whole story. It is as weak as water." Then the sun laughed and said, "You are quite right there." End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten. Chapter 47, The Anemones, by Carl Ewald. "Pee-weet! Pee-weet!" cried the plover, as he flew over the bog in the wood. "My lady Spring is coming. I can tell it from the feeling in my legs and wings." When the new grass that lay below in the earth heard that, it pushed up at once, and peeped out merrily from among the old yellow grass of last year, for the grass is always in a great hurry. The anemones in among the trees also heard the plover's cry, but they, on the contrary, would not come up yet on any account. "You must not believe the plover," they whispered to one another. "He is a gay young spark who is not to be depended upon. He always comes too early, and begins crying out at once. No, we will wait quietly till the starlings and swallows come. They are sensible, steady-going people who know what's what, and don't go sailing with half a wind." And then the starlings came. They perched on the stumps in front of their summer villa and looked about them. "Too early as usual," said Daddy Starling. "Not a green leaf and not a fly to be seen, except an old tough one from last year, which isn't worth opening one's bill for." Mother Starling said nothing, but she did not seem any more enchanted with the prospect. "If we had only stayed in our cozy winter home down there beyond the mountains," said Daddy Starling. He was angry at his wife's not answering him, because he was so cold that he thought it might do him good to have a little fun. "But it is your fault, as it was last year. You are always in such a dreadful hurry to come out to the country." "If I am in a hurry, I know the reason for it," said Mother Starling, "and you ought to be ashamed of yourself if you didn't know it also, since they are your eggs just as much as mine." "What do you mean?" said Daddy Starling, much insulted. "When have I neglected my family? Perhaps you even want me to sit in the cold and sing to you." "Yes, I do," said Mother Starling, in the tone he couldn't resist. He began to pipe at once as well as he knew how. But Mother Starling had no sooner heard the first notes than she gave him a flap with her wings and snapped at him with her beak. "Oh, please stop it!" she cried bitterly. "It sounds so sad that it makes one quite heartsick. Instead of piping like that, get the anemones to come up. I think it must be time for them. And besides, one always feels warmer when there are others freezing besides oneself." Now as soon as the anemones had heard the first piling of the starling, they cautiously stuck out their heads from the earth. But they were so tightly wrapped up in green kerchiefs that one could not get a glimpse of them. They looked like green shoots which might turn into anything. "It is too early," they whispered. "It is a shame of the starling to entice us out. One can't rely on anything in the world nowadays." Then the swallow came. "Chee chee!" he twittered, and shot through the air on his long tapering wings. "Out with you, you stupid flowers! Don't you see that my Lady Spring has come?" But the anemones had grown cautious. They only drew their green kerchiefs a little apart and peeped out. "One swallow does not make a summer," they said. "Where is your wife? You have only come here to see if it is possible to stay here, and you want to take us in. But we are not so stupid. We know very well that if we once catch a bad cold we are done for this year at any rate." "You are cowards," said the swallow, perching himself on the forest ranger's weathercock and peering out over the landscape. But the anemones waited still and shivered. A few of them who could not control their impatience threw off their kerchiefs in the sun. The cold at night nipped and killed them, and the story of their pitiful death was passed on from flower to flower and caused a great consternation. And then, one delightfully mild, still night, my Lady Spring came. No one knows how she looks, because no one has ever seen her, but all long for her, and thank her and bless her. She goes through the wood and touches the flowers and trees, and at once they burst out. She goes through the cattle stalls and unties the beasts, and lets them out on to the field. She goes straight into the hearts of men, and fills them with gladness. She makes it hard for the best boy to sit still on his form at school, and she is the cause of a terrible number of mistakes in the copybooks. But she does not do all this at once. Night after night she plies her task, and she comes first to him who longs for her most. So it happened that on the very night of her coming she went straight to the anemones, who stood in their green kerchiefs and didn't know how to hold out any longer. And 1, 2, 3, there they stood in their newly ironed white collars, and looked so fresh and so pretty that the starlings sang their prettiest songs out of sheer joy in them. "Ah, how sweet it is here!" said the anemones. "How warm the sun is, and how the birds sing! It's 1,000 times better than last year." But they said the same thing every year, so one needn't take any account of it. There were many others who were quite beside themselves when they saw the anemones had come out. One was a schoolboy who wanted to have his summer holidays at once, and another was the beech tree, who felt exceedingly put out. "Aren't you coming soon to me, my Lady Spring?" he said. "I'm a much more important person than those silly anemones, and I can't really hold in my buds much longer." "I am coming," answered my Lady Spring, "but you must give me a little time." She went on her way through the wood, and at every step many and many an anemone burst into flower. They stood in crowds round the roots of the birch tree, and bashfully bowed their round heads to the earth. "Look up," said my Lady Spring, "and rejoice in God's bright sunshine. Your life is short, so you must enjoy it while you have it." The anemones did as she told them. They stretched and strained and spread their white petals to all sides, to drink as much sunshine as they could. They pushed their heads against one another, and twined their stalks together, and laughed, and were immensely happy. "Now I can wait no longer," said the beech, and he burst into leaf. Leaf after leaf crept forth from its green sheath and waved in the wind. The great tree made a green arch, like a mighty roof, over the earth. "Dear me, is it already evening?" asked the anemones, who noticed that it had grown quite dark. "No, it is death," said my Lady Spring. "Now your time is over. It happens to you just as it happens to all the best on earth. Everything in turn must spring to life, and bloom, and die." "Die!" cried some little anemones. "Must we die already?" And some of the big ones grew quite red in the face in their terror and vexation. "We know what it is," they said. "It is the beech that is the death of us. He steals the sunshine for his own leaves, and does not allow us a single ray. He is a mean, wicked thing." They stood for some days, grumbling and crying. Then my Lady Spring came for the last time through the wood. She had still the oak trees and some other crusty old fellows to attend to. "Lie down nicely in the earth and go to sleep," she said to the Anemones. "It is of no use to kick against the pricks. Next year I will come back and waken you once more to life." And some of the Anemones did as she told them, but others still stretched their heads into the air and grew so ugly and stalky that it was horrid to see them. "Fie for shame!" they cried to the beech leaves. "It is you who are killing us." But the beech tree shook his long boughs and let his brown husks drop down to the ground. "Wait till the autumn, you little simpletons," he said, laughing. "Then you shall see." The Anemones could not understand what he meant, but when they had stretched themselves till they were as tall as they could be, they broke off and withered. The summer was over, and the farmer had carried his corn home from the field. The wood was still green, but it was a darker green than before, and in many places red and yellow leaves glowed among the green ones. The sun was tired after its hot work in the summer, and went early to bed. At night Winter was stealing about among the trees to see if his time was not soon coming. When he found a flower, he gallantly kissed it, saying, "What! Are you still here? I am charmed to meet you. Please stay where you are. I am a good old man, and would not harm a cat." But the flower shuddered at his kiss, and the transparent dewdrop that hung from its petal froze to ice at the instant. Again and again Winter ran through the wood. When he breathed on them, the leaves turned yellow and the earth grew hard. Even the Anemones, who lay below in the earth, waiting till my Lady Spring should come back as she had promised, they too felt his breath and shuddered down in their roots. "Ugh, how cold it is!" they said to one another. "How shall we stand the winter? We shall die for a certainty before it is over." "Now it is my time," said Winter. "Now I need no longer steal about like a thief in the night. After today I shall look everybody in the face, and bite their noses, and make their eyes run with water." At night he let loose the storm. "Let me see you make a clean sweep," he said, and the storm obeyed his command. He went howling through the wood, and shook the branches till they creaked and cracked. Any that were rotten broke off, and those that held on had to turn and bow this way and that. "Away with that finery!" howled the storm, as he tore off the leaves. "This is not the time to dress yourself up. The snow will soon be coming on to your branches. That will be quite another story." All the leaves fell in terror to the earth, but the storm would not let them rest. He seized them round the waist, and waltzed with them out over the field, high up into the air, and into the wood again, swept them into great heaps, and then scattered them in all directions, just as it pleased him. Not till morning came did the storm grow weary and lie down to rest. "Now you shall have peace for a time," he said. "I will take a rest till we have the spring cleaning. Then we can have another turn together, that is, if there are any of you left by then." And the leaves lay down to rest, and spread themselves like a thick carpet over the whole land. The Anemones felt that it had become pleasantly warm. "Can it be my Lady Spring already?" they asked each other. "I haven't got my buds ready," shouted one of them. "Nor I, nor I," cried the others in one voice. But one of them took courage and peeped out over the earth. "Good morning," cried the withered beech leaves. "It is a little too early, little lady. I hope you will be none the worse for it." "Isn't it my Lady Spring?" inquired the Anemone. "Not yet," answered the beech leaves. "It is only the green beech leaves that you were so angry with last summer. The green has gone from us, so we have no great finery to boast of now. We have enjoyed our youth and had our fling, I can tell you, and now we lie here and protect all the little flowers in the earth against the winter." "And meanwhile I stand shivering in all my bare boughs," said the beech peevishly. The Anemones talked it over one to another down below in the earth, and thought it was grand. "Those grand beech leaves," they said. "Mind you remember this next summer when I burst into leaf," said the beech. "We will, we will," whispered the Anemones. But that sort of promise is easily made and easily broken. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 8. Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten. Chapter 48. The Weeds, by Carl Ewald. It was a beautiful, fruitful season. Rain and sunshine came by turns, just as it was best for the corn. As soon as ever the farmer began to think that things were rather dry, you might depend upon it that next day it would rain. And when he thought that he had rain enough, the clouds broke at once, just as if they were under his command. So the farmer was in a good humor, and he did not grumble as he usually does. He looked pleased and cheerful as he walked over the field with his two boys. "It will be a splendid harvest this year," he said. "I shall have my barns full, and shall make a pretty penny, and then Jack and Will shall have some new trousers, and I'll let them come with me to market." "If you don't cut me soon, farmer, I shall sprawl on the ground," said the Rye, and she bowed her heavy ear quite down towards the earth. The farmer could not hear her talking, but he could see what was in her mind, and so he went home to fetch his scythe. "It is a good thing to be in the service of man," said the Rye. "I can be quite sure that all my grain will be well cared for. Most of it will go to the mill, not that that proceeding is so very enjoyable, but in that way it will be made into beautiful new bread, and one must put up with something for the sake of honor. The rest the farmer will save, and sow next year in his field." At the side of the field, along the hedge, and the bank above the ditch, stood the weeds. There were dense clumps of them, thistle and burdock, poppy and harebell and dandelion, and all their heads were full of seed. It had been a fruitful year for them also, for the sun shines and the rain falls just as much on the poor weed as on the rich corn. "No one comes and mows us down and carries us to a barn," said the dandelion, and he shook his head, but very cautiously, so that the seeds should not fall before their time. "But what will become of all our children?" "It gives me a headache to think about it," said the poppy. "Here I stand with hundreds and hundreds of seeds in my head, and I haven't the faintest idea where I shall drop them." "Let us ask the Rye to advise us," answered the burdock, and so they asked the Rye what they should do. "When one is well off, one had better not meddle with other people's business," answered the Rye. "I will only give you one piece of advice. Take care you don't throw your stupid seed onto the field, for then you will have to settle accounts with me." The advice did not help the wild flowers at all, and the whole day they stood pondering what they should do. When the sun set they shut up their petals and went to sleep, but the whole night through they were dreaming about their seed, and next morning they had found a plan. The poppy was the first to wake. She cautiously opened some little trap doors at the top of her head, so that the sun could shine right in on the seeds. Then she called to the morning breeze, who was running and playing along the hedge. "Little breeze," she said in friendly tones, "will you do me a service?" "Yes, indeed," said the breeze. "I shall be glad to have something to do." "It is the merest trifle," said the poppy. "All I want of you is to give a good shake to my stalk, so that my seeds may fly out of the trap doors." "All right," said the breeze, and the seeds flew out in all directions. The stalk snapped, it is true, but the poppy did not mind about that, for when one has provided for one's children, one has really nothing more to do in the world. "Good bye," said the breeze, and would have run on farther. "Wait a moment," said the poppy. "Promise me first that you will not tell the others, else they might get hold of the same idea, and then there will be less room for my seeds." "I am mute as the grave," answered the breeze, running off. "Ho, ho!" said the harebell. "Haven't you time to do me a little tiny service?" "Well," said the breeze, "what is it?" "I merely wanted to ask you to give me a little shake," said the harebell. "I have opened some trap doors in my head, and I should like to have my seed sent a good way off into the world. But you mustn't tell the others, or else they might think of doing the same thing." "Oh, of course not," said the breeze, laughing. "I shall be as dumb as a stone wall." And then she gave the flower a good shake and went on her way. Little breeze," called the dandelion, "whither away so fast?" "Is there anything the matter with you too?" asked the breeze. "Oh, nothing at all," answered the dandelion. "Only I should like a few words with you." "Well, be quick then," said the breeze, "for I am thinking seriously of lying down and having a rest." "You cannot help seeing," said the Dandelion, "what a fix we are in this year to get all our seeds put out in the world. For, of course, one wishes to do what one can for one's children. What is to happen to the harebell and the poppy and the poor burdock, I really don't know. But the thistle and I have put our heads together, and we have hit on a plan. Only we must have you to help us." "That makes 4 of them," thought the Breeze, and could not help laughing out loud. "What are you laughing at?" asked the Dandelion. "I saw you whispering just now to the harebell and poppy, but if you breathe a word to them, I won't tell you anything." "Why, of course not," said the Breeze. "I am mute as a fish. What is it you want?" "We have set up a pretty little umbrella on the top of our seeds. It is the sweetest little plaything imaginable. If you will only blow a little on me, the seeds will fly into the air and fall down wherever you please. Will you do so?" "Certainly," said the Breeze. And "oosh!" it went over the thistle and the dandelion and carried all the seeds with it into the cornfield. The burdock still stood and pondered. Its head was rather thick, and that was why it waited so long. But in the evening a hare leapt over the hedge. "Hide me! Save me!" he cried. "The farmer's dog Trusty is after me." "You can creep behind the hedge," said the burdock. "Then I will hide you." "You don't look to me much good for that job," said the hare. "But in time of need one must help oneself as one can." And so he got in safety behind the hedge. "Now you may repay me by taking some of my seeds with you over into the cornfield," said the burdock, and it broke off some of its many heads and fixed them on the hare. A little later Trusty came trotting up to the hedge. "Here's the dog," whispered the burdock, and with one spring the hare leapt over the hedge and into the rye. "Haven't you seen the hare, burdock?" asked Trusty. "I see I have got too old to go on hunting. I am quite blind in one eye, and I have completely lost my scent." "Yes, I have seen him," answered the burdock, "and if you will do me a service, I will show you where he is." Trusty agreed, and the burdock fastened some heads on his back and said to him, "If you will only rub yourself against the stile there in the cornfield, my seeds will fall off. But you must not look for the hare there, for a little while ago I saw him run into the wood." Trusty dropped the burrs on the field and trotted into the wood. "Well, I've got my seeds put out in the world all right," said the burdock, and laughed as if much pleased with himself. "But it is impossible to say what will become of the thistle and the dandelion and the harebell and the poppy." Spring had come round once more, and the rye stood high already. "We are pretty well off on the whole," said the rye plants. "Here we stand in a great company, and not one of us but belongs to our own noble family, and we don't get in each other's way in the very least. It is a grand thing to be in the service of man. But one fine day a crowd of little poppies and thistles and dandelions and burdocks and harebells poked up their heads above ground, all amongst the flourishing rye. "What does this mean?" asked the rye. "Where in the world are you sprung from?" And the poppy looked at the harebell and asked, "Where do you come from?" And the thistle looked at the burdock and asked, "Where in the world have you come from?" They were all equally astonished, and it was an hour before they had explained. But the rye was the angriest, and when she had heard all about Trusty and the hare and the breeze she grew quite wild. "Thank heaven the farmer shot the hare last autumn," she said. "And Trusty, fortunately, is also dead, the old scamp. So I am at peace, as far as they are concerned. But how dare the breeze promise to drop the seeds of the weeds in the farmer's cornfield?" "Don't be in such a passion, you green rye," said the breeze, who had been lying behind the hedge and hearing everything. "I ask no one's permission, but do as I like. And now I'm going to make you bow to me." Then she passed over the young rye, and the thin blades swayed backwards and forwards. "You see," she said, "the farmer attends to his rye, because that is his business. But the rain and the sun and I, we attend to all of you without respect of persons. To our eyes the poor weed is just as pretty as the rich corn." The farmer now came out to look at his rye, and when he saw the weeds in the cornfield he scratched his head with vexation and began to growl. "It's that scurvy wind that's done this," he said to Jack and Will, as they stood by his side with their hands in the pockets of their new trousers. But the breeze flew towards them and knocked all their caps off their heads and rolled them far away to the road. The farmer and the two boys ran after them. but the wind ran faster than they did. It finished up by rolling the caps into the village pond, and the farmer and the boys had to stand a long time fishing for them before they got them out. End of chapter 48.
Chapter number 49 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by The Story Girl. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, by William Patten. Chapter number 49, Some Voices from the Kitchen Garden, by Mrs. Alfred Gaddy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 neatly raked kitchen garden beds, 4 of them side by side, with a pathway between. The 5th a narrow slip, heading the others, and close to the gravel walk, as it was for succession crops of mustard and cress, which are often wanted in a hurry for breakfast or tea. Most people have stood by such beds in their own kitchen gardens on soft spring mornings and evenings, and looked for the coming up of the seeds which either they or the gardener had sown. Radishes in one, for instance, and of all 3 sorts: white turnip, red turnip, and long-tailed. Carrots in another, and this bed had been dug very deep indeed, subsoil digging, as it were, 2 spades' depth, that the roots might strike freely down. Onions in another, beets in the 4th, both the golden and red varieties, while the narrow slip was half mustard and half cress. Such was the plan here, at least, and here for a time all the seeds lay sleeping, as it seemed. For as the long smooth raked beds stretched out dark and bare under the stars, they betrayed no symptoms of anything going on within. Nevertheless, there was no sleeping in the case. The little seed grains were fulfilling the law of their being, each after its kind, the grains, all but their inner germs, decaying, the germs swelling and growing, till they rose out of their cradles and made their way through their earthen cover lid to the light of day. They did not all come up quite together, of course, nor all quite alike, but as to the time, the gardener had made his arrangements so cleverly that none was very far behind his neighbor. And as to the difference of shape in the first young leaves, what could it signify? It is true that young mustards were round and thick, the cresses oval and pointed, the carrots were mere green threads, the onions sharp little blades, while the beets had an odd stainy look. But they all woke up to the same life and enjoyment, and were all greeted with friendly welcome as they appeared, by the dew and light and sunshine and breezes so necessary to them all. "I find I get deeper and deeper into the soil every day," remarked the carrot. "I shall be, I don't know how long, at last. I have been going down regularly, quite straight, for weeks. Then I am tapering off to a long point at the end, in the most beautiful proportions possible. A grub told me the other day this was perfection, and I believe he was right. That mischievous vagabond grub, you see. I knew what it was to live near the surface in my young days," the carrot went on, "but never felt solid enjoyment till I struck deeply down, where all is so rich and warm. This is really being firmly established and satisfactory to oneself, though still progressing, I hope, for I don't see why there should be a limit. Pray tell me, neighbors," added he, good-naturedly enough, "how it fares with all the rest of you. I should like to know that your roots are as long and slim and orange-colored as mine, doing as well, in fact, and sinking as far down. I wish us to be all perfect alike. Perfection is the great thing to try for."
"When you are sure you are trying in the right way,"
sneered a voice from the neighboring radish bed. The red and white turnip variety were always satirical.
"But if the long, slim, orange-colored roots, striking deep into the earth, are your idea of perfection, I advise you to begin life over again. Dear me, I wish you had consulted us before. Why, we stopped going down long ago, and have been spreading out sideways and all ways into stout, round, solid balls ever since, close white flesh throughout, inside, and not orange, but red without."
"White, he means," shouted another.
"Red, I call it,"
repeated the first.
"but no matter, certainly not orange."
"And certainly not orange," cried they all.
"So,"
continued the first speaker,
"we are quite concerned to hear you ramble on about growing longer and longer, and strongly advise you to keep your own counsel and not mention it to anyone else. We are friends, you know, and can be trusted, but you really must leave off wasting your powers and energy in the dark inside of the ground, out of everybody's sight and knowledge. Come to the surface and make the most of it as we do, and then you'll be a credit to your friends. Roll yourself up into a firm round ball as fast as you can. You won't find it hard if you once begin. You have only to—"
"Let me put in a word first," interrupted one of the long-tailed radishes in the same bed. "For it is of no use to go out of one extreme and into another, which you are on the high road to do if you are disposed to take Mr. Roundhead's advice, who, by the way, ought to be ashamed of forcing his very peculiar views upon his neighbors. Just look at us. We always strike moderately down, so we know it's the right thing to do. And that solid round balls are the most unnatural and useless things in the world. But on the other hand, my dear friend, we have learned where to stop, and a great secret it is, but one I fear you know nothing about at present, so the sooner you make yourself acquainted with it the better. There's a limit to everything but folly, even to striking deep into the soil. And as to the soil being better so very far down, nobody can believe it, for why should it be? The great art is to make the most of what is at hand, as we do. Time enough to go into the depths when you have used up what is so much easier got at. The man who gathered some of us yesterday called out, 'These are just right.' So I leave you to judge whether some other people we know of must not be wrong."
"You rather overwhelm me, I own,"
mused the carrot.
"Though it's remarkable you counselors should not agree among yourselves. Is it possible, however, that I have been making a great mistake all my life? What lost time to look back upon! Yet a ball? No, no, not a ball. I don't think I could grow into a solid round ball were I to try forever." "Not having tried, how can you tell?"
whispered the turnip radish persuasively.
"But you never will if you listen to our old-fashioned friend next door, who has been halting between two opinions all his life, will neither make an honest fat lump of it as I do, nor plunge down deep and taper with you. But nothing can be done without an effort, certainly no change."
"That is true," murmured the carrot, rather sadly.
"But I am too old for further efforts myself. Mistake or no mistake, my fate is fixed. I am too far down to get up again, that's certain. But some of the young ones may try. Do you hear, dears? Some of you, stop short if you can, and grow out sideways and all ways into stout, round, solid balls."
"Oh, nonsense about round balls!" cried the long-tailed radish in disgust. "What will the world come to if this folly goes on? Listen to me, youngsters, I beg. Go to a moderate depth, and be content. And if you want something to do, Throw out a few fibers for amusement. You're firm enough without them, I know, but the employment will pass away time."
"There are strange delusions abroad just now,"
remarked the onions to each other.
"Do you hear all this talk about shape and way of growth? And everybody in the dark on the subject, though they seem to be quite unconscious of the fact themselves. That fellow chattered about solid balls, as if there was no such thing as bulbs, growing layer upon layer, and coat over coat at all. Of course, the very long orange gentleman with his tapering root is the most wrong of the whole party. But I doubt if Mr. Roundhead is much wiser when he speaks of close white flesh inside, and red, of all ridiculous nonsense, without. Where are their flaky skins, I should like to know? Who is ever to peel them, I wonder? Poor things! I can't think how they got into such ways. How tough and obstinate they must be! I wish we lived nearer. We would teach them a little better than that, and show them what to do." "I have lived near you long enough,"
grumbled a deep red beet in the next bed.
"And you have never taught me. Neither shall you, if I can help it. A pretty instructor you would be, who think it ridiculous to be red. I suppose you can't grow red yourself, and so abuse the color out of spite. Now, I flatter myself I am red inside as well as out, so I suppose I am more ridiculous than your friend who contrives to keep himself white within, according to his own account, but I doubt the fact. There, there, it is a folly to be angry, so I say no more. Except this, get red as fast as you can. You live in the same soil that I do, and ought to be able."
"Oh, don't call it red," exclaimed a golden beet, who was of a gentle turn of mind. "It is but a pale tint after all, and surely rather amber than red, and perhaps that was what the long-tailed orange gentleman meant."
"Perhaps it was, for perhaps he calls red orange as you call it amber," answered the redder beet. "Anyhow, he has rather more sense than our neighbor here, with his layer upon layer, and coat over coat, and flaky skin over all. Think of wasting time in such fiddle-faddle proceedings. Grow a good, honest, fleshy substance, and have done with it, and let people see you know what life is capable of. I always look at results. It is something to get such a body as I do out of the surrounding soil. That is living to some purpose, I consider. Nobody makes more of their opportunities than I do, I flatter myself, or has more to show for their pains, and a great future must be in store."
"Do you hear them? Oh, do you hear them?" whispered the cress to her neighbor, the mustard. There had been several crops, and this was one of the last. "Do you hear how they all talk together of their growth and their roots and their bulbs and size and color and shape? It makes me quite unhappy, for I am doing nothing like that myself. Nothing, nothing, though I live in the same soil. What is to be done? What do you do? Do you grow great white solid balls, or long orange tapering roots, or thick red flesh, or bulbs with layer upon layer and coat over coat? Some of them talked of just throwing out a few fibers as a mere amusement to pass away time, and this is all I ever do for business. There will never be a great future in store for me. Do speak to me, but whisper what you say, for I shame to be heard or thought of."
"I grow only fibers too,"
groaned the mustard in reply.
"But I would spread every way and always if I could, downwards and upwards and sideways and always like the rest. I wish I had never been sown. Better never be sown and grown than sown and grown to such trifling purpose.
We are wretched indeed. But there must be injustice somewhere. The soil must give them what it refuses to us."
"Or we are weak and helpless, and cannot take in what it offers," suggested the cress. "Alas, that we should have been sown only to be useless and unhappy." And they wept the evening through. But they alone were not unhappy. The carrot had become uneasy, and could follow his natural tastes no longer in comfort, for thinking that he ought to be a solid round ball, white inside and red without. The onion had sore misgivings that the beet might be right after all, and a good honest mass of red flesh be more worth labouring for than the pale coat within coat growth in which he had indulged. It did seem a waste of trouble, a fiddle-faddle plan of life, he feared. Perhaps he had not gone down far enough in the soil. Someone talked of growing fibres for amusement. He had certainly not come to that. They were necessary to his support. He couldn't hold fast without them. Other people were more independent than he was, perhaps wiser. Alas! And yet the beet himself was not quite easy, for talk as he would, what he had called fiddle-faddle seemed ingenious when he thought it over, and he would like to have persuaded himself that he grew layer upon layer too, but it wouldn't do. Perhaps, in fact, the bold little turnip radishes alone, from their solid, substantial growth, were the only ones free from misgivings, and believed that everybody ought to do as they did themselves. What a disturbance there was, to be sure! And it got worse and worse, and they called on the winds and fleeting clouds, the sun and moon and stars above their heads, to stay their course a while and declare who was right and who was wrong, who was using, who abusing his gifts and powers, who was making the most, who least of the life and opportunities they all enjoyed, whose system was the one the rest must all strive to follow, the one only right. But they called and asked in vain, till one evening the clouds which had been gathering above the garden for days began to come down in rain, and sank swiftly into the ground where it had been needed for long. Whereupon there was a general cry, "Here comes a messenger! Now we shall hear!" as if they thought no one could have any business in the world but to settle their disputes. So out came the old inquiries again. Who was right? Who was wrong? Who had got hold of the true secret? But the cress made no inquiry at all, only shook with fright under the rain. For, thought she, the hour of my shame and degradation is come. Poor useless creature that I am, I shall never more hold up my head. As to the carrot, into whose well-dug bed the rain found easiest entrance, and sank deepest, he held forth in most eloquent style upon the whole affair, how it was started, and what he had said, how much he had once hoped, how much he now feared. Now the raindrops did not care to answer in a hurry, but as they came dropping gently down, they murmured, "Peace, peace, peace," all over the beds. And truly they seemed to bring peace with them as they fell, so that a calm sank all around, and then the murmur proceeded. "Poor little atoms in a boundless kingdom, each one of you bearing a part towards its fullness of perfection, each one of you endowed with gifts and powers especially your own, each one of you good after its kind. How came these cruel misgivings and heart-burnings among you? Are the tops of the mountains wrong because they cannot grow corn like the valleys? Are the valleys wrong because they cannot soar into the skies? Does the brook flow in vain because it cannot spread out like the sea? Is the sea only right because its waters only are salt? Each good after its kind, each bearing a part in the full perfection of the kingdom which is boundless, the plan which is harmony. Peace, peace, peace upon all." nor was it broken again. Only once or twice that year, when the carrots were gathered, there came up the strangest growths, thick distorted lumps that had never struck properly down. The gardener wondered and was vexed, for he prided himself on the digging of the carrot bed.
"Anything that had had any sense might have gone down into it, he was sure,"
he said. And he was not far wrong. But you see, the carrot had had no sense when he began to speculate and tried to be something he was not intended to be. Yet the poor clumsy thing was not quite useless after all, for just as the gardener was about to fling it angrily away, he recollected that the cook might use it for soup, though it could not be served up at table, such a shape as it was. And this was exactly what she did. End of chapter 49. Recording by the Story Girl. Chapter number 50 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by the Story Girl. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, by William Patten. Chapter number 50, The Wind and the Flowers, by Mrs. Alfred Gatty.
"What a fuss is made about you, my dear little friends,"
murmured the wind one day to the flowers in a pretty villa garden.
"I am really quite surprised at your submitting so patiently and meekly to all the troublesome things that are done to you. I have been watching your friend the gardener for some time to-day, and now that he is gone at last, I am quite curious to hear what you think and feel about your unnatural bringing up."
"Is it unnatural?" inquired a beautiful convolvulus major, from the top of a tapering fir pole, up which she had crept, and from which her velvet flowers hung suspended like purple gems.
"I smile at your question,"
was the answer of the wind.
"You surely cannot suppose that in a natural state you would be forced to climb regularly up one tall bare stick, such as I see you upon now. Oh dear no! Your cousin, the wild convolvulus, whom I left in the fields this morning, does no such thing, I assure you. She runs along and climbs about just as the whim takes her. Sometimes she takes a turn upon the ground, sometimes she enters a hedge, and plays at bo-peep with the birds in the thorn and nut trees, twisting here, curling there, and at last, perhaps, coming out at the top, and overhanging the edge with a canopy of green leaves and pretty white flowers. A very different sort of life from yours, with a gardener always after you, trimming you in one place and fastening up a stray tendril in another, and fidgeting you all along, a sort of perpetual mustn't go here, mustn't go there. Poor thing, I quite feel for you. Still, I must say, you make me smile, for you look so proud and self-conscious of beauty all the time that one would think you did not know in what a ridiculous and dependent position you are placed."
Now the convolvulus was quite abashed by the words of the wind, for she was conscious of feeling very conceited that morning, in consequence of having heard the gardener say something very flattering about her beauty, so she hung down her rich bell-flowers rather lower than usual, and made no reply. But the carnation put in her word. "What you say about the convolvulus may be true enough, but it cannot apply to me. I am not aware that I have any poor relations in this country, and I myself certainly require all the care that is bestowed upon me. This climate is both too cold and too damp for me. My young plants require heat, or they would not live, and the pots we are kept in protect us from those cruel wire-worms who delight to destroy our roots."
"Oh," cried the Wind, "our friend the Carnation is quite profound and learned in her remarks, and I admit the justice of all she says about damp and cold and wire-worms, but—"
and here the Wind gave a low-toned whistle as he took a turn round the flower-bed.
"But what I maintain, my dear, is, that when you are once strong enough and old enough to be placed in the soil, those gardeners ought to let you grow and flourish as nature prompts, and as you would do were you left alone. But no, they must always be clipping and trimming and twisting up every leaf that strays aside out of the trim pattern they have chosen for you to grow in. Why not allow your silver tufts to luxuriate in a natural manner? Why must every single flower be tied up by its delicate neck to a stick the moment it begins to open? Really, with your natural grace and beauty, I think you might be trusted to yourself a little more."
And the Carnation began to think so too, and her color turned deeper as a feeling of indignation arose within her at the childish treatment to which she had been subjected. "With my natural grace and beauty," repeated she to herself, "they might certainly trust me to myself a little more." Still the rose-tree stood out that there must be some great advantages in a gardener's care, for she could not pretend to be ignorant of her own superiority to all her wild relations in the woods. What a difference in size, in color, and in fragrance! Then the Wind assured the Rose he never meant to dispute the advantage of her living in a rich-soiled garden. Only there was a natural way of growing, even in a garden, and he thought it a great shame for the gardeners to force the rose-tree into an unnatural way, curtailing all the energies of her nature. What could be more outrageous, for example, than to see one rose growing in the shape of a bush on the top of the stem of another?
"Think of all the pruning necessary," cried he, "to keep the poor thing in the round shape so much admired. And what is the matter with the beautiful straggling branches, that they are to be cut off as fast as they appear? Why not allow the healthy rose-tree its free and glorious growth? Can it be too large or too luxuriant? Can its flowers be too numerous? Oh, rose-tree, you know your own surpassing merits too well to make you think this possible."
And so she did, and a new light seemed to dawn upon her as she recollected the spring and autumnal prunings she regularly underwent, and the quantities of little branches that were yearly cut from her sides and carried away in a wheelbarrow. "It is a cruel and monstrous system, I fear," said she. Then the Wind took another frolic round the garden, and made up to the large white lily, into whose refined ear he whispered a doubt as to the necessity or advantage of her thick, powerful stem being propped up against a stupid, ugly stick. He really grieved to see it. Did that lovely creature suppose that nature, who had done so much for her that the fame of her beauty extended throughout the world, had yet left her so weak and feeble that she could not support herself in the position most calculated to give her ease and pleasure?
"Always this tying up and restraint," pursued the Wind with an angry puff. "Perhaps I am prejudiced, but as to be deprived of freedom would be to me absolute death, so my soul revolts from every shape and phase of slavery."
"Not more than mine does," cried the proud white lily, leaning as heavily as she could against the strip of matting that tied her to her stick. But it was of no use, she could not get free, and the Wind only shook his sides and laughed spitefully as he left her, and then rambled away to talk the same shallow philosophy to the honeysuckle that was trained up against a wall. Indeed, not a flower escaped his mischievous suggestions. He murmured among them all, laughed the trim-cut box edges to scorn, maliciously hoped the sweet peas enjoyed growing in a circle, and running up a quantity of crooked sticks, and told the flowers generally that he should report their unheard-of submission and meek obedience wherever he went. Then the white lily called out to him in great wrath, and told him he mistook their characters altogether. They only submitted to these degrading restraints because they could not help themselves. But if he would lend them his powerful aid, they might free themselves from at least a part of the unnatural bonds which enthralled them. To which the wicked wind, seeing that his temptations had succeeded, replied in great glee that he would do his best, and so he went away, chuckling at the discontent he had caused. All that night the pretty silly flowers bewailed their slavish condition, and longed for release and freedom, and at last they began to be afraid that the wind had only been jesting with them, and that he would never come to help them, as he had promised. However, they were mistaken, for at the edge of the dawn there began to be a sighing and a moaning in the distant woods, and by the time the sun was up, the clouds were driving fast along the sky, and the trees were bending about in all directions, for the wind had returned. Only now he had come in his roughest and wildest mood, knocking over everything before him. "Now is your time, pretty flowers," shouted he as he approached the garden, and "Now is our time," echoed the flowers tremulously, as, with a sort of fearful pleasure, they awaited his approach. He managed the affair very cleverly, it must be confessed. Making a sort of eddying circuit round the garden, he knocked over the convolvulus pole, tore the strips from the stick that held up the white lily, loosed all the carnation flowers from their fastenings, broke the rose tree down, and levelled the sweet peas to the ground. In short, in 1/2 hour he desolated the pretty garden, and when his work was accomplished he flew off. Meanwhile, how fared it with the flowers? The wind was scarcely gone before a sudden and heavy rain followed, so that all was confusion for some time. But towards the evening the weather cleared up, and our friends began to look around them. The white lily still stood somewhat upright, though no friendly pole supported her juicy stem. But alas! it was only by a painful effort she could hold herself in that position. The wind and the weight of rain had bent her forward once beyond her strength, and there was a slight crack in one part of the stalk, which told her that she must soon double over and trail upon the ground. The convolvulus fared still worse. The garden bed sloped towards the south, and when our friend was laid on the earth, her pole having fallen, her lovely flowers were choked up by the wet soil which drained towards her. She felt the muddy weight as it soaked into her beautiful velvet bells, and could have cried for grief. She could never free herself from this nuisance. Oh, that she were once more climbing up the friendly fir pole! The honeysuckle escaped no better, and the carnation was ready to die of vexation at finding that her coveted freedom had levelled her to the dirt. Before the day closed, the gardener came whistling from his farm work to look over his pretty charges. He expected to see a few drooping flowers, and to find that 1 or 2 fastenings had given way. But for the sight that awaited him, he was not prepared at all. Struck dumb with astonishment, he never spoke at first, but kept lifting up the heads of the trailing, dirtied flowers in succession. Then at last he broke out into words of absolute sorrow. "And to think of my mistress and the young lady coming home so soon, and that nothing can be done to these poor things for a fortnight, because of the corn harvest. It's all over with them, I fear." And the gardener went his way. Alas, what he said was true, and before many days had passed, the shattered carnations were rotted with lying in the wet and dirt on the ground. The white lily was languishing discolored on its broken stalk. The convolvulus flowers could no longer be recognized, they were so coated over with mud stains. The honeysuckle was trailing along among battered sweet peas, who never could succeed in shaking the soil from their fragrant heads. And though the rose tree had sent out a few straggling branches, she soon discovered that they were far too weak to bear flowers, nay, almost to support themselves, so that they added neither to her beauty nor her comfort. Weeds, meanwhile, sprang up, and a dreary confusion reigned in the once orderly and brilliant little garden. At length, one day before the fortnight was over, the house-dog was heard to bark his noisy welcome, and servants bustled to and fro. The mistress had returned, and the young lady was with her, and hurried at once to her favourite garden. She came bounding towards the well-known spot with a song of joyous delight, but on reaching it, suddenly stopped short, and in a minute after burst into a flood of tears. Presently, with sorrowing steps, she bent her way round the flower-beds, weeping afresh at every one she looked at. And then she sat down upon the lawn and hid her face in her hands. In this position she remained until a gentle hand was laid upon her shoulder. "This is a sad sight indeed, my darling," said her mother's voice.
"I am not thinking about the garden, mamma,"
replied the young girl, without lifting up her face.
"We can plant new flowers and tie up even some of these afresh. I am thinking that now, at last, I understand what you say about the necessity of training and restraint and culture, for us as well as for the flowers. The wind has torn away these poor things from their fastenings, and they are growing wild whichever way they please, and I might perhaps once have argued that if it were their natural way of growing, it must therefore be the best. But I cannot say so now I see the result. They are doing whatever they like, unrestrained, and the end is, my beautiful garden is turned into a wilderness."
End of chapter number 50. Recording by The Story Girl.
Chapter 51 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, by William Patten. Chapter 51. Phil's Adventures Among the Animals. Introduction by William Patten. Phil, the little 7-year-old boy who makes the acquaintance of different animals in these stories, had an attack of brain fever at the orphanage, where he had been taken after the death of his father and mother. It was while he was ill, and the matron and boys were hunting for him, that he thought he wandered away and, under the guidance of Mother Nature, made the acquaintance of a lot of new friends. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten. Chapter 52. At Home with the Beavers, by Lillian M. Gask. The air was as warm as summer, and the murmur of the big brown velvet bee that hovered over a purple flower made Phil think of the garden at home. A tiny humming-bird, gleaming against the windows like a spot of fire, flashed quickly past him, and lingered for a moment on a swaying branch. She had travelled nearly 4,000 miles on those small wings of hers to reach her summer quarters, and even now was not at her journey's end. Phil turned his head to look at her, and as he did so he found to his great joy that his stiff white collar had disappeared. So too had the drab serge suit and the clumsy hobnailed boots that had hurt him so. Instead, he wore a single garment of some soft brown, the colour of earth, girdled by a broad green belt that felt like velvet. His feet were bare, and as he buried them in the thick grass in which he lay, he sighed with pleasure. "Good morning," remarked someone in rather hoarse tones close at his elbow, and one of the quaint animals he had seen the night before shuffled awkwardly towards him with what was evidently intended for a pleasant smile. Mother Beaver, Nature had called her, he remembered, and he had a dim idea that she had offered to take him under her care until he knew his way about the forests. He sat up now so that he might see her better, for in the daylight she looked stranger still. Her body, nearly 3 feet long, was covered with glossy hair, her tail was paddle-shaped and smooth, while her strong white tusks would have given her quite a fierce expression but for her twinkling eyes. These were very bright and most inquisitive, as if she found him quite as curious as he did her. "Good morning," she repeated with friendly emphasis, as Phil tried in vain to think of something to say. "Where are your manners, young man? Haven't you learnt yet that it is impolite to stare?" "I beg your pardon," said Phil, smiling shyly at her. "I never knew that animals could speak until last night, and it's rather startling at first, you know. Do you mind telling me where I am?" "In North America, on the banks of one of its swiftest rivers," she returned proudly. "You are coming to school with me, I hear. I hope you are quick and industrious. We have too many idlers already, and there's any amount of work to be done before the autumn. I dare say you're as bright as any, if the truth were told. Can you swim?" Phil nodded joyfully. An old sailor had taught him during a long, happy summer he had spent by the sea, and had been quite proud of his pupil. "Not that it would matter if you had never learnt," said Mother Beaver, struck by a sudden thought, "for Nature has made you an exception to all her rules. What is an exception? Well, you must wait until Father Beaver comes if you want it properly explained, but it means that while you are Nature's guest you will be allowed to do all those things that a small boy wouldn't be able to do in the usual way, such as breathe under water, for instance, as you will in a moment, when you come to my winter home. You will change your size, too, without knowing anything about it, just when and where it is most convenient, so that you can sit in nests or run down burrows as easily as the creatures to which they belong. And you'll never feel hungry unless there is something near that you can eat, or thirsty unless you are within easy distance of a stream. In short, my dear, Nature has been particularly kind to you for this 1 year. After that you will be just an ordinary boy again." Phil was rather bewildered. It sounded much too wonderful to be true, but Mother Beaver seemed quite in earnest. "Are you ready?" she said. "Then follow me. We're going to my winter lodge, where my young ones are still waiting for me. Their father and I only left it this morning to look round, for spring comes suddenly here in the north, and a day or 2 ago it was quite cold. The flowers are in bloom, the bees say, before they have time to notice their buds, and the trees spread out their leaves in a single night. The winter has only just gone." Phil followed her to the water's edge through clumps of rushes, and saw before him a cluster of dome-shaped houses like giant thimbles in the centre of the stream. Many were some feet above the surface of the water. They were covered with a smooth coating of hard mud, and so far as he could see they had no entrance. "Did you make those?" he asked, as she led him on to the dam, so that he might get a better view of them. He was amazed that such an insignificant creature as the Beaver could build such fortresses. "Of course we did," she answered in matter-of-fact tones. "Yes, they took a long time, but we worked together and worked with a will. The walls, you'll notice, are more than 6 feet thick. They have to be very strong," she added mysteriously. Phil wanted to ask her why, but she seemed so troubled that he said, "How do you get in?" instead. "Take a header and see," she told him, splashing from the dam and diving straight down. with Phil behind her, until they reached the deep projection, or angle as it is called, beneath which lay the entrance to her own particular home. It was very near the bed of the river, where the frost would not be likely to reach, even in bitter weather. "Here we are," she cried, shaking the water off her tail as she scrambled through. Phil noticed that she was as agile in the water as she was clumsy on land, and that 2 toes on each foot were webbed. Inside the winter house were 3 young Beavers, all very wide awake and covered with brown and glossy fur. Their 3 little beds were nicely arranged along the side of the wall, while 2 vacant ones, somewhat larger, and belonging to Father and Mother Beaver, were on the other side. The center of the chamber was left free to move about in, and was so beautifully clean that Phil was sure Mother Beaver would be as particular about muddy boots as the matron at school. He was very glad he had left his behind him. Bare feet were much more comfortable. "Yes, my children," Mother Beaver was saying, as she patted each affectionately, "the time has come for us to go to the woods. Your father is exploring now, so that he may know where you can find the juiciest roots, and how far it is safe to venture. He will meet us before dusk." She busied herself in smoothing their fur, while they stared hard at Phil. Under their shining chestnut hair was a thick soft coat of grayish brown, and Mother Beaver seemed very anxious that this should lie quite flat. "They're very thin," she said regretfully, "but then it has been a long winter, and our larder is nearly empty. We live on bark entirely when we are down here," she explained to Phil, as she made sure that all was straight before she left. "We find it very nourishing and tasty, though you might think it dry. Before the frosts come we lop off branches of willows and other trees, and sink them under layers of stones close to our houses. Last fall we laid in a larger supply than usual, for we knew the spring would be late in coming, but our neighbors had such enormous appetites that it soon went. Our neighbors? Yes, they live on the other side of our lodge, but we don't visit. It isn't our way." With a last look round she left the winter house, and though Phil swam more quickly than he had ever done before, she and her young ones were first on the river bank. "But we're good friends," she went on. Phil shook himself, as she had done, and noticed with pleasure that his brown coat was dry in a moment. "And always work together in building or repairing our dams and houses. That's why they call us social Beavers. Some cousins of ours, there are not many of them, I believe, live quite alone." The young Beavers had a fine time of it that bright spring day. Phil found them most amusing playfellows, for when they had satisfied their hunger on succulent roots and tender shoots, they were quite ready for any game that he suggested. They were all in the highest spirits when Father Beaver came on the scene. He was thinner than any of them, and much more serious. Phil was inclined to be frightened of him at first, but soon found him as kindly as the rest. He smoothed Phil's hair for him as if he were a son of his own, and asked to look at his teeth. He remarked thoughtfully, "they won't be much use for felling trees, but I dare say you can help us in other ways. We must set to work in the early summer," he continued, turning to Mother Beaver, "for there is a lot of rebuilding to be done this fall." "Rebuilding?" echoed Phil. He had loved his bricks, and to make castles in the sand. Building those dome-shaped houses must be great fun. "Certainly," replied Father Beaver. "Our dam must be enlarged and a new lodge put up. We shall want all the help we can get. Later on, when we have got up our strength, we must begin to cut those saplings." Phil was feeling rather tired, so, while the young Beavers started another game, he sat with their parents, trying to understand what they meant when they spoke of "it." "I feel sure it is somewhere about," said Father Beaver moodily. "I came across its traces 2 or 3 miles away." Mother Beaver sighed. "There is no use in borrowing trouble," she said. "We must keep a sharp lookout, and get our work done quickly. I'm glad now that we made those extra holes in the bank, though it did seem rather unnecessary at the time." "Those holes, my son," said Father Beaver, in answer to Phil's inquiry, "lead to the deep tunnels in which we take refuge when we are pursued by our enemies. There we are comparatively safe, but in the open country or in the woods, owing to our clumsy movements on land, we are at their mercy." His voice was gloomy, and it made Phil sad that such gentle animals as beavers had enemies.
"If they catch you, do they swing you up high and make you all sick and giddy?" he asked, with a vivid recollection of the terrors of the barn. "Worse," said the Beaver shortly. "The hunters trap and kill us for our valuable fur, and it, the Wolverine, actually eats us. This is why we go to so much trouble to make our houses secure, so that when the frost has hardened the thick layer of mud which we placed each fall over the thatch of stones and driftwood, neither teeth nor claws can penetrate the hard surface." Mother Beaver had shuffled off to her young ones, who were making up for the short commons of the winter by eating all the green shoots that came in their way. Their father, settling himself comfortably in the shelter of a low bush, invited Phil to sit beside him and have a chat. "You want to learn our ways," he said, looking at him indulgently. "They are easy to understand, for though we are more skilled in building perhaps than other creatures, it is chiefly for our industry that we are noted. Nature has taught us to think ahead and provide for the future. I suppose you know what thinking ahead means." "Not exactly," said Phil honestly, with a longing look at the young Beavers. The smallest of them appeared to have rolled himself into a round ball, and Phil couldn't help thinking what first-rate bats the others' broad tails would make. The Beaver drew back his wandering attention with a light flap of his tail. "One thing at a time," he counseled. "If I take the trouble to talk to you, the least you can do is to listen. About looking ahead. If you had looked ahead and learnt your geography the other day, instead of making paper boats in preparation time, you would have known that a continent wasn't a piece of land surrounded by water, and they wouldn't have called you—" "Don't say it," Phil entreated, and Father Beaver laughed and changed the subject. "The social Beavers to which we belong," he said, "live in small colonies, and work together for the general good. A certain number of us, whom hunters call the idlers, refuse to help at all, and are satisfied to live in tunnels instead of houses. These are usually sorry for their idleness when it is too late, for they are often captured by fur hunters, who know where to look for them, and easily dig them out. That is, if it does not find them first." "It?" questioned Phil, snuggling closer to Father Beaver, and speaking in an awed whisper. "The Wolverine," he amended. "My wife cannot bear the sound of his name when she is weak from fasting, so we call him It at this time of the year. He carried off our eldest daughter last summer. She was proud and wilful, and would not stay by her mother's side. She had a lovely tail." "Don't you think we should be settling in for the night?" asked Mother Beaver, bustling back to them with a delicate green bough from which she had stripped the leaves, as a titbit for Phil. She was surprised to hear that he was not hungry, until he reminded her how early that afternoon a dapper bee in a velvet coat had invited him to a feast of honey. The Queen of the Fairies might have envied him that meal, so exquisite were the flower cups in which he found it. "Of course, if you prefer honey to fresh bark," she said disappointedly. To please her, Phil nibbled one end of the bough, and found it very bitter. He was thankful when her thoughts were distracted to her young ones, whose coats had to be nicely smoothed before they went to bed. Ere long they were all curled up under the thorny branches of a wild briar. Phil crept in between them, and was soon asleep, while the two old Beavers watched in turn to see that all was well. The next few weeks were a delightful holiday for Phil. Day after day he roamed the woods with the gentle Beavers, making friends with the bees and squirrels, and finding out their haunts. Sometimes he caught brief glimpses of other creatures who glanced at him shyly and scampered off. He learned to keep a sharp lookout for the dreaded Wolverine, and was so curious to see him that he almost hoped that he might come. Nature had promised that nothing should harm him, and he would protect the Beavers. Father Beaver devoted many hours to his young visitor. He told him much about woodcraft, and how nature protected some of her weakest creatures against their foes by giving them the shape and color of their surroundings. The little brown twig on the bough before them, he pointed out, was in reality a caterpillar which birds would have devoured long since if he had attracted their attention. The small dead leaf among the vines was a gorgeous butterfly when he unfolded his wings, the undersides of which were a dingy brown. "You will find this wherever you go," said Father Beaver. "Nature always protects her own." "But how does she protect you and me?" Phil asked him curiously, only half understanding. "By giving us our wits," said the Beaver simply. "If you don't use them it is not her fault. When you grow up strong and wise and fearless, you will be able to protect others as well as yourself. As for us, it was she who first taught us how to build. But for her we should be at the mercy of the wolverine all through the winter, when he is fierce with hunger and very strong. There is the wildcat, too. Sometimes we hear her tearing at our roof and snarling with rage. It is a horrible sound to listen to on a still, dark night. Why didn't you stay in England? There are no wildcats or wolverines in the woods at home, only birds and rabbits and harmless creatures such as those." Father Beaver gnawed a strip of bark from a young birch tree before he answered. "The wolverine is not our worst enemy," he said slowly. "Beavers were driven from your shores by man. Yes," as Phil gave a little start of surprise, "we used to build in many of your streams and rivers. In Wales we were well known, and I have heard that in the time of Hywel the great Welsh lawgiver, 120 pence, then a very large sum, was offered for each beaver's skin. You see, we were much thought of even in those days, though I must say I wish it had been for something else than for our fur. We are still to be found along some of the large rivers in Europe, such as the Rhone and Danube, and in many lakes, but the Rhone beavers are solitary animals and do not build houses, dwelling instead in burrows which go far down into the earth." "Do those hunters you spoke of often come after you, Father Beaver?" "Yes, my son," said the Beaver sorrowfully, "for our fur is in greater demand than ever. In the winter, which is the hunting season, they do their best to force our houses with heavy weapons. And if we take to the water beneath the ice, and swim to our tunnels in the river side, they sound the ice above the banks with an iron chisel, which tells their practiced ears the exact spot where our holes are to be found. Then they dig us out, and that is the end of us." "I am very sorry, dear Beaver," Phil whispered, stroking the shining fur that brought such trouble on its possessors. "I'll tell them all when I leave the woods how cruel it is to hunt you, and perhaps they won't any more." Father Beaver smiled mournfully. "There's always the wolverine," he said. "His other name is the glutton. It just exactly suits him, for he can eat more at a single sitting than any other creature of his size. How does he look? Something like a small bear, with thick, coarse hair of blackish brown. Until he shows his double row of glistening teeth, you would never guess how ferocious he could be. His muzzle, as far as his eyebrows, and his large paws, they are so large that his trail is sometimes mistaken for that of a bear, are the color of ebony. His horrible claws are as white as milk, and the natives use them for necklaces. I wish they had them all," he finished with a deep sigh. "I can't help thinking he'll pounce on us some day soon." But nothing was seen of the wolverine as time went on, and Father Beaver became quite gay. His coat filled out and grew more glossy than ever. He would be a portly old gentleman before long, Mother Beaver told him, and at this he began to talk of tree felling, for he did not like the idea of losing his figure. "There is a time for work and a time for play," said Mother Beaver, looking smilingly at her young ones. "The time for work has not come yet, though it will soon be here. Let them play in the sunshine yet a while." End of Chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten. Chapter 53, Two Enemies of the Beavers, by Lillian M. Gask. Father Beaver had left his family to its own devices for some time. He had been exploring the winding river and diving under waterfalls in sheer delight at his own strength. He was full grown now, and fond as he was of his little wife and children, the roaming instinct was strong. The morning he rejoined them, he was in great form. "What have you been doing with yourself?" inquired Mother Beaver, eyeing him suspiciously when she had told him all her news. The glossy fur at the back of his neck bore marks of recent bites, and there was an ugly tear in one of his ears. Father Beaver looked at the sky. "There is a lovely maple tree not far from here," he said, as if he had not heard her question. "I girdled it on my way back just now, and you'll find plenty of syrup oozing from it when you go there tomorrow." The young beavers sniffed eagerly, but Mother Beaver was not to be put off. "You have met the otter!" she cried, her eyes growing very big. "And you've been fighting!" Father Beaver chuckled. "Last summer," he said, turning to Phil, "I was only 2 years old, and that otter punished me so severely that but for Mother Beaver there, who came to my rescue in the nick of time, I should have been done for. But now, well, he will never trouble me again." Phil looked at him with a new reverence. The otter, he knew, was a fierce foe to the beavers, with whom he disputed the lordship of the river. That Father Beaver should have conquered him single-handed filled him with awe. "Let us hear all about it," cried Mother Beaver, coming quite close to him. But he brushed her aside good-humoredly, and spoke of other things. "The night wind says that the frost will come early this fall," he remarked, "and we are well into the summer now. There is a fine plantation of willows on the river bank, only waiting for us to fell them. We will get to work at once. I shall be downright glad to begin." "So shall we all," said Mother Beaver heartily. "Holiday making is well enough for a while, but if we did not use our teeth on something harder than soft bark and lily roots, they would soon grow dull." "Yours are as bright as the gleam of the moon on the water, my love," said Father Beaver with a glance of admiration, and Mother Beaver gave him an affectionate push, which was as near to a hug as she could go. When they reached the group of trees that Father Beaver had planned to attack first, other beavers belonging to the colony were already at work. These nodded kindly to Phil, but were too much absorbed in what they were at to take much notice of him. Mother Beaver was deputed to see what he could do, while the young beavers were given a first lesson by their proud father. Choosing a stout young sapling very close to the bank, Mother Beaver gnawed round it with her sharp chisel-like teeth, taking care to bite most deeply on the side nearest the water, so that it might fall toward the stream and be quickly floated. In a very few moments it toppled over, cut clean through, and Mother Beaver looked round for another. "We'll try that big one over there," she cried, with an approving glance at her young ones, who were hard at work on some slender willows. Phil hesitated and flushed, for he did not know how to begin. Mother Beaver touched him pityingly with her small forepaw. "I forgot your teeth were so small and weak, my dear. It's not your fault, so you need not be ashamed. When I have felled the tree, you shall drag it down to the bank. That will be a great help and leave us free for felling." The tree took much longer to fell than the sapling had done, for the trunk was nearly as thick as a man's body. Phil was immensely interested to see how Mother Beaver set about her task. He had guessed from the first that she was remarkably clever, but now he was quite sure of it. First of all she made a deep cut through the bark which circled the trunk as far from the ground as she could conveniently reach. Some 3 or 4 inches lower she cut a second ring, and then, slowly and surely, dug out the wood from between, splinter by splinter, with those sharp teeth of hers. The day wore on, and still she worked. Father Beaver offered to help her. Each time he came she sent him back. It was growing dusk. Phil saw that now the trunk of the tree between the cuts went in like a lady's waist. Each time the Mother Beaver drew out a splinter, this waist became more slender still. A very little further, and the tree would have been cut right through, but Mother Beaver knew when to stop. "Come away," she cried quickly to Phil. "At the next gust of wind that tree will fall, and only foolish creatures run knowingly into danger. I should be crushed beneath if I drew out another splinter. Some of our family have already met their deaths that way. They were too impulsive and did not stop to think." The night wind came singing through the forest, and the branches of the big tree quivered. With a low groan it crashed to earth, and Phil found that it took all his new strength to drag the heavy mass down to the bank. "I suppose you'll all take a rest now," he said persuasively, for he was longing to hear about Father Beaver's encounter with the otter, and thought that he would not mind some of that maple syrup himself. But the beavers were only just getting into their work, as they told him gaily, though he, of course, might take a nap. They were still at it when he awoke the next morning. "We shall go on until not a tree on this spot is left standing," Mother Beaver declared cheerfully, and he quite believed her. By the afternoon his arms began to ache, and the beavers had found him so useful that one of the elders of the colony had remarked that he should have nothing to say against it if he wished to stay with them altogether. Phil thought this was very kind of him, but, much as he liked the beavers, there were many other animals that he wanted to meet. Perhaps Mother Beaver guessed something of this, for she told him pleasantly to go off to the woods. "You'll work all the better tomorrow," she said, and Father Beaver flapped his tail by way of dismissal. As neither she nor their father would hear of the young beavers taking a holiday too, Phil wandered off by himself into the depths of the forest, where the beautiful golden sunlight, which had much ado to force its way through the thick leaves, was making long ladders on the moss. Some small red berries, quite sweet and tasting like strawberry cream, drew him further and further in. A squirrel threw him a nut and turned aside, as if too lazy to play, and a drowsy bee mistook his yellow head for honey, much to her own dismay. Phil felt uncommonly drowsy himself, in spite of his long night's rest, and was thinking of taking 40 winks, when a gentle rustle in the branches made him look up quickly. It was the Wolverine. For a moment Phil thought that he must be mistaken. Surely that benign-looking animal, so very like his own brown bear, could not be the beaver's voracious enemy. He was patting the boughs as a playful kitten might have done, and rolling himself over with surprising ease. His small brown eyes gazed at Phil good-naturedly, as if to read his thoughts. "I don't look such a desperate character, do I?" he asked complacently. "My wife, I really must introduce you to her, thinks I am quite a fine fellow, and my 2 young sons adore me. I'll take you home to supper, and you shall see them. They are barely 10 days old." Phil was very curious to see the young Wolverines, but somehow he did not think it would be fair to the beavers to be on such friendly terms with an animal that ate them. So he thanked him most politely and said he must be going on. The Wolverine left off his playful patting of the branches and showed his teeth in an ugly smile. "All right," he said resentfully. "I know what that means, of course. The beavers have been setting you against me, just as I thought. They had better look out, for I have only been waiting until they grew a bit fatter. That Father Beaver of yours will make me a remarkably good supper. Give him my love if you happen to see him." He leapt as he spoke from the upper branch of one tree to the lower branch of another, a distance of some 20 feet, and disappeared. A low chuckle came from the ground close by, and Phil was delighted to see a small brown rabbit, exactly like those that had played in the woods at home, sitting up on his hind legs. He was shaking with laughter, and his comical little nose was wrinkled up until it nearly met his eyes. "Good for you!" he cried. "That Wolverine is a terror. I know him well. He would question and cross-question you about the beavers until you were nearly addled, and then he would persuade them that you had been telling tales. Mischievous creatures such as he are best left alone, even if you are sure they cannot harm you. He is as much hated by sable and marten hunters as he is by all of us, for he has such a wonderful sense of smell that he scents out the stores of provisions they hide in case of need, and wastes all that he does not eat. He makes their traps useless, too, but that isn't to save the sables, but because he wants the bait. The only creatures that can get the better of him are the grizzlies. When they come down from the mountains, they make a meal of him." Not until the rabbit had talked himself out of breath had Phil a chance of asking him the shortest way back to the river. "Won't you let us give you a shakedown for the night?" he said by way of answer. "Our burrow is large enough to take you in, and I could tell you many stories of these woods." "I'll come some other time, if you don't mind," said Phil. "I should like to find the beavers now, and put them on their guard." "Quite so," agreed the rabbit. "I shouldn't be surprised if that old rascal paid them a visit tonight. He'll guess their whereabouts from the trees they have cut down, and will try to punish you through them." Phil hurried back as quickly as his legs could carry him, not even stopping to look at the splendid birds that fluttered amongst the vines. A gorgeous butterfly, spotted with crimson and purple, offered his services as a guide, but it was almost dusk before Phil reached the little colony of beavers. They were still working away as busily as ever. Although he had only been gone a few hours, they had done wonders. More than half of the group of trees they had chosen were already down, for they had worked together and worked with a will, as Mother Beaver had said. Phil's news was received with much concern, and Father Beaver hastily summoned a conference. All beavers under a year old were at once dismissed from work and commanded to wait by the entrances to the tunnels beneath the banks, so that in case of surprise they might be under cover, and Phil was posted as sentinel, while the elder beavers finished felling the trees they had already begun. This done, they decided to leave them where they were for the present, and to make for the other side of the river. Father Beaver was the last to cross. As he dived from the bank there was a stealthy tread among the rushes, and the gleaming eyes of the wolverine followed him through the water. But for Phil's warning there would have been at least one beaver less that night. It was some days before the busy little animals began their work again, for they knew that the wolverine might still be on the watch for them and have crossed the river himself. So they lay very low, as Father Beaver put it, keeping to the thick undergrowth of the brushwood, or playing hide-and-seek with their young ones in the deeply tunneled banks. Phil soon found that though each tunnel had a separate entrance, they all led to the same spot, within easy reach of the winter houses. He was never tired of admiring these, but Father Beaver brushed his praise aside, so far as they were concerned. "Come and look at our dam," he said. "It's a very fine one, though perhaps I ought not to say so." The dam stretched quite 2/3 across the river, and was curved, somewhat in the shape of a half-crescent. "That is because the current here is very rapid," explained the beaver, "and an arch is stronger than a straight line, as your own bridge builders know. If the current were gentle, our dam would be straight, and this would give us much less trouble. But a rapid current is very useful, for if we have to go any distance for our building materials, it brings them quickly down to us, without any special effort on our part." "So that was why we carried all the trees that you had felled quite close to the river bank." "Exactly. When we are ready to build we shall push all those into the current, and some of us will be waiting by our dam to stop them as they float past. See how the branches of the willow are sprouting." They had reached the dam by this time. It seemed to Phil like a thick hedgerow on a solid bank, for not only were the willow branches in full leaf, but the poplars and birches, used to repair it from time to time, had taken root also. If the snow on the mountains melts too rapidly and flows down the river in torrents, the water behind our dam is still quite calm, and our houses, built in its shelter, are undisturbed. We must always have a deep body of water in which to build our lodges. So when we take a fancy to some small river or creek in which the water is likely to be drained off at any time, nature teaches us to build our dam right across the river, in order that we may prevent this." "How do you start building the dam?" asked Phil. "If we are going to build a straight one, we guide 2 of the largest trees that we have felled to the spot we have chosen, placing them side by side, and leaving a space between. If some of their branches make them lie too high for our purpose, we nibble these off, working under water quite easily, and coming up every few minutes to breathe. No, not more often than that, I assure you. Nature has arranged this for us so that we can more easily escape our enemies. These branches we place vertically in front of the big logs, adding other branches and small trees in the same way. Most of our wood, however, we lay crosswise, almost horizontally. The spaces in between are filled with mud and stones, which we mix together to form a kind of cement. We bring the mud in tiny handfuls, holding it under our throats by means of our forepaws, and often making as many as 1,000 journeys backward and forward from the bank before we have enough. We always build by night, you know, and for a long time no man could say just how we worked. Perhaps the night wind told in the end." "How do you manage when you want your dam to be curved, as this one is?" asked Phil. "Then we use smaller logs in the same way, shaping the dam as we work. You would not believe the strength of ours unless you saw how it stood the shock of the floating ice as it came pounding against it at the end of the winter. Our houses we build in much the same way, but more roughly." "I think they're wonderful," said Phil respectfully, and Father Beaver, trying not to look too pleased, moved his tail and cried, "Tut, tut!" "The Night Wind told me a wonderful story the other day, that some 8 or 9 years ago an Englishman took some social beavers to a beautiful valley in his park in England, setting them free by the banks of a stream where the trees grew thickly down to the very edge of the water, just as they do here. These beavers, she says, set to work at once to build a dam across the stream, making a deep, wide pool 6 times as large as the original brook, and 6 times as deep at the lower end." "I wonder if it is true," mused Phil. "I believe anything that the Night Wind tells me," said Father Beaver thoughtfully. "She talks to us often when the sun goes down. Sometimes she is merry, and sometimes sad, but always what she says is true. She brings the scent of the hunters in time to warn us that they are on our track. She knows when the frosts are coming, and when it is safe for us to leave our winter houses and take to the woods. For nature often sends us messages through her. Of what are you thinking, eh?" Phil's thoughts had been wandering, and the beaver's sharp eyes had found him out. "I was thinking about that otter," he said truthfully. "I want to know how an otter looks." "Oh, that just depends where you happen to be when you see him. If you are on land, he seems to be a slender animal some 3 feet or so in length, covered with close brown fur, and with a broad and flattened head, and a thick tapering tail. If you see him in the water, diving after the fish on which he feeds, he looks like a flash of lightning, for the water clings to the long shining hairs which lie over his close coat, and he glides through the stream so quickly that your eye can scarcely follow him. He is a brave creature. He will fight to the death when he is attacked, and a brave enemy should be honored even in death." "How did you kill him, Father Beaver? Do tell me. I have been wanting to know all day." "I didn't kill him at all, my son," Father Beaver replied serenely. "He had fastened on me with his sharp teeth before I knew that he was near, and I was doing my best to get free of him, when another otter, a rival of his, seized him from behind and dragged him off to fight him on his own account. I retired to a safe distance and watched the battle. It lasted until one was killed outright and the other mortally wounded. They will never trouble our waters more." "Oh," said Phil. He was rather disappointed that the beaver had not killed his enemy in single combat. Father Beaver seemed quite satisfied, however. "There are so many of her creatures that nature wishes you to make friends with," he went on as he took another admiring look at his dam, "that I don't suppose you will be allowed to stay with us much longer. But before you leave this part of the country, you must certainly pay a visit to the ondatras, or muskrats. We don't care for them as neighbors, for they are apt to make holes in our dams, but they are quite well-meaning and intelligent. They build much as we do, though their work is not so lasting, and because they are gentle and very timid, nature made them, you'll see, the color of mud, so that when they are curled up and at rest on the bank of a stream, they are often mistaken for small mounds of earth. There is a colony of ondatras in a shallow creek some miles away. You will see them at their best at night, for they are sleepy during the daytime." All the time he had been speaking, Father Beaver had been looking up and down the banks for traces of the wolverine. The birds called "good night" to each other from the glowing maples. The crimson lights of the sunset fell over the river, and the new moon hung her shining crescent on the top of a giant fir. "I think all's safe," said Father Beaver, and the work of tree felling began again. End of chapter 53. Recording by Jill Engel.
Chapter 54 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gertrude Durrett. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, edited by William Patten, 54. The Squirrel's Story, by William M. Gask. That very same evening, Phil made his way to the home of the muskrats, or ondatras. As he neared the creek the beaver had pointed out to him, he saw a number of animals the size of big rats, with tails that were almost as long as their bodies, swimming hither and thither, and leaving trails of silver behind them. Others stood motionless upon the bank. So still were they that it was only their sparkling eyes that showed they were alive, until with a sudden plunge they dived after their companions, striking their long tails smartly on the water as the beavers did, and reappearing from beneath the broad green leaves of the water lilies on the other side. Phil watched them silently for a time. They were like schoolboys, he thought, and he wondered what game they were playing. Sometimes a muskrat would lie quite flat on the surface of the stream, as if he were a floating leaf from some giant tree. In a moment he would be all life again, and, darting after his playmates, would race them round the creek. "I think it would be very nice to be a muskrat," said Phil aloud, moving a little nearer the bank. In a second the creek was empty. Not a single ondatra was to be seen. Phil felt so disappointed that he was almost inclined to cry. The water still rippled in the moonlight. All was still. Presently a small brown head peeped out of a hole in the bank. Phil did not stir. He was afraid to breathe, lest he might frighten the little thing away. "Who is it?" cried a timid voice. "A friend," said Phil, and more small heads peeped at him questioningly. "I am the Lady Ondatra," she said, "and you are indeed most welcome. Will you join in our sports? The water is very smooth to-night, and as warm as milk." Phil was nothing both. He was the same size now as they were, and he could dive with the best of them. It was delightful to float on the surface of the water and watch the clouds chasing each other over the deep blue vault of the sky. The cry of the night owl came dreamily from the woods. A prowling puma roared hungrily to his mate, but the pond of the muskrats was a happy playground, and they the merriest of comrades. The hours flew by and the moonlight faded. The tips of the far-off mountains were tinged with pink, and a bird in the distance raised his morning song. "It is time to go," cried the Lady Ondatra to Phil. "Come with me. I will show you my nest." Phil found that it was exactly as the beaver had told him, and that he could follow the Lady Ondatra quite easily through the winding tunnels or branched canals, which had their entrances under the water. The one through which the Ondatra led him sloped upward gradually for quite a long distance. It ended in a wide chamber in which there were 3 other openings. The center of it was nearly filled by a luxurious couch of water lily leaves and sedges, where, curled up snugly and fast asleep, 4 baby ondatras lay with their faces hidden. They were like little beavers, Phil thought, and just about the size of full-grown mice. Their mother spoke in a hushed whisper, lest she should disturb them. "I'm glad that you think we are pleasant creatures," she said. "We do harm to no one, and live on roots and leaves, perfectly happy if we are but let alone. We dread the fall. It is then that the hunters most often come, though sometimes they visit us in the spring. Ah me! Are they after you too?" cried Phil compassionately. "You are so small that I shouldn't have thought your skins would be much good to them." "Our fur, which is used in making hats, is highly esteemed," said the Lady Ondatra stiffly, "and our flesh, though musky, of such excellent flavor that the natives prefer us to wild duck." Phil guessed that she was hurt, and did his best to soothe her by admiring her babies. No mother could have resisted this. "Tell me all about the hunters, that is, if you don't mind," he said with diffidence, when they had quite made friends. The Lady Ondatra did not mind. She seemed to take a fearful joy in describing the perils she had escaped, though she knew quite well that when the summer was over she might have to go through them all again. "Sometimes they take us in traps," she said, "which they arrange so that in our struggles for freedom we are jerked under the water and drowned, for we cannot live without air for any length of time. The nature of our abode depends entirely upon the soil, and we do not always build. The Ondatras, who make their homes altogether in burrows, they capture by stopping up all their air holes except one, and seizing them when they come up to breathe. When we live in marshy places, we build winter houses, just as the beavers do, though ours are not so strong, and less than 3 feet high above the surface of the swamp. When the ice freezes over them, we make breathing holes in it, and protect these from the frost by a covering of mud. If the frost is so hard that our holes cannot be kept open, we die from suffocation. But you are safe from the hunters in your winter houses." The slender tail of the Lady Ondatra quivered as she drew close to her babies. "There were 5 of us last fall," she said, "and we lived in a snug little house on the marsh. Our beds were beautiful, so soft and dry, and we had all the food that we should need. We had settled ourselves for a happy winter when a long, cruel spear crashed through our roof and wounded 3 of us. The walls of our house were rudely torn away, and I and my mate only escaped because the hunter lost his balance and stumbled into the mud. Fortunately, our summer tunnels were not yet blocked with snow, and so cut off from us, or even then we could not have escaped him." The baby Ondatras stirred uneasily in their sleep, as if they were dreaming of dangers to come, and their mother patted them gently. With a whisper of thanks, Phil said good bye, and crept through the branching passage up to the earth again. Early as it was, the squirrels were already chattering to themselves as they scampered amongst the trees. A little black fellow, with a bushy tail that spread itself out like a beautiful feathery fan, for some 6 or 8 inches at the tip, dropped lightly down in front of Phil. His ebony fur was as fine as thistle down. Phil was not surprised to hear that his name was Feathertail. "When are you coming to pay us a visit?" the little creature asked in jealous tones. "I have a fair green nest in the fork of a topmost branch, and a lovely wife, and 3 young babies with skins as soft as silk." "I couldn't climb high enough," Phil said regretfully. He had been a regular duffer at climbing at school, and the bigger boys had often dragged him up a fairly tall tree and left him there, clinging helplessly to the boughs, until they were tired of jeering at him. He shivered now as he thought of it, then squared his shoulders. His gray eyes flashed. He would not say "I can't" again. "I'll do it somehow," he cried. The black squirrel ran off to give notice of his visit, and Phil fixed his whole mind upon climbing that tree. "Press your knees against it and use your hands," whispered a voice in his ear. "That's right. Now swing yourself round and take hold of the branch above you. So. You're getting on famously. Well done." Phil knew that it was Nature who spoke to him, and he felt so proud of her praises that he almost forgot the squirrels. But three small heads and a larger one, which belonged to a very proud mother, peeped over the nest to welcome him, and Feathertail waited beside it. Phil laughed to think of his doubts as to whether the branch would bear him. Slender as it was, it barely stirred beneath his weight. The baby squirrels were charming little things. He sat in the nest with them and laughed with glee as the wind rocked it to and fro, while Feathertail told him how it was only this spring that he had come to these woods. "Their mother and I used to live in those heights you see in the distance there, under that rosy cloud. But the gray squirrels came and drove us out. We couldn't stand the noise they made, and their rough ways frightened us. So Nature told us about this wood, and here we feel quite safe." "So do I," said Phil, stroking the prettiest baby squirrel gently. "What a jolly little chap this is. I wish I could take him home with me when I go back. I suppose I'll have to go back some day," he finished with a sigh. The mother squirrel fluffed out her fur in wild alarm, and Feathertail darted forward, ready to protect his family. "How could you suggest such a thing?" he asked indignantly, when Phil had managed to convince him that he meant no harm. "It is bad enough for an ordinary squirrel to be taken away from his forest home and shut in a small cramped prison, but for us it means almost certain death, for we cannot stand captivity. A cousin of mine, 'twas the wind that told me, was caught by some travelers and put in a tiny cage where she had scarcely room to turn. Of course she died, and they couldn't think why. I wonder if they knew how cruel they were." His bright little eyes were clouded with grief, and it was not until he had raced to the top of a neighboring tree and back again that he felt better. Even then he looked uneasy when Phil fondled his babies. As to the mother squirrel, since that unfortunate remark of his, she had been clearly anxious to get rid of him. "We will go to the stream," said Feathertail, when he saw that her anxiety was getting too much for her. Phil longed to ask if the baby squirrels might come as well, but wisely refrained. He was sorry to leave that cozy nest on the waving branch. Next time he came, he thought, he would be careful what he said. The stream to which Feathertail led him was bordered by drooping ferns. It was so clear that it might have been a lady's mirror but for the tiny wavelets rippling from side to side. "Don't you hear it singing as it trickles over the stone?" asked Feathertail. "It is the same song that the wind sings, only more low and sweet. Listen." Phil could hear nothing but the rustling of the leaves about them and the soft flow of the sparkling water, but perhaps his ears were not so keen. The black squirrel sat on the edge of the bank, and dipping his nose well under the surface of the stream, drank deeply and long. Then he placed himself jauntily on his hind feet and washed his face with his forepaws, splashing them in the stream from time to time, as if he thoroughly enjoyed it. "We are the only black squirrels in the world," he said with melancholy pleasure. "We find our homes in the woods and heights of North America, and even here we are becoming more rare, for the red and gray squirrels drive us from our haunts, and hunters trap us for our fur." A cry from the bushes, the indignant protest of the scarlet tanager, that had been robbed by his mate of a fine fat insect made Feathertail dart away. Phil waited in vain for his return. "He has gone for good. That was quite enough to frighten him," remarked a little clucking voice that reminded Phil of the cry of a fluffy yellow chicken, and the daintiest little squirrel he had yet seen whisked out from the brushwood and sat beside him. It was a hackee, or chipping squirrel, and many a time Phil had seen him running in and out among the bushes, for the hackee lives on the ground. Now that he saw him closely, Phil noticed the beauty of the 7 stripes that ran across his brownish, gray, and orange fur. 5 of these were jet black, and 2 were white, tinged with flecks of yellow. The fur on his throat and underneath him was the color of pure snow, and his forehead flamed with brilliant orange. He seemed on the best of terms with himself and all the world, and his small black eyes were full of fun and humor. "Did Feathertail offer you any breakfast?" he asked, hopping close to Phil. "No." "I thought he wouldn't. He doesn't keep such stores as we do. Come with me." His movements were so rapid that Phil almost lost sight of him before he gained the stump of the hollow tree which was, so to speak, his hall. Out of this hollow led several tunnels, down one of which the hackee disappeared. Phil ran after him as quickly as he could, and with all his haste admired the way in which his host had formed his winding gallery. Up and down it led them, through twists and turns that would have puzzled most squirrels, let alone a boy, until they reached a large, snug nest made of dry moss and grasses. It was empty, but still quite warm. "Those young ones of mine ought to have been up and out more than an hour ago, lazy little creatures," chuckled the hackee. "I tell their mother that if they are not more independent before the new brood comes, she will have her hands full." Diving into another gallery, the hackee came to a full stop. Phil's eyes were scarcely yet used to seeing in the dark, but he saw at length that they were standing before a heap of nuts, with grain in plenty, and many acorns. The hackee had more than provided for his wants. "We stay in these cozy burrows all through the winter snows," he said, "and only come out when the warm sunshine tells us that spring is here. To do this in comfort, we work very hard in the fall to fill our storehouses with nuts and grain. This is only one of them. We have others in different places. Help yourself, and take as many nuts as you like," he went on hospitably. "Here, sit in this corner, and I will crack them for you." But Phil preferred to crack his own nuts. His teeth, though the beavers scorned them, were strong enough for this, he thought. They tasted like beaked hazelnuts, but where were the beaks? The hackee laughed at his bewilderment. "We carry home nuts in our cheek pouches, 4 at a time." "Why 4? Because 5 would be one too many, of course, and we are much too sensible, as you might have guessed, to hurt ourselves by those sharp points. We bite them off tidily before we push them into our mouths with our forepaws, as you will see if you watch us one day. It is fine to be a ground squirrel, and much safer than living in trees. Down here we are safe from all our enemies, or almost all," he added in a whisper. Then his expression changed, and his sharp ears pointed forward. "Hark!" he cried. "Chipmunk! Chipmunk!" The call was echoed through the galleries, and the hackee's merry eyes were full of anger. "How dare he come here," he cried, "and calling me in that familiar way, too. I'll let him know who is master in this burrow." The second hackee came joyously down the passage, heedless of offence. "Hello!" he cried, looking at Phil. Whom have we got here? That nature child? To be sure, But Hackee the First interrupted him. You have no business to come down here uninvited, he said fiercely. I would have you know. Before he could finish, the other had flown at him. Their slender tails. Phil was not at all astonished when he heard afterwards that these sometimes were snapped across in battle, whirled round like Catherine wheels. Two small furry bodies darted backward and forward. Gleaming white teeth tried to take savage bites at soft pink noses. It was a wonder that the Hackees found room to turn as they did in that narrow tunnel. Phil tried in vain to come between them. They pushed him aside as if he were a bundle of grass, and in a second were at each other again. He was afraid that, like the otters, they would fight to the death. But the pugnacious Hackee's rage was spent as suddenly as it had arisen. While Phil imagined they were only gathering their breath for another attack, they had both calmed down. "I've just been showing him round," said Hackee the First, twisting his tail in Phil's direction. "Seems a nice boy," said Hackee the Second, feeling Phil's nose anxiously. "I thought I might have bitten it off just now when you got in my way," he said to Phil with much relief, finding it was still there. "Never come between fighting creatures, boy. It's a thankless task." Phil was quite sure that if he had been his usual size, the Hackee would not have chucked him under the chin in that offhand way, but he did not mind a bit. They were all three sitting before the storehouse, the best of friends, when both chipping squirrels sprang to their feet in terrified accord, standing for a second as if paralyzed with fear, for their keen sense of smell had told them of the approach of the one enemy they dreaded, the soft-footed, silent stoat. Now came the use of those twists and turns of the winding passages. Swift as were the movements of the stoat, he was on strange ground, while the Hackees knew every inch of it. His savage eyes looked like vengeful green fire to Phil, who waited for him in the centre of the gallery, hoping to bar his way. But the stoat passed him by as if he were not there, and Phil listened with dread for the strangled cry which would mean that one of the Hackees had met his doom. None came. The stoat had missed a turn in the winding tunnel, and the flying Hackees reached the hollow tree in safety. Once there, it was easy to dive down another burrow and so baffle pursuit. But they were two very frightened squirrels when at last they stopped for breath. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TechSavvy, www.techsavvy.wordpress.com. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, edited by William Patten. A Den in the Rocks by Lillian M. Gask. The sun, like some mighty king in a fairy tale with a great gold crown and flowing robes of pearl and rose color, had long since risen above the mountain. A mist of heat hung over the valley, and the giant fir trees at the edge of the woods were like sentinels guarding a wonderland. Down one of these, from which the bark had been completely stripped, came a singular animal with rough hair and a short tail thickly set with quills. On seeing Phil, who had just left home of the squirrels, he rapped his tail smartly against a tree, almost dropping to the ground with fright. He recovered his balance just in time. "I suppose you are that child of nature's," he remarked, gruffly. "I am Urson, the only porcupine you will find in North America, and I eat bark because I like it. Why do I take it from the top of the first tree? Because I prefer to work my way down. Why haven't I more quills if I'm a porcupine? If you use your eyes, you'll see that I'm studded all over with them, though my hair is so thick and long that they are not particularly noticeable. How fond you are of questions. Is there anything more you want to know? I'm just going home." "Couldn't you stay a little while, Mr. Urson? You look so interesting, and I should like to talk to you." The Urson showed his orange teeth in a sudden smile, and rubbed himself against Phil's arm as a friendly cat might have done. In spite of his crop of his dark thick hair, he was rather prickly, and Phil hoped that he would not want to sit on his lap. "You are a bright little fellow," declared the Urson. "I can't think why they called you stupid. Did you put out your quills and fight them?" "No. Oh," Phil acknowledged reluctantly. I ran away." "A bad thing to do as a rule, though it hasn't turned out badly for you. When you go back, you must stand up to the boys if they tease you, and show them you have some spirit. Don't get in a temper, you know, but hold your own." Phil thought it was very well for a porcupine full of quills to talk so bravely. For a small boy it was quite different. "Not at all," said the Urson, as if he had spoken his thoughts aloud. "They would leave you alone if you did not let them see you were so frightened. I'm nervous myself, but I can keep a dog twice my own size at bay. If he comes too near, I turn my back and give him a taste of my tail, and a mountain full of quills to the bargain." "Ah, but I haven't a tail, you see," said Phil, and the Urson remarked that this was the case he must learn to do without. Yawning at intervals, he told Phil how his great-great-grandfather, a most distinguished inhabitant of this forest, had defended himself single-handed against the attack of an American Indian, coming off victorious in the fight, though leaving half his tail quills in the native's hands. "And he used them to decorate his squaw's front hair," said the Urson with disgust. The very thought of it made him angry that he erected all his own quills until he was completely protected as a knight in armor. In a moment or two his anger subsided. "Would you like to see my home?" he asked, mindful of the fact that he, in common with all the other creatures of the wood, had been told by nature to be kind to Phil.
He did not seem too pleased when Phil said yes, for he was most devoted father, and he had heard before now of a human being taking a liking to a young porcupine, and carrying him off to tame and bring up as his own. He grunted to himself under his breath as he went along, but Phil thought this was just his way. The Urson's den was some distance off, in the midst of a cluster of rocks that had fallen to the valley from the mountainside. To reach it they had to cross the wood, and the Urson's progress was almost a royal one, for all the small wood things moved away at his approach. He walked deliberately, as if the woods belonged to him, and made no effort to subdue the rustling of his quills through the long grass. A hungry-looking weasel with malicious eyes glared at him furtively, but came no nearer. He had tried conclusions with the Urson once, and would not venture again. A sharp-nosed fox licked his longing lips and turned his head aside, while further on a greyish-brown animal huddled upon the lower branch of a spreading tree stretched out its savage paw and drew it back. Those slender quills were painful things when they pierced the tender places between one's claws, and no delicious morsel behind the spears could make up for a swollen mouth that would be sore and smarting for days. So sore that its owner, unable to eat, might die from sheer starvation. So the porcupine passed under the tree in safety, dawdling on purpose as he caught sight of the crouching figure above him. "That's Peeshoo, the lynx," he laughed as they moved on. "She would make a grab at me if she dared, but she's afraid. You would not think, to look at her, would you, that a blow from a stick would kill her at once? Yet so it is. That is because she is a coward at heart, for all her fierceness." A snarl of rage from Peeshoo told Phil that she had overheard. "She always snarls when I move out of her reach, though she dare not touch me," said the Urson, making himself into a bristling ball of defiance as he heard the sound. "I do that to remind her what she would have to face," he explained to Phil. There's nothing like letting one's enemies see that one is ready for them. Don't attack, but always be ready to defend yourself. That is my motto, and a good one it is." They were out of the wood soon, and in the valley. The entrance that led to the Urson's den was so narrow that he had to make his quills lie very flat in order to creep through. But Phil, as it always happened, was just the right size. He was speedily introduced to Mrs. Urson, and to "my small son." The baby porcupine was in reality anything but small. Phil found out afterwards that of all wild things he was the largest in proportion to the size of his parents. A big furry bundle of silky brown, his quills not yet have pushed their way through his thick hair. Phil thought him very comfortable to nurse, and Mrs. Urson was as pleased with his admiration of her offspring as the Lady Ondatra had been. His father, however, was inclined to be testy. "He's just an ordinary young porcupine," he said. "No more, no less. Don't put nonsense into his head, please. His mother is ready enough to do that." Feeling rather uncomfortable on her account, Phil turned to Mrs. Porcupine, who did not seem in the least disturbed by her lord's reproaches. "He wants a little change of air, poor dear," she said to Phil in a confidential whisper. "I expect he'll be leaving me soon. I know the signs." The Urson caught her whisper, and his sharp little face grew sad. "We've been very good friends," he said, looking round at her wistfully. "And it's a nice child, but there's something beyond these woods which is calling, calling. I don't think I can stay much longer." His mate moved close to him and touched his nose with hers. "You'll come back when the summer is over," she said, "and you will find us here." "Shall I?" returned the Urson, doubtfully, more to himself than her. They had forgotten Phil, who was rather in the way. He was glad when the mother porcupine came back to the present, and asked him to try some fine spruce bark. "I wish I could give you buckwheat," she remarked, "for it might be more to your taste. You're not hungry? That's very strange. We always are when we are awake." She finished her sentence with a wide yawn, and Phil took this as a hint that she wanted to go to sleep, which was indeed the case. He refused her kind offer of a bed for the day, and Urson then insisted upon showing him a short cut through the wood. On the way he grew quite talkative. "That's a bee tree," he said, as they passed a big maple with a hollow trunk. "The bees may thank me that the bears have not robbed them of their wealth long before now. That crooked branch just halfway up is the favorite resting place of mine, and I allow no trespassing. If a bear appears and begins to climb with the idea of scooping out honey from the entrance some feet higher, I go to meet him. Bears have tender noses and don't care for quills, so they growl a bit and go down more quickly than they come up. I wouldn't part with my quills for the strongest teeth in the world." "Your own teeth seem of very good size," said Phil, taking a look at them. "They're not so bad," said the Urson modestly, "but I can use them chiefly for stripping back from the trees. As weapons of defense they would not serve me, for if I tried to bite I should expose my throat and nose, which are the unprotected parts of my body. If ever you see me asleep, you will notice that I hide my head between my forepaws. Never expose your weak spot, you know." They had come to an open space, and the sun shone down upon them with glowing ardor. The Urson thought of his cool dark den, and hastily wished Phil good-bye. "There's Peeshoo again," he said. "Have a chat with her if you like, but don't tell her where I live, or about my son. He's too young to show fight yet. Good day to you." He walked off in that precise deliberate way of his, but Phil was not to be left alone. The lynx that he had caught sight of on the branch of the tree some ago had been awaiting her opportunity, and came running towards him with a series of noiseless bounds. Her back was arched, and her feet outspread. She was not unlike a long-bodied and heavily built cat, Phil thought. though her peculiar erect ears, tipped by an upright tuft of coarse black bristles, proclaimed her at once as the lynx of North America, of which the beavers had already told him. Her powerful feet were furnished with large white claws, almost hidden in a thick fur. Her face was round, and her eyes as sharp and piercing as those of all her kind. She reached Phil's side as silently as if she were shod with velvet, and greeted him as if she had not seen him before. "Come and sit by me, you lonely little fellow," she purred. "No, you needn't be frightened. The only creatures that are afraid of me are the hares and the foxes, and if I didn't eat them they would soon overrun the whole place. I do it out of kindness, you know." She had seated herself on the ground as she was speaking, and made a soft and comfortable heap of fur. But Phil, though he too felt sleepy in the warm sunshine, was both to do as she suggested and use her back as a cushion. "I've been very unjustly blamed," she began in a plaintive voice, when she had asked him what color he thought her eyes, and whether he considered her fur becoming. "Settlers say I am in the habit of dropping from trees on to the backs of deer and tearing their throats. They must mistake the puma for me. Isn't it too bad?" "Much too bad," agreed Phil, though he wondered a little if she were as innocent as she would have him believe. It was only politeness that kept him beside her, for he wanted to play with the squirrels, who were much more to his liking. He could see one now beckoning to him from a great maple, as if he was very anxious to tell him something that he had heard. With a great effort Phil turned his attention to Peeshoo. She was talking of the wolverine, which he could see that she did not love. "He was so abominably greedy," she said, "and wanted our share as well as his own. Quite early this morning he was after one of my hares. It was a remarkably active little creature, and soon left him in the lurch. He caught a rabbit or two and a few birds, and might have been satisfied with those, but no, he wanted something larger, and ventured so near the mountains that a grizzly bear, who had strolled down to see what these woods were like, found him nosing about his breakfast, which he had just killed. What he said to the grizzly I don't know, but it couldn't have pleased him, for with a single blow of his heavy paw the great bear struck him down. The wolverine will never try to rob me of my hares again." "Was he quite killed?" Phil asked her anxiously, and Peeshoo smiled an ugly smile that showed her teeth and made Phil draw away from her. "Don't you know yet what the paw of a big grizzly is, child? It would kill a man, let alone an animal like the wolverine. I keep out of the way of the grizzlies myself. I find it wiser, and so will you." But Phil knew well that even a grizzly would not harm him, and he had always been fond of bears. Some day he would go and see them. They were brave creatures, at any rate, and could tell him much that he longed to know. Peeshoo talked on, but he scarcely heard her. So the wolverine had been killed himself instead of killing the beavers, and for the present at least they would be safe. How glad Father Beaver would be, he thought. It was good news that this time he had to tell him, and as soon as he could get rid of Peeshoo, he would hasten back to the colony. He did not mention the beavers to her, for he thought it quite possible that she might eat other small animals beside foxes and hares, and he was learning to be very careful not to injure his friends. When Peeshoo's hunger grew stronger than her interest in her companion, Phil and she parted company. Phil went straight to the river and followed its course until he came to the beavers' dome-shaped houses. Of the beavers themselves there was no sign. "I'll explore one of their tunnels," thought Phil. He dived into the river, using his right leg instead of a tail to splash the water as the beavers did, and soon found a beaver's hole. "Anyone at home?" he sang out gaily as he ran through the tunnel's twists and turns. "We're here!" cried Mother Beaver from its innermost recesses, and there Phil found her with her young ones, looking most forlorn. "What is the matter?" he asked, for he had never seen her so distressed. She was shaking all over as she told him, and her voice was broken with sobs. The night before, it seemed, almost immediately after Phil had left them, the wolverine had made an unexpected attack. All had seemed safe, and the beavers had for a moment relaxed their guard.
Dropping from the branches of a tree into the very midst, the Wolverine had pounced on a plump young beaver just then engaged in felling a willow sapling. In spite of his struggles, there had been no chance for him, and the Wolverine had eaten him then and there. Not content with this, he had taken his stand upon the river bank, intent on further prey. The young beavers were trembling still, and even the bravest of their elders were afraid to venture out from their retreat. When Mother Beaver heard what had happened to the Wolverine in the early morning, she could scarcely contain herself for joy, and Father Beaver, who had sought his family in vain in the winter houses where many of the colony had taken refuge, would have embraced Phil had he known how. He straightway planned a wonderful new dam that should put the old one to shame, and the number of trees the beaver felled that night was simply marvelous. Nowhere along the river banks were more contented creatures than they, and many a timid woodthink, unknown to them, shared their thanksgiving that the Wolverine was dead. Father Beaver was interested to learn from Phil of the Hackee's narrow escape. "We have all our foes," he said, "and must fight them as best we can with our wits or our teeth, the weapons nature has given us. That stoat you saw will perhaps be trapped this winter. His brownish coat will turn pure white when the snow comes, and he will be called an ermine instead of a stoat. And then the hunters will be after him." "Then the ermine and the stoat are the same creature?" cried Phil in amazement. "The very same," said Father Beaver. "And ermine fur is more valuable than our own. All sorts of traps will be set for him, for as his coat will be the same color as the snow, it will be almost impossible for the fur hunters to take him in any other way." "I wonder why this fur turns white in winter," Phil said thoughtfully. Father Beaver looked thoughtfully too. "It is said to keep him much warmer than if it were dark," he remarked. "But I should think it is so that he may not readily be seen against the snow. Perhaps that is nature's way of taking care of him. We are all her children. But these are things that neither you nor I can understand." End of chapter 55. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Chapter 56 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TechSavvy. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, edited by William Patten. Ships of the Desert by Lillian M. Gask. "I wonder where I shall find a camel," said Phil to himself. Not even the Arab horses, far famed and lovely as they are, could for him compare in interest with the ships of the desert, without whose aid nature had told him the burning sands would be more impassable than trackless seas. He had seen a camel once in a traveling menagerie, a depressed and shaggy camel, with dim, lack lustre eyes and a rough coat. He wondered if the camels in Arabia would look like that. There was no breeze now, and the thin blue smoke and rose above the chimneys of the distant houses hung lazily in the sky. Phil had walked far since he left the mountain, and although a tawny butterfly with an oblique white bar across the tip of her forewings had stayed her flight in passing, it had only been to wish him a pleasant journey. The sands of the desert plains stretched far to the left and right in the broiling sunshine, looking like tracts of gold. Phil's eyes were dazzled by the glare. He sought the shade of a palm tree and leant against its slender trunk. Presently he became aware that something was watching him from a sandy bank not far away. It was a lizard, surely the queerest lizard that nature had ever made. His body was covered with shining scales like those of the most of his kindred, but his fat tail, ringed with thorn-like spines, was very curious, and his big teeth, set far apart in his funny mouth, were too large for his small round head. He gazed at Phil in quizzical amusement, and asked him what he wanted in Arabia. "To see a camel," Phil replied, and the lizard gave a dry little chuckle. "You will have to go down to the plains for that," he said, "and the wind will blow the sand into your eyes. Better stay here with me. The shade is pleasant, and the dates are sweet."
Phil shook his head. "I have come a long way to see a camel," he persisted. "Have I far to go before I shall find him?" The thorny-tailed lizard, for this was he, blinked several times before he spoke again. "Not far for you," he said at last, "for nature has given you invisible wings to your feet. Before you go have a look at my burrow. It is a simple little affair, but very comfortable, and when I tuck my head and body inside it, I am quite safe. If the Arabs, who find me as dainty eating as they do locusts, try to pull me out of my tail, it comes off in their hands, and I grow another. He he he!" The Lizard was quite a character in his way, and Phil spent a pleasant half hour with him. His burrow, though only a deep, long hole in the sandbank, was very cosy, and Mrs. Thornyhill was most intelligent. She had a great deal to say to Phil about a demure red locust who showed some inclination to bite him as he bade her farewell at the entrance to the burrow. "He belongs to the same family as grasshoppers," she remarked, as she discomfited at what she said to him. The Locust flew away, but instead of leaping through the air as they do, he uses his strong wings, which carry him very far. "He scarcely looks large enough to do all the harm they say," said Phil, who had heard of him from the Butterfly. "I should have thought him quite a harmless creature if I had not known." "A swarm of the family can make a green land desolate," returned the Lizard. "Small things can do much mischief, as you'll learn when you grow older. There is nothing safe from locusts. They have been known in the Strait of Ormuz to settle on a ship, and by devouring the sails and cordage, oblige the captain to stay his course. What? You're still thinking about your camels? Well, ask for Maharri when you reach the Arab dwellings. He is the fleetest Heirie in Arabia." "Is a Heirie the same as a camel?" Phil inquired. But the thorny-tailed Lizard had already tucked her head into the burrow, and soon was lost to sight. A weaver bird fluttered from the palm tree in a state of wild alarm. "There's a viper under the stone," she cried. "Do send him off. He makes my heart beat so that I can scarcely hear myself twitter." Phil turned it over, and a snake wriggled away as if he had no wish that Phil should see his face. The weaver bird thanked Phil with many words. "He has been watching me all the morning," she said, "and with those dreadful eyes of his, I'm thankful that he has gone, though my young ones have flown now, and my mind is at peace. Won't you stay and look at my nest? We made it all of ourselves, I and my mate, and it is quite worth seeing." It hung from a fairly high branch, and could only be reached by means of a long narrow entrance, most elaborately woven of grass and twigs, somewhat in the shape of an old-fashioned netted purse. This, she told him, was to keep away poisonous snakes and mischievous monkeys who would otherwise have helped themselves to her eggs, or feasted upon her fledglings. "We have to keep a sharp lookout, their father and I," she added, putting her small black head pensively on one side as she thought of the troubles of married life, "for birds have many enemies here. Sometimes we can go a nest from the boughs of the trees on the bank of a stream or river, but then there are water rats as well as snakes, and it is wonderful how far they can jump." And on she chattered, giving Phil her history from the day of her birth, and confiding to him how she grieved her mate had been in spring because he could not sing. "But when we began to build our nest," she went on happily, "he was too busy to think about such nonsense, and there is no good in crying for what you cannot have. If you will wait a little while you will see him. Are you going far to find Maharri?" "Why, you are almost there. Just go straight on until you come to a house with a white mark over the lintel. He lives in the shed beside it." Following her directions, Phil steered his course by the blue smoke that he had seen in the distance, and presently found the house that she had described. It was roughly built and very old. It looked as if it had been there for centuries. The door of the shed was open, and Phil slipped quietly in. A slender camel, resting on the ground in a kneeling position, looked solemnly up at him from beneath his long thick lashes, and waited for him to speak. "Are you Maharri?" he said, touching the reddish-gray coat, that for all its thickness was as soft as silk. "I am Maharri,"
the Camel answered, stirring a little so that Phil might find room beside him on his couch of date leaves. "I have just come a long journey across the desert, and my limbs are weary, or I would rise." "Why do they call you the Hairy? You look just like the one-humped camel I saw in my picture book, and he was a dromedary." Maherry raised his head. "I am sometimes called that too. Dromedaries or heiries are one of the same animal. Heiries are more slenderly built and far more fleet than ordinary camels. Whether they are one-humped, an Arabian, or Bactrian with two humps, to an Arab fleet as hairy means fleet as the wind. We are the camels of Oman, and can travel through the desert without stopping for several days and nights. Thus we reach the end of our journeys quickly, and our masters cry, 'It is well!' In days of the old the Arabs said, 'When thou shalt meet a Hairy, and say to the rider, Peace be between us,' ere we shall have answered, There is peace between us, he will be far off, for his swiftness is like the wind." "Are they kind to you, these masters of yours, Maherry?" The Hairy laughed softly. "Aye," he said, "or we should not serve them half so well. The service of love is swifter than the service of fear. The Turks, who treat their camels more as you do the ass in England, find them neither so willing nor so tractable, though all camels are by nature patient, and strong to endure. Here in Arabia a young camel is fondled as if it were a baby. A child is born to us, cry our master's family, and silver charms are hung on our heads and about our necks, while we are encouraged to take our first steps by music and song." The Heirie paused. The tinkling of bells came softly through the open door, and Phil, looking eagerly round it, saw a long procession of camels wending its way through the town. They were heavily laden, and trod as if they were very tired. As they reached an open space behind the market, their masters called a halt. "It is 4 o'clock, and the end of one stage of their journey," said Maherry. "Go you and watch them, and do not give them too much heed if they dispute with each other. When they are unloaded, it is the end of the day, and their burdens were heavy." Phil drew the door of the Heiries' shed quickly behind him, and hastened through the market-place, where another time he would have wished to linger. Pink and white sweetmeats were spread out temptingly. Luscious black figs and grapes and peaches covered the low stalls. Sweet-smelling spices and aromatic herbs made the air fragrant, and the dark-skinned Arabs showed weapons and ornaments, cunningly wrought in precious metals. But it was only the camels Phil wanted to see just then, and he did not stop until he had reached them. They were much larger than the Hairy. Most of them were brown, but some light grey, and one who bore the heaviest load of all, a snowy white. His master called him the Aleppo, and chided him gently for his weariness. Phil made himself known to him as he knelt to be unloaded, throwing the weight of his body on the thick elastic pads that nature had given him on the broad chest, and on each elbow and knee of his forelimbs. These elastic cushions Phil saw were on the front of his hind knees too, and smaller ones upon his hocks.
This is so that in kneeling, our natural position of rest, wherever the weight of our bodies is thrown, our shins are protected,"
said Aleppo. "I'm hungry and thirsty now, but presently we will talk." The unloading of the camels took some time. As they were released from their burdens, they rose to their feet again, and the way in which some of them scuffled and kicked their neighbors reminded Phil of Maherry's words. It was strange to see them wrestling together now and then, giving each other an apparently savage bite. And Phil was glad when the Arabs brought them their evening meal, date leaves and thorny shrubs, with leaves and branches of the tamarisk tree, and some dry black beans that looked as hard as stones. But the camels, kneeling round the baggage, scrunched them thankfully, their strong teeth making this an easy matter, and drew it in leaves and branches with their cleft lips. "Ere long, Aleppo," declaring himself refreshed, suggested that Phil should come close beside him, so that they could talk more easily. As Phil leaned comfortably against his hump, he was struck with its ungainliness, and asked, "Don't you wish you hadn't a hump, Aleppo?" Aleppo nearly upset him by the sudden start he gave. "Why, my hump is my greatest treasure," he replied. "But for that I should have often dropped from starvation when the provisions ran short in the desert. When a camel once falls it seldom rises to its feet again, and the vultures claim it as their own. The first thing an Arab does when he is starting on a journey is to look to his animal's hump, for without nourishment stored up for him in this, the camel would often be in a bad way. Once our humps are exhausted, it takes 3 or 4 months of rest and good feeding to bring them up again." "But how do you feed on them, Aleppo?" "We absorb the fat of which they are composed into our system," said Aleppo. "Just as, in colder regions of the earth, the bears, during their long winter sleep, live on the thick layer of fat stored up for them during the autumn beneath our skins." "Is there water in your hump too?" asked Phil. "I often used to wonder when I heard about you how you can go as many days without it as they say you do when you are crossing the desert." "No," said Aleppo with a wide grin. "We hold our stores of water in what you might call a reservoir of deep honeycomb cells inside our paunch. These cells hold together as much as 6 quarts of fluid, and when we have taken a long drink the mouth of each cell contracts, so that the water is prevented from mixing with our food. Some camels can go longer without drinking than others. This is because they can dilate these cells, and can carry a large supply of water." It is said his voice became very mournful, and he stopped scrunching the dry jeans. "That rather than die of thirst the Arabs have been known to kill us in the wilderness, that they might steal the water yet remaining in our cells. But I can scarcely believe it." Phil was deeply impressed. "Is there any other animal in the world so wonderfully made as you are?" he asked. Aleppo looked at him with a kind smile, for he, in common with every living creature, was glad to be appreciated. "There are many just as wonderful in their own way," he said. "But the only other animal I know of who has a reservoir inside him is the llama. In the mountainous regions of Chile and Peru, he fills our place as servant to man." Phil waited to hear more, but Aleppo was trapped in thought. The dusk had gathered, the sellers from the marketplace had gone away, and as the brilliant stars flamed in the heavens one by one, a hush fell over the scene. Suddenly Aleppo raised his head. From far off came the jangling of the bells, the sound of flutes, and the flageolets, of the beating of drums, and of shouts of exultation. "It is a caravan of pilgrims," said Aleppo, "on their way to the holy city, where, enthroned upon a camel, Mohammed gave the law. The pilgrims travel by night. They started only a few hours since, and this is not one of their halting places, so you will see them pass." The cavalcade came nearer. Phil could see now the lighted torches that the pilgrims waved. The yellow flames lit up the scene, and shone on the silver trappings of the foremost camels. Streamers of colored silk floated above their heads or trailed behind them. The saddles of the heiries were of the richest velvet, purple and blue, and the necklaces of coral and amber hung below their bridles. The swarthy faces of their riders shone with fervor as they played their flutes, or sang their hymns of praise, and the satin-skinned Arab horses, who perform a minor part of the cavalcade, pranced and curveted as the torchlight gleamed on their polished sides. "Poor things!" said Aleppo with pitying look. "When the fierce rays of sun stream down upon them, and their hoofs sink deeply into the shifting sands, they will suffer tortures. Many die on these pilgrimages before the journey is half over, for nature has not fitted them, as she has us, to cross the desert." "Tell me about them," entreated Phil, as the beautiful creatures still came on, their eyes flashing with pride of race, and every line of their slender bodies a thing of beauty. "They are famous all the world over," said Aleppo, "so famous that it is difficult now for even an Arab sheikh to increase his stud. To be accounted of pure lineage, an Arab horse must belong to one of the 5 breeds, which are said to be descended from King Solomon's favorite mares. Their pedigrees are written in parchment. They are contained in the little pouches their masters hang around their necks. Arab horses do not know the meaning of a blow, and because they have never been roughly treated they are as gentle as they are brave. They neither jib nor rear, and in spite of their small size are full of fire and courage." The Arab horses passed, and yet the cavalcade streamed on. Now they were camels again, still more resplendent in their trappings than those that had gone before. Embroideries of gold and silver bedecked their saddles, and glittered beneath the robes of flowing white which are the Arab's native dress. One pure grey Heirie was decked with ostrich feathers, and had his bridle studded with rubies and emeralds and gleaming topaz. His master was the Amir Haji, the commander of the pilgrimage. "I once took in a pilgrimage myself," said Aleppo reflectively, when the last of the cavalcade was out of sight. "Even for me, trained as I was to go long distances, it was hard struggle to endure to the end. There was terrible sandstorm, and the water failed. The wells, when we reached them, were all dried up, but few of the pilgrims survived." Aleppo paused. He was thinking of the strange fascination of the desert in spite of all its terrors, and of the wonderful pictures he had seen in the desert sky that men called mirages. They were of shady groves and flowing rivers, and many a time had Aleppo seen them as he pressed on through the sands, with head held high so that he might scan the horizon for the longed-for oasis. He turned to speak of these to Phil, but his little companion, he saw, had meantime drifted off to dreamland. End of chapter 56. Recording by TechSavvy, www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Chapter 57 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, edited by William Patten. Chapter 57. The Tale of Peter Rabbit, by Beatrix Potter. Once upon a time there were 4 little rabbits, and their names were Flopsy, Mopsy, Cottontail, and Peter. They lived with their mother in a sandbank, underneath the root of a very big fir tree. "Now, my dears," said old Mrs. Rabbit one morning, "you may go into the fields or down the lane, but don't go into Mr. McGregor's garden. Your father had an accident there. He was put in a pie by Mrs. McGregor. Now run along, and don't get into mischief. I am going out." Then old Mrs. Rabbit took a basket and her umbrella, and went through the wood to the baker's. She bought a loaf of brown bread and 5 currant buns. Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail, who were good little bunnies, went down the lane to gather blackberries. But Peter, who was very naughty, ran straight away to Mr. McGregor's garden and squeezed under the gate. First he ate some lettuces and some French beans, and then he ate some radishes, and then, feeling rather sick, he went to look for some parsley. But round the end of a cucumber frame, who should he meet but Mr. McGregor? Mr. McGregor was on his hands and knees planting out young cabbages, but he jumped up and ran after Peter, waving a rake and calling out, "Stop, thief!" Peter was most dreadfully frightened. He rushed all over the garden, for he had forgotten the way back to the gate. He lost one of his shoes among the cabbages, and the other shoe among the potatoes. After losing them, he ran on 4 legs and went faster, so that I think he might have got away altogether if he had not unfortunately run into a gooseberry net and got caught by the large buttons on his jacket. It was a blue jacket with brass buttons, quite new. Peter gave himself up for lost and shed big tears. but his sobs were overheard by some friendly sparrows, who flew to him in great excitement, and implored him to exert himself. Mr. McGregor came up with a sieve, which he intended to pop upon the top of Peter, but Peter wiggled out just in time, leaving his jacket behind him, and rushed into a tool shed, and jumped into a can. It would have been a beautiful thing to hide in, if it had not had so much water in it. Mr. McGregor was quite sure that Peter was somewhere in the tool shed, perhaps hidden beneath a flower pot. He began to turn them over carefully, looking under each one. Presently Peter sneezed. Kerchoo! Mr. McGregor was after him in no time, and tried to put his foot upon Peter, who jumped out of a window, upsetting 3 plants. The window was too small for Mr. McGregor, and he was tired of running after Peter. He went back to his work. Peter sat down to rest. He was out of breath and trembling with fright, and he had not the least idea which way to go. He was also very damp with sitting in that can. After a time he began to wander about, going limpity, limpity, not very fast, and looking all round. He found a door in a wall, but it was locked, and there was no room for a fat little rabbit to squeeze underneath. An old mouse was running in and out over the stone doorstep, carrying peas and beans to her family in the wood. Peter asked her the way to the gate, but she had such a large pea in her mouth that she could not answer. She only shook her head at him. Peter began to cry. Then he tried to find his way straight across the garden, but he became more and more puzzled. Presently he came to a pond where Mr. McGregor filled his water cans. A white cat was staring at some goldfish. She sat very, very still, but now and then the tip of her tail twitched as if it were alive. Peter thought it best to go away without speaking to her. He had heard about cats from his cousin, little Benjamin Bunny. He went back toward the tool shed, but suddenly, quite close to him, he heard the noise of a hoe. Scritch, scratch, scratch, scritch. Peter scuttered beneath the bushes, but presently, as nothing happened, he came out and climbed upon a wheelbarrow and peeped over. The first thing he saw was Mr. McGregor hoeing onions. His back was turned towards Peter, and beyond him was the gate. Peter got down very quietly off the wheelbarrow and started running as fast as he could go, along a straight walk behind some blackcurrant bushes. Mr. McGregor caught sight of him at the corner, but Peter did not care. He slipped underneath the gate, and was safe at last in the wood outside the garden. Mr. McGregor hung up the little jacket and the shoes for a scarecrow, to frighten the blackbirds. Peter never stopped running or looked behind him till he got home to the big fir tree. He was so tired that he flopped down upon the nice soft sand on the floor of the rabbit hole and shut his eyes. His mother was busy cooking. She wondered what he had done with his clothes. It was the second little jacket and pair of shoes that Peter had lost in a fortnight. I am sorry to say that Peter was not very well during the evening. His mother put him to bed and made some chamomile tea, and she gave a dose of it to Peter. 1 tablespoonful to be taken at bedtime. But Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail had bread and milk and blackberries for supper. End of chapter 57.
Chapter 58 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten. Chapter 58, Lions and Tigers, by Anonymous. The lioness was wide awake, but 2 of the little lion cubs were rather sleepy. The third one, however, who had perched himself on his mother's back, was quite lively. He had not had quite so much for dinner as the others. "Mother," he began, "what do all those 2-legged things come and look at us for? And why have they got such funny skins? Do they ever have anything to eat, Mother? Bones and things like that?" "Don't purr so loudly, my dear," said the Lioness, "or you'll wake your brother and sister. These two-legged things are people. The big ones are called men and women, and the little ones are boys and girls. They don't do us any harm. Indeed, some of them are very kind to us. They give us our dinner, and clean straw in our houses, and help to make us comfortable. They do their best, poor things, so you mustn't growl at them." "Look, mother," said the Lion cub. "That small thing with the white skin has thrown something into our house. What does she think we shall do with it?" "Don't take any notice of her, my dear," said the Lioness, blinking her eyes at the little girl, who was the small thing with the white skin. "It's only something that they call bread. She thinks that we shall eat it. But it's really only fit for elephants or bears. We don't eat stuff like that. I tasted it once, I remember, but that was a long time ago, when I was very, very hungry, and glad to get anything I could." "When was that, mother?" said the baby lion. "Do tell me about it." "Ah, I didn't always live in a house like this, my dear," replied the Lioness. "I was born far away from here, in a place called Africa, and I was quite grown up before I saw a man at all. We used to live very happily there in my young days, though it wasn't such an easy life as that we have now. There was no one to bring you your dinner regularly every day. No, you had to catch your dinner first and then eat it. And sometimes we had to go a long time with nothing but a very small antelope, or perhaps a bird or two." The Lion's cub's eyes opened wide with astonishment. "What is Africa like, mother?" he said. "Did anyone else live there?" "Oh, dear me, yes," answered the Lioness. "All sorts of creatures. There were antelopes and snakes and several of our own relations, and hosts of other besides." The Lion cub thought for a little while. Then he said, "Why did you come here then, mother?" The Lioness growled slightly. From the next cage there came a loud roar, waking the two sleeping lion cubs and startling the other so much that he tumbled off his mother's back. "Ho, ho, ho!" said the deep voice. "I remember. It seemed such a nice fat young calf, didn't it?" It was the big lion next door. The Lioness seemed quite vexed. She had not known that the lion was listening, but he had been, and now he seemed to be in a very good humor, and went on purring and talking to himself. But the little lion cubs could easily hear what he was saying, paid the greatest attention. "Yes," he went on, "and it was a nice fat young calf too. I saw it first, and I remember thinking that it would make such a fine dinner for us both. I never dreamed that there were hunters about, and it was a trap to catch us. Of course I was quite young in those days, but it was a trap, and we were both caught." "I needn't have been caught," growled the Lioness from the back of her cage, "if I hadn't come to see what you were doing." "Ah, well," said the Lion, "we were both of us deceived. And then they put us into small, strong cages, and took us over the great big water, and brought us here. I often think of the days when we were free. But we get along very well here, don't we? It's no use making a fuss about what you can't help. And really, these two-legged creatures are very amusing." "Yes," said the Lioness, still with a little growl in her voice. "But one needn't pretend that one wouldn't rather be free. Those pumas, now, are always saying how much better it is always to live in a cage." The Lion shook his mane scornfully. "Pumas," he said. "Who would take any notice of what a puma would say? They call themselves friends of man. They're only friendly because they daren't be anything else." "Do they come from Africa too, mother?" said the Lion cub. "No, they live in America, my dear," replied the Lioness. "But come, it's time we went out into the garden at the back of the house. You must have a little fresh air." So saying, she stalked through the little door at the back of the cage and went out, followed by her cubs, into the open space beyond. "Good afternoon," said a lazy, sleepy voice from the other side of the bars. "It's quite a fine day, isn't it?" The three little cubs all turned with a start. There was the tiger, stretched out in the sun, looking at them with a sleepy sort of smile. Of course, it wasn't a garden really. It was just a large open-air cage, but there were rocks and trees dotted about all over it, and it certainly looked very pleasant in the warm afternoon sunshine. He was a very handsome fellow, was the tiger, and he evidently knew it too. The lioness greeted him pleasantly, and said with a purr as she stretched herself out on the ground, "These young people of mine were just asking me all sorts of questions. Perhaps you can tell them something interesting that has happened to you." "Yeah," yawned the tiger. "Oh, do please," begged the little lion cubs, poking their noses against the bars. "Do you come from Africa too?" added the first one. "No," answered the tiger. "I come from India. I used to live in the jungle." "And were you caught in a trap too?" said the eager little lion cub. "Grrr!" said the tiger, suddenly beginning to growl. "There he goes!" It was an elephant, which was slowly walking along in the distance with a number of children on his back. The tiger looked after him with a very angry look in his eyes, and not until he was quite out of sight did he become quiet again. Then he said to the lioness, "Excuse me, but I never see that fellow without thinking how it was one of his relations that helped to capture me. Ah, I shall never forget it. I wasn't full grown then, and I used to live with my father and mother and my young brother in a cozy little home in the jungle. Most of the men creatures who lived near us over there were brown, you know, not white like the ones we see over here. My father was getting old, and food had become very scarce. One night my father paid a visit to one of the men creatures' villages, and brought us home a goat, and the next night he brought us a sheep. It seemed very easy to get food that way, but the men creatures didn't like it, I suppose." "Oh, sir," said the smallest lion cub, "please tell me, did you ever eat a man?" The tiger smiled. "No," he said, "I never did." "But my father—" "Don't you think we better get on with the story?" put in the lioness. "Well," said the tiger, "one day there was a dreadful noise, shouting and banging of drums and all sorts of things, and crowds of the brown men came into the jungle, waking us up out of our afternoon nap. We were very much startled at first, but my father told us not to be afraid, and said he would look after us. Presently we saw one of those wretched elephants coming along, and would you believe it, he had actually allowed some of the white men to get into a sort of castle on his back, where they could shoot at us in safety. Of course it was no good. My poor father was killed, and so was my mother. They captured me, and I was brought here over the water, and here I have been ever since." The tiger stretched himself out at full length and yawned again. He seemed to be quite tired by his long speech. "Don't you ever want to be back again in the jungle?" said one of the lion cubs. "Well," said the tiger, "sometimes, when it's cold and damp and foggy, I do. But it's fairly comfortable here on the whole. Now I must wash myself." And he began to lick his coat, just as a cat does, and the lion cubs, seeing that there was nothing more to be got out of him that afternoon, started a game between themselves. End of chapter 58.
Chapter 59 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten. Chapter 59, Apes and Monkeys. By Anonymous. "Who was it that pulled my tail?" said the cross old monkey sitting in the corner of the cage. "I won't have my tail pulled, do you hear? If anyone pulls my tail again, I'll—" "Well, what will you do, Crosspatch?" said a small brown monkey. "Do tell us, we should like to know." And he threw a nutshell at the cross old monkey, hitting him on the nose and making him crosser than ever. "I'll complain to the keeper," said the old monkey. "I'll steal all your dinners. I'll do something dreadful to you."
"Oh, go along," said the little brown monkey. "Let's have a game of touch tails. You're he." And he gave a hard tug at the cross old monkey's tail, then darted away up to the top of the cage, with the old one after him, and a number of other small monkeys after him, giving a pull at his tail every now and then, till he didn't know which one to attack first, and finally gave it up as a bad job, and retired to his corner again, jabbering away to himself as to what he would do, while all the others danced about with delight and swung to and fro on the ropes, chuckling with enjoyment. "What a noise those monkeys do make, to be sure," said the chimpanzee to the orang utangs. "I really think something should be done to stop them." "Here come some of those little men things," said one of the orang utangs. "What queer things they are! Are they really relations of ours, do you suppose?" "I don't know," replied the chimpanzee, "but I must say they are very poor relations, if they are. Whatever do they put on all those ridiculous things for?" "Yes," said the eldest orang utang, "and what very short arms they have. I don't believe they'd be any good at swinging about on trees, do you?" "I'm sure they wouldn't," answered the chimpanzee. "And then their feet! Do you know they can't use their feet at all for holding on to anything as we can? Isn't it silly? They're so ashamed of them that they cover them up in things they call boots. It must be very uncomfortable. Have you noticed what they do with nuts?" said the smallest orang utang. "There was a boy here once who wanted to eat a nut. He was going to crack it in the ordinary way, when his mother said to him, 'Don't do that, my dear, you'll spoil your teeth.' Just fancy!" "Oh, but have you ever seen one of the very small men things?" said the chimpanzee. "The things they call long clothes babies? They are the most absurd creatures you ever saw in your life. They are covered with white things, which must get dreadfully in the way, and they can't do a single thing for themselves. They can't walk, and they can't talk, and they don't eat fruits. They just lie still, and sometimes they feebly kick about and wave their funny little arms. And the strange part of it is that their mothers and fathers seem quite proud of them. I'm very glad we're not like that." "So am I," said the orang utangs. "But why do these men things wear such a lot of things over their skin?" said the eldest. "Oh, they don't know any better," said the chimpanzee. "You know they are not nearly so strong as we are." "Ah, but they're very artful, some of them," said the eldest orang utang. "I think if they were caught young you might be able to teach them to do quite a lot of tricks." "I dare say," replied the chimpanzee. "Only I expect it would take a lot of trouble and time." "I'm glad I'm not a man thing," said the youngest orang utang. "It must be horrid to have to wear clothes." "There are those monkeys again," said the chimpanzee. "I wonder what they are doing now. They are always up to some game or other. I declare they are nearly as foolish as men." The monkeys seemed to be all running after each other, fighting and squabbling, and grabbing at lettuce and pieces of banana, and making grimaces at each other, and scolding away until the chimpanzee could scarcely hear the sound of his own voice. "Oh no," said the small orang utang, who was a kind hearted little fellow. "They are very foolish, but I shouldn't say they were as bad as that." "Well, no, perhaps not," said the chimpanzee. End of chapter 59.
Chapter 60 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kane. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, edited by William Patten. The Hippopotamus and the Rhinoceros. "Ooh," grunted the big hippopotamus. "I think I shall have a bath. Oh, dear, I feel so sleepy." And he opened his mouth and gave a tremendous yawn. "Well," said a deep, gruff voice from the other side of the railings. "Well, if I had a mouth as large and as ugly as that, I would keep it shut, at any rate." It was the rhinoceros, next door. The hippopotamus and he didn't get on very well together. Indeed, they were always quarrelling, so that it was just as well that there were bars between them. The hippopotamus turned round angrily. "Ugly?" he said. Who are you calling ugly? I am sure I am just as pretty as you are, with the great horn sticking out of your nose. I don't think it looks at all nice." Said the Rhinoceros. "I don't care if it doesn't. It's been very useful to me, all the same." "Well," returned the Hippopotamus, "and so has my mouth, so there. If it had been any smaller, I shouldn't have been able to get it round, for it was rather a large boat." "Whatever are you thinking about?" demanded the Rhinoceros. "Look here, let's stop quarrelling for a bit, and you shall tell me your story, and I will tell you mine. Fire away." "Ah, that's just what the men did," said the Hippopotamus. "We were all swimming in the river, when they came down in the boat. It was what they call a canoe, so the Flamingoes told me, and most of the men in it were black, but there was one white man who had a curious stick in his hand which he every now and then would point at some bird or animal, and then he made fire come out of the stick, and the bird or animal generally got hurt. I lay in the water watching them, when all at once the white man pointed his stick at my brother, and before you could say crocodile, my brother was floating away down the stream with a bullet in his head. The men in the boat paddled away after him, but that was more than I could stand, so I went after them. I saw the white man pointing his stick at me, but I dived in time and came up just beside them. Then it was that my mouth came in so handy. I just opened it quite wide, and then I closed it again, and well, somehow the boat was upset, and the men were all kicking about in the water, splashing and shouting and making no end of a fuss. But I let them go that time. I only wanted to give them a lesson. Now it's your turn. How did your horn come in useful?" "Oh, my adventure was on land, of course," said the Rhinoceros, who had been much interested in the Hippo's story. "I was snoozing one afternoon at home when I heard a curious noise, and I saw some of those black men you talked about, followed by a white one on a horse. Well, before I had time to do or say anything, the white man pointed his gun at me. That's what they call a stick that the fire comes out of, and the next moment I felt a bullet knock against my side. Of course, it didn't hurt me. That's the advantage of having a skin like mine. But it made me very angry, so I just got up and ran at the gentleman of the horse. He was very much surprised, and so was the horse, especially when I gave him a prod with this thorn of mine. He turned right round and galloped away as fast as he could go, with the black man after him. Of course, I didn't take the trouble to run after them, but you see my horn does come in useful sometimes." "Ooh," grunted the Hippopotamus, "I suppose it does, but it isn't pretty, all the same." "Well, anyway, it's better than your mouth," replied the Rhinoceros, getting angry again. "But I can swim," said the Hippopotamus. "But you haven't got such a tough skin as I have," replied the Rhinoceros, and they went on quarrelling until the keeper came with their dinner. End of chapter 60.
Chapter 61 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten. Chapter 61. The Giraffe, by Anonymous. I am a giraffe, and my name is Daisy. I come from a hot country a long way off, called Africa. I am quite grown up now, and shall not get any bigger. Don't you think I am big enough as I am? I do. There is no other animal which is as tall as I am. I am taller than the elephant or the camel, but of course I am not as strong as the elephant is. You need not be at all afraid of me, because I will not hurt you. No, thank you. I do not want to eat you up at all. I should not like to eat little boys and girls. Indeed, I don't think I could if I tried. And I am sure I do not want to try. I eat leaves and grass and hay and things like that. I can reach the leaves of the trees because I have such a long neck. One day a lady came to see me here, and she had some very nice looking green things on the top of her head, and I thought that I would like to eat them, as they looked so nice. So I just bent my head over the top of the bars of my cage and took a bite at them. But they were not at all nice, really, and the lady made such a fuss. She thought I was going to eat her up, I believe. I heard afterwards the things I had eaten were the flowers on her hat, and they were not real flowers at all. I don't think people ought to have such things in their hats if they don't want us to eat them. Of course, I thought the lady had brought them on purpose for me, so I didn't see why I shouldn't eat them. But I don't think that lady will come quite close to my cage again. I lived here alone for quite a long time, because they would not get a playmate for me. You see, there are not nearly so many of my family now as there used to be, and then we don't like traveling over the sea at all. But now I have a playmate, and he is a very nice little chap. Of course he is not as fine and big as I am, but he will grow up in time, and I shall be very glad to have some company. I can really run quite fast when I have room, but here there isn't room enough, and I don't very much mind, because I'm quite content to walk about gently, thank you. And then I have to take great care of my health, you know, because I'm rather delicate, and not like the ostrich, who seems to be able to eat almost anything. Why, he tells me that he is very fond of rusty nails, and as for pennies, he considers them most delicious. It's a very funny sort of taste, I think. No, it's not good for you to offer me nuts, thank you, because I couldn't crack them. My horns? Were you asking about? We all have horns, both the gentlemen and lady giraffes, but they are always quite small, like mine. They're not much use to us, you know, for when we want to fight anyone, we use our feet. We can give very strong kicks with our forefeet, if we like, but on the whole we don't like fighting. We find that it's much safer to run away. You see, we can run so fast that there are not many creatures who can catch us. I am, as I have said, very particular about my food, and I don't like thorns or thistles. So when I come across a plant with prickly thorns on it, I carefully pick off the leaves with my tongue and leave the thorns behind. I don't believe you could do that with your tongue, but mine is a very useful tongue, and I shouldn't like to change it with anybody. I sometimes find it rather awkward to get anything on the ground, which is just between my front feet. I have to put my legs very wide apart, and then bend down my neck like this. I suppose it does look rather funny, so I don't mind if you do laugh at me. But then, you know, you look just as funny to me, with your very small legs and no neck at all to speak of, and no horns and no tail. I sometimes wonder how you can get on at all. I come of a very old family, you know. I believe that you men have known about me for a very long time. If you will excuse me now, I think I will go in, as I am rather afraid of catching cold. It wouldn't do for me to get a sore throat or a stiff neck, would it? Goodbye. I'm so pleased to have met you. End of chapter 61.
Chapter 62 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kane. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten. Parrots. Outside the parrot house there was a terrible noise, a screaming, squawking, shouting and crying, just as if the whole place were on fire, or every parrot were being killed. The macaws were sitting on their little perches out in the open air. They were very proud of themselves, for they greatly enjoyed being outside on a sunny, warm day. It was much better than being in a cage inside the house. They were all very fine birds. Some had blue heads and yellow bodies and green tails, others had red heads and yellow tails. There were one or two who were quite white, but they each one thought that he was a very fine fellow, and that all shouted and screamed and squawked at the top of their voices. And what was it all about? The greatest noise seemed to be going on round one perch, where a big macaw with a green head was talking very loud and very fast to a group of other birds close by, and he seemed to be very angry about something. In one claw he held a large apple, and if you had been near enough, you would have seen that someone had evidently taken a big bite out of it. This was what was making all the bother. Mr. Green and Blue Hat kept shouting out, "Who bit my apple? Who bit my apple? I won't have it. I won't stand it. It's too bad. It was all right this morning. I believe it was you that did it." This was said to a white cockatoo. "Oh, you bad, wicked bird! What will become of you? Oh, you bad thing! Go along, do! Who bit my apple?" But the white cockatoo began to scream at once. "Oh, I didn't," he said. "How dare you say such a thing? Bite your apple, indeed! I wouldn't do it. Don't call me names, because I won't have it. I will peck you, you bad bird. Who are you telling to get along? Bite your apples, indeed! Squawk, oh, 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 oh!" Then a little green lovebird began to try to make peace. "It doesn't matter very much, does it, Mr. Macaw?" she said. "It's not a very big bite, though, of course, it must be very vexing. But I'm sure Mr. Cockatoo didn't do it if he says he didn't. But, please, don't tell us have any pecking. You'll find out some time who did it, I dare say." "Oh, that's all very well of you," returned the Macaw, "but it isn't your apple. Who bit my apple? Who bit my apple? You'd better tell me at once whoever it was, and then, perhaps, I shan't be quite so angry." "Oh, do be quiet about your apple," put in another Macaw with a bright red head. "Who cares about your apple? Why don't you enjoy yourself out in the sun? I declare it quite makes me think of my young days sitting out here." "Apple? Apple? Who said apple?" shouted another bird from the end of the row. "Give me a bit, give poor Polly a bit, poor old Polly, pretty Poll, give me a bit, don't be greedy. Who's got the apple?" Then 4 or 5 others all began at once. "No, no, I want a bit." "I asked first. I want some too." "Over here." "No, here you are. This way with the apple. Hurry up, be quick." "Where's the apple?" Just then a lady and a little girl and a little boy came along past where the parrots were sitting. Instantly all the birds began to chatter and scream louder than ever. "Look, look at them!" they called out. "Did you ever see anything so absurd? Where are their feathers? What ridiculous beaks! I don't believe they could crack nuts, if they tried ever so hard. They haven't got any wings. Oh, how funny! Ha, ha, ha! Go away, do, you ugly creatures!" The little girl and the boy and the lady didn't understand what they were saying, of course, but the lady said, "Come along quickly, children, and let us get past these noisy birds. They quite give me a headache with their screamings." "Well, did you ever?" said the parrot. "Calling us noisy birds! I'm sure we're not noisy. They haven't got green heads and red tails. I don't see what they think so much of themselves for. Well, I'm glad they've gone. If they'd come near me, I would have given them a bite. Silly things! Squawk!" The Macaw with the apple was still very sad. No one took any notice of him, and no one would tell him who had bitten his precious apple. All at once it slipped out of his claw and fell on the ground. He tried to reach it, but the chain which tied him to his perch was not long enough, and he couldn't get it. All the other parrots began to scream with laughter at him. They danced up and down and flapped their wings and shouted, and made more noise than ever. Then some sparrows flew down and began to peck at the apple, and this made the Macaw angrier than ever. Said one little sparrow, looking up at the Macaw with a twinkle in his eye. "I wonder that you threw it away. Who's been biting it?" The Macaw screamed and scolded, but it was no good. If he hadn't talked so much, he might have eaten his apple in peace. Now he had lost it altogether, and he never found out who bit his apple. End of chapter 62. Recording by Kane.
Chapter 63 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories, edited by William Patten. Chapter 63, Rab and His Friends, by John Brown, M.D. 34 years ago, Bob Ainslie and I were coming up Infirmary Street from the high school, our heads together and our arms intertwisted, as only lovers and boys know how or why. When we got to the top of the street and turned north, we espied a crowd at the Throne Church. "A dog fight!" shouted Bob, and was off, and so was I, both of us all but praying that it might not be over before we got up. And is not this boy nature, and human nature too? And don't we all wish a house on fire not to be out before we see it? Dogs like fighting. Old Isaac says they delight in it, and for the best of all reasons, and boys are not cruel because they like to see the fight. They see three of the great cardinal virtues of dog or man: courage, endurance, and skill in intense action. This is very different from a love of making dogs fight, and enjoying and aggravating and making gain by their pluck. A boy, be he ever so fond himself of fighting, if he be a good boy, hates and despises all this, but he would have run off with Bob and me fast enough. It is a natural and not a wicked interest that all boys and men have in witnessing intense energy in action. Does any curious and finely ignorant woman wish to know how Bob's eye at a glance announced a dog fight to his brain? He did not. He could not see the dogs fighting. It was a flash of an inference, a rapid induction. The crowd round a couple of dogs fighting is a crowd masculine mainly, with an occasional active, compassionate woman fluttering wildly round the outside, and using her tongue and her hands freely upon the men, as so many brutes. It is a crowd annular, compact, and mobile, a crowd centripetal, having its eyes and its heads all bent downward and inward to one common focus. Well, Bob and I are up, and find it is not over. A small thoroughbred white bull terrier is busy throttling a large shepherd's dog, unaccustomed to war, but not to be trifled with. They are hard at it, the scientific little fellow doing his work in great style, his pastoral enemy fighting wildly, but with the sharpest of teeth and great courage. Science and breeding, however, soon had their own. The game chicken, as the premature Bob called him, working his way up, took his final grip of poor Yarrow's throat, and he lay gasping and done for. His master, a brown, handsome, big young shepherd from Tweedsmuir, would have liked to have knocked down any man, would drink up easel, or eat a crocodile, for that part, if he had a chance. It was no use kicking the little dog, that would only make him hold the closer. Many were the means, shouted out in mouthfuls, of the best possible ways of ending it. Water! But there was none near, and many cried for it who might have got it from the well at Blackfriars Wynd. Bite the tail! And a large, vague, benevolent, middle-aged man, more desirous than wise, with some struggle got the bushy end of Yarrow's tail into his ample mouth, and beat it with all his might. This was more than enough for the much enduring, much perspiring shepherd, who, with a gleam of joy over his broad visage, delivered a terrific facer upon our large, vague, benevolent, middle-aged friend, who went down like a shot. Still the chicken holds, dead not far off, Snuff! A pinch of snuff!" observed a calm, highly dressed young buck with an eyeglass in his eye. "Snuff, indeed!" growled the angry crowd, affronted and glaring. "Snuff! A pinch of snuff!" again observed the buck, but with more urgency, whereupon were produced several open boxes, and from a mould which may have been a Culloden, he took a pinch, knelt down, and presented it to the nose of the chicken. The laws of physiology and of snuff take their course, and chicken sneezes and yarrow eats free. The young pastoral giant stacks off with yarrow in his arms, comforting him. But the bull terrier's blood is up, and his soul unsatisfied. He grips the first dog he meets, and discovering she is not a dog, in Homeric phrase, he makes a brief sort of amende, and is off. The boys, with Bob and me at their head, are after him. Down Niddry Street he goes, bent on mischief, up the Cow Gate like an arrow, Bob and I and our small men panting behind. There, under the single arch of the South Bridge, is a huge mastiff, sauntering down the middle of the causeway as if with his hands in his pockets. He is old, grey, brindled, and big as a little Highland bull, and has the Shakespearean dewlaps shaking as he goes. The chicken makes straight at him, and fastens on his throat. To our astonishment, the great creature does nothing but stand still, hold himself up, and roar. Yes, roar. A long, serious, remonstrative roar. How is this? Bob and I are up to them. He is muzzled. The bailies had proclaimed a general muzzling, and his master, studying strength and economy, mainly had encompassed his huge jaws in a hoof-made apparatus, constructed out of the leather of some ancient breeching. His mouth was open as far as it could, his lips curled up in rage, a sort of terrible grin, his teeth gleaming ready from out the darkness, the strap across his mouth tense as a bowstring, his whole frame stiff with indignation and surprise, his roar asking us all round, "Did you ever see the like of this?" He looked a statue of anger and astonishment done in Aberdeen granite. We soon had a crowd. The chicken held on. "A knife!" cried Bob, and a cobbler gave him his knife, you know, the kind of knife worn away obliquely to a point and always keen. I put its edge to the tense leather, it ran before it, and then one sudden jerk of that enormous head, a sort of dirty mist about his mouth, no noise, and the bright and fierce little fellow is dropped, limp and dead. A solemn pause. This was more than any of us had bargained for. I turned the little fellow over and saw he was quite dead. The mastiff had taken him by the small of the back like a rat and broken it. He looked down at his victim, appeased, ashamed, and amazed, snuffed him all over, stared at him, and taking a sudden thought, turned round and trotted off. Bob took the dead dog up and said, "John, we'll bury him after tea." "Yes," said I, and was off after the mastiff. He made off the Cow Gate at a rapid swing. He had forgotten some engagement. He turned up the Candlemaker Row and stopped at the Harrow Inn. There was a carrier's cart ready to start, and a keen, thin, impatient, black-aviced little man, his hand at his grey horse, head looking about angrily for something. "Raff, ye thief!" said he, aiming a kick at my great friend. who drew cringing up and avoiding the heavy shoe with more agility than dignity, and watching his master's eye, slunk dismayed under the cart, his ears down, and as much as he had of tail down too. What a man this must be, thought I, to whom my tremendous hero turns tail. The carrier saw the muzzle hanging, cut and useless, from his neck, and I eagerly told him the story which Bob and I always thought, and still think, Homer or King David or Sir Walter alone were worthy to rehearse. The severe little man was mitigated and condescended to say, "Rab, my man, poor Rabbie," whereupon the stump of a tail rose up, the ears were cocked, the eyes filled, and were comforted. The two friends were reconciled. Hop! And a stroke of the whip were given to Jess, and off the three went. Bob and I buried the game chicken that night. We had not much of a tea. In the back green of his house in Melville Street, number 17, with considerable gravity and silence. And being at the time in the Iliad, and, like all boys, Trojans, we called him Hector, of course. 6 years have passed, a long time for a boy and a dog. Bob Ainslie is off to the wars. I am a medical student and clerk at Minto House Hospital. Rab I saw almost every week, on the Wednesday, and we had much pleasant intimacy. I found the way to his heart by frequent scratching of his huge head, and an occasional bone. When I did not notice him he would plant himself straight before me, and stand wagging that bud of a tail, and looking up, with his head a little to the one side. His master I occasionally saw. He used to call me Maister John, but was laconic as any Spartan. One fine October afternoon I was leaving the hospital when I saw the large gate open, and in walked Rab with that great and easy saunter of his. He looked as if taking general possession of the place, like the Duke of Wellington entering a subdued city, satiated with victory and peace. After him came Jess, now white from age, with her cart, and in it a woman, carefully wrapped up, the carrier leading the horse anxiously and looking back. When he saw me, James, for his name was James Noble, made a curt and grotesque boo, and said, "Maister John, this is the mistress. She's got a trouble in her breast, some kind of an income we're thinking." By this time I saw the woman's face. She was sitting on a sack filled with straw. Her husband played round her, and his big coat with its large white metal buttons over her feet. I never saw a more unforgettable face, pale, serious, lonely, delicate and sweet, without being at all what we call fine. She looked 60, and had on a much white as snow, with its black ribbon, her silvery smooth hair setting off her dark grey eyes, eyes such as one sees only twice or thrice in a lifetime, full of suffering, full also of the overcoming of it, her eyebrows black and delicate, and her mouth firm, patient and contented, which few mouths ever are. As I have said, I never saw a more beautiful countenance, or a more subdued or settled quiet. "Ay, Lee," said James, "this is Maister John, the young doctor, Rab's friend. Ye ken. We often speak about you, doctor." She smiled and made a movement, but said nothing, and prepared to come down, putting her plate aside and rising. Had Solomon in all his glory been handing down the Queen of Sheba at his palace gate, he could not have done it more daintily, more tenderly, more like a gentleman, than did James the Howgate carrier when he lifted down Ailie, his wife. The contrast of his small, swarthy, weather-beaten, keen, worldly face to hers, pale, subdued, and beautiful, was something wonderful. Ralph looked unconcerned and puzzled, but ready for anything that might turn up, were it to strangle the nurse, the porter, or even me. Ailie and he seemed great friends. As I was saying, she's got a kind o' trouble in her wrist, doctor. Would ye take a look at it? We walked into the consulting room, all four, Ralph, grim and comic, willing to be happy and confidential if cause could be shown, willing also to be the reverse on the same terms. Ailie sat down, undid her open gown and her long handkerchief round her neck, and without a word showed me her right breast. I looked at and examined it carefully, she and James watching me, and Ralph eyeing all three. What could I say? There it was that had once been so soft, so shapely, so white, so gracious and bountiful, so full of all blessed conditions, hard as a stone, a centre of horrid pain, making that pale face, with its great, lucid, reasonable eyes, and its sweet, resolved mouth, express the full measure of suffering overcome. Why was that gentle, modest, sweet woman, clean and lovable, condemned by God to bear such a burden? I got her away to bed. "May Ralph and me bide?" said James. "You may, and Ralph, if he will behave himself." "I see warrant he's do that, doctor, and in Slunk, the faithful beast. I wish you could have seen him. There are no such dogs now. He belonged to a lost tribe, as I have said. He was brindled and grey like rubbish low granite, his hair short, hard, and close, like a lion's, his body thick-set, like a little bull, a sort of compressed Hercules of a dog. He must have been 90 pounds weight, at the least. He had a large blond head, his muzzle black as night, his mouth blacker than any night, a tooth or two being all he had, gleaming out of his jaws of darkness. His head was scarred with the records of old wounds, a sort of series of fields of battle all over it, one eye out, one ear cropped as close as Archbishop Leighton's father's. The remaining eye had the power of two, and above it, and in constant communication with it, was a tattered rag of an ear, which was forever unfurling itself, like an old flag, and then that bud of a tail, about 1 inch long, if it could in any sense be said to be long, being as broad as long. The mobility, the instantaneousness of that bud were very funny and surprising, and its expressive twinklings and winkings, the intercommunications between the eye, the ear, and it, were of the oddest and swiftest. Rob had the dignity and simplicity of great size, and having fought his way all along the road to absolute supremacy, he was as mighty as his own line, as Julius Caesar or the Duke of Wellington, and had the gravity of all great fighters. You must have often observed the likeness of certain men to certain animals, and of certain dogs to men. Now I never looked at Ralph without thinking of the great Baptist preacher, Andrew Fuller. The same large, heavy, menacing, combative, sombre, honest countenance, the same deep, inevitable eye, the same look, as of thunder asleep, but ready, neither a dog nor a man to be trifled with. Next day my master, the surgeon, examined Ailie. There was no doubt it must kill her, and soon. It could be removed. It might never return. It would give her speedy relief. She should have it done. She curtsied, looked at James, and said, "When?" "Tomorrow," said the kind surgeon, a man of few words. She and James and Ralph and I retired. I noticed that he and she spoke a little, but seemed to anticipate everything in each other. The following day at noon the students came in, hurrying up the great stair. At the first landing place, on a small well-known blackboard, was a bit of paper fastened by wafers, and many remains of old wafers beside it. On the paper were the words, "An operation to-day. J. B. Clerk." Up ran the youths, eager to secure good places. In they crowded, full of interest and talk. "What's the case? Which side is it?" "Don't think them heartless. They are neither better nor worse than you or I. They get over their professional horrors and into their proper work, and in them pity, as an emotion, ending in itself, or at best in tears and a long drawn breath, lessens, while pity as a motive is quickened and gains power and purpose. It is well for poor human nature that it is so. The operating theatre is crowded, much talk and fun, and all the cordiality and stir of youth. The surgeon with his staff of assistants is there. In comes Ailie. One look at her quiets and abates the eager students. The beautiful old woman is too much for them. They sit down and are dumb, and gaze at her. These rough boys feel the power of her presence. She walks in quickly but without haste, dressed in her mutch, her neckerchief, her white dimity short gown, her black bombazine petticoat, showing her white worsted stockings and her carpet shoes. Behind her was James with Ralph. James sat down in the distance and took that huge and noble head between his knees. Ralph looked perplexed and dangerous, forever cocking his ear and dropping it fast. Ailie stepped on a seat, and laid herself on the table, as her friend the surgeon told her, arranged herself, gave a rapid look at James, shut her eyes, rested herself on me, and took my hand. The operation was at once begun. It was necessarily slow, and chloroform, one of God's best gifts to his suffering children, was then unknown. The surgeon did his work. The pale face showed its pain, but was still and silent. Ralph's soul was working within him. He saw that something strange was going on, blood flowing from his mistress, and she suffering. His ragged ear was up, and importunate. He growled and gave now and then a sharp impatient yelp. He would have liked to have done something to that man, but James had him firm, and gave him a glower, Scotch wort, a hard stare, from time to time, and an intimation of a possible kick. All the better for James it kept his eye and his mind off Ailie. It is over. She is dressed, steps gently and decently down from the table, looks for James. Then turning to the surgeon and the students she courtesies, and in a low, clear voice begs their pardon if she has behaved ill. The students, all of us, wept like children. The surgeon wrapped her up carefully, and resting on James and me, Ailie went to her room, Ralph following. We put her to bed. James took off his heavy shoes, crammed with tackets, heel capped and toe capped, and put them carefully under the table, saying, "Maister John, I'm for none of your strange nurse bodies, for I lee. I'll be her nurse, and I'll gang aboot on my stocking soles as canny as pussy." And so he did, and handy and clever, and swift and tender, as any woman, was that horny handed, snell, peremptory little man. Everything she got he gave her. He seldom slept, and often I saw his small shrewd eyes out of the darkness, fixed on her as before. They spoke little. Ralph behaved well, never moving, showing us how meek and gentle he could be, and occasionally in his sleep letting us know that he was demolishing some adversary. He took a walk with me every day, generally to the Candlemaker Row, but he was sombre and mild, declined doing battle, though some fit cases offered, and indeed submitted to sundry indignities, and was always very ready to turn, and came faster back, and trotted up the stair with much lightness, and went straight to that door. Yes, the mare had been sent with her weather-worn cart to Howgate, and had doubtless her own dim and placid meditations and confusions on the absence of her master and Rab, and her unnatural freedom from the road and her cart. For some days Ailie did well, the wound healed by the first intention, for, as James said, "Our Ailie's skins ower clean to bale." The students came in quiet and anxious, and surrounded her bed. She said she liked to see their young, honest faces. The surgeon dressed her, and spoke to her in his own short, kind way, pitying her through his eyes. Ralph and James outside the circle, Ralph being now reconciled and even cordial, and having made up his mind that as yet nobody required worrying, but, as you may suppose, semper paratus. So far well, but 4 days after the operation my patient had a sudden and long shivering, a "gruising," as she called it. I saw her soon after. Her eyes were too bright, her cheek coloured. She was restless, and ashamed of being so. The balance was lost. Mischief had begun. On looking at the wound, a blush and red told the secret. Her pulse was rapid, her breathing anxious and quick. She wasn't herself, as she said, and was vexed at her restlessness. We tried what we could. James did everything, was everywhere, never in the way, never out of it. Ralph subsided under the table into a dark place, and was motionless, all but his eye, which followed everyone. Ailie got worse, began to wander in her mind gently, was more demonstrative in her ways to James, rapid in her questions, and sharp at times. He was vexed, and said she was never that way afore, no, never. For a time she knew her head was wrong, and was always asking our pardon, the dear, gentle old woman. Then delirium set in strong, without pause. Her brain gave way, and then came that terrible spectacle. The intellectual power, through words and things, went sounding on its dim and perilous way. She sang bits of old songs and psalms, stopping suddenly, mingling the psalms of David and the diviner words of his Son and Lord with homely odds and ends and scraps of ballads. nothing more touching, or in a sense more strangely beautiful, did I ever witness. Her tremulous, rapid, affectionate, eager Scotch voice, the swift, aimless, bewildered mind, the baffled utterance, the bright and perilous eye, some wild words, some household cares, something for James, the names of the dead, Ralph called rapidly and in a fremmed, querulous, trembling voice, and he started up surprised and slinking off as if he were to blame somehow, or had been dreaming. He heard many eager questions and beseechings which James and I could make nothing of, and on which she seemed to set her all, and then sink back ununderstood. It was very sad, but better than many things that are not called sad. James hovered about, put out and miserable, but active and exact as ever, read to her, when there was a lull, short bits from the Psalms, prose and metre, chanting the latter in his own rude and serious way, showing great knowledge of the fit words, bearing up like a man, and doting over her as his ain Ailie. Ailie, my woman, my ain bonny wee dawtie. The end was drawing on. The golden bowl was breaking. The silver cord was fast being loosed. That animula blandula bagula hospes comesque, dear fleeting life, a sojourner and companion, was about to flee. The body and the soul, companions for 60 years, were being sundered and taking leave. She was walking alone through the valley of that shadow, into which one day we must all enter, and yet she was not alone, for we know whose rod and staff were comforting her. One night she had fallen quiet, and as we hoped, asleep. Her eyes were shut. We put down the gas and sat watching her. Suddenly she sat up in bed, and taking a bedgown which was lying on it rolled up, she held it eagerly to her breast, to the right side. We could see her eyes bright with surpassing tenderness and joy, bending over this bundle of clothes. She held it as a woman holds her suckling child, opening out her nightgown impatiently, and holding it close, and brooding over it, and murmuring foolish little words as one whom his mother comforted, and who sucks and is satisfied. It was pitiful and strange to see her wasting dying look, keen and yet vague, her immense love. "Preserve me," groaned James, giving way, and then she rocked back and forward, as if to make it sleep, hushing it and wasting on it her infinite fondness. "What's me, doctor? I declare she's thinking it's that bairn." "What bairn?" "The only bairn we ever had, our wee Missy, and she's in the kingdom 40 years and mair." It was plainly true, the pain in the breast telling its urgent story of a bewildered, ruined brain was misread and mistaken. It suggested to her the uneasiness of a breast full of milk, and then the child, and so again once more they were together, and she had her ain wee Missy in her bosom. This was the close. She sank rapidly. The delirium left her, but as she whispered she was clean silly, as it was the lightening before the final darkness. After having for some time lain still, her eyes shut, she said, "James!" He came close to her, and lifted up her calm, clear, beautiful eyes. She gave him a look, turned to me kindly but shortly, looked for Rab, but could not see him. then turned to her husband again, as if she would never leave off looking, shut her eyes, and composed herself. She lay for some time breathing quick, and passed away so gently, that when we thought she was gone, James, in his old-fashioned way, held the mirror to her face. After a long pause, one small spot of dimness was breathed out. It vanished away and never returned, leaving the black, clear darkness of the mirror without a stain. What is your life? It is even a vapor which appeared for a little time and then vanished away. Ralph all this time had been full awake and motionless. He came forward beside us. Alice's hand, which James had held, was hanging down. It was soaked with his tears. Rag licked it all over carefully, looked at her, and returned to his place under the table. James and I sat, I don't know how long, but for some time saying nothing. He started up abruptly, and with some noise went to the table, and putting his right fore and middle fingers each into a shoe, pulled them out and put them on, breaking one of the leather latches, and muttering in anger, "I never did like o' that afore." I believe he never did, nor after either. "Ralph," he said roughly, and pointing with his thumb to the bottom of the bed. Ralph leaped up and settled himself, his head and eye to the dead face. "Maister John, ye'll wait for me," said the carrier, and disappeared in the darkness, thundering downstairs in his heavy shoes. I ran to a front window. There he was, already round the house and out at the gate, fleeing like a shadow. I was afraid about him, and yet not afraid, so I sat down beside Ralph, and being wearied, fell asleep. I awoke from a sudden noise outside. It was November, and there had been a heavy fall of snow. Ralph was in statu quo, in the same place. He heard the noise too, and plainly knew it, but never moved. I looked out, and there at the gate, in the dim morning, for the sun was not up, was Jess and the cart, a cloud of steam rising from the old mare. I did not see James. He was already at the door, and came up to the stairs and met me. It was less than 3 hours since he left, and he must have posted out, who knows how, to Howgate, full 9 miles off, yoked Jess, and driven her astonished into town. He had an armful of blankets, and was streaming with perspiration. He nodded to me. Spread out on the floor 2 pairs of clean old blankets, having at their corners A.G. 1794 in large letters in red worsted. These were the initials of Alison Graham, and James may have looked in at her from without, himself unseen but not unthought of, when he was wat and weary, and after having walked many a mile over the hills, may have seen her sitting while the live were sleeping, and by the firelight working her name on the blankets for her ain James's bed. He motioned Ralph down, and taking his wife in his arms, laid her in the blankets, and wrapped her carefully and firmly up, leaving the face uncovered, and then lifting her, he nodded again sharply to me, and with a resolved but utterly miserable face strode along the passage and downstairs, followed by Ralph. I followed with a light, but he didn't need it. I went out, holding stupidly the candle in my hand in the calm frosty air. We were soon at the gate. I could have helped him, but I saw he was not to be meddled with, and he was strong, and did not need it. He laid her down as tenderly, as safely as he had lifted her out 10 days before, as tenderly as when he had first in his arms, when she was only a G, sorted her, leaving that beautiful seal face open to the heavens, and then taking Jess by the head, he moved away. He did not notice me, neither did Rab, who presided behind the cart. I stood till they passed through the long shadow of the college and turned up Nicholson Street. I heard the solitary cart sound through the streets and die away and come again, and I returned thinking of that company going up Liverton Bray, then along Roslin Muir, the morning light touching the Petlands and making them onlooking ghosts, then down the hill through Auchinleckey Woods, past haunted Woodhouselee, and as daybreak came sweeping up the bleak Lammer's Muirs and fell on his own door, the company would stop, and James would take the key and lift Ailie up again, laying her on her own bed, and having put Jess up, would return with Rab and shut the door. James buried his wife, with his neighbours mourning, Rab inspecting the solemnity from a distance. It was snow, and that black ragged hole would look strange in the midst of the swelling spotless cushion of white. James looked after everything, then rather suddenly fell ill and took to bed, was insensible when the doctor came, and soon died. A sort of low fever was prevailing in the village, and his want of sleep, his exhaustion, and his misery made him apt to take it. The grave was not difficult to reopen. A fresh fall of snow had again made all things white and smooth. Rab once more looked on, and slunk home to the stable. And what of Rab? I asked for him next week of the new carrier who got the goodwill of James' business, and was now master of Jess and her cart. "How's Rab?" He put me off, and said rather rudely, "What's your business with the dog?" I was not to be put off. "Where is Rab?" He, getting confused and red, and intermeddling with his hair, said, "'Deed, sir, Rab's died." "Dead! What did he die of?" "Weel, sir," said he, getting redder, "he didna exactly die, he was killed. I had to brain him with the rag pin. There was no doing with him. He lay in the trevis with the mear, and would not come eat. I tempted him with the kail and meat, but he would take nothing, and keepit me frae feeding the beast, and he was aye gurguring and groping me by the legs. I was laid to make away with the old dog. His life wasn't atween this and Thornhill, but died, sir. I could know nothing else." I believed him. Fit end for Rab, quick and complete. His teeth and his friends gone. Why should he keep the peace and be civil? End of Rab and his friends, read by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 64 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories by William Patten. Chapter 64. A Ride with a Mad Horse in a Freight Car by W. H. Murray. It was at the Battle of Malvern Hill, a battle where the carnage was more frightful, as it seems to me, than in any this side of the Alleghanies during the whole war, that my story must begin. I was then serving as major in the Massachusetts regiment, the old as we used to call it, and a bloody time the boys had of it too. About 2 p.m. we had been sent out to skirmish along the edge of the wood in which, as our generals suspected, the Rebs lay massing for a charge across the slope, upon the crest of which our army was posted. We had barely entered the underbrush when we met the heavy formations of Magruder in the very act of charging. Of course, our thin line of skirmishers was no impediment to those onrushing masses. They were on us and over us before we could get out of the way. I do not think that half of those running, screaming masses of men ever knew that they had passed over the remnants of as plucky a regiment as ever came out of the old Bay State. But many of the boys had good reason to remember that afternoon at the base of Malvern Hill, and I among the number, for when the last line of Rebs had passed over me, I was left among the bushes with the breath nearly trampled out of me and an ugly bayonet gash through my thigh. And mighty little consolation it for me at that moment to see the fellow who ran me through lying stark dead at my side, with a bullet hole in his head, his shock of coarse black hair matted with blood, and his stony eyes looking into mine. Well, I bandaged up my limb the best I might, and started to crawl away, for our batteries had opened, and the grape and canister that came hurtling down the slope passed but a few feet over my head. It was slow and painful work, as you can imagine, but at last, by dint of perseverance, I had dragged myself away to the left of the direct range of the batteries, and, creeping to the verge of the wood, looked off over the green slope. I understood by the crash and roar of the guns, the yells and cheers of the men, and that hoarse murmur which those who have been in battle know, but which I cannot describe in words, that there was hot work going on out there. But never have I seen, no, not in that 3 days' desperate melee in the Wilderness, nor at that terrific repulse we had at Cold Harbor, such absolute slaughter as I saw that afternoon on the green slope of Malvern Hill. The guns of the entire army were massed on the crest, and 30,000 of our infantry lay, musket in hand, in front. For 800 yards the hill sank in easy declension to the wood, and across this smooth expanse the Rebs must charge to reach our lines. It was nothing short of downright insanity to order men to charge that hill, and so his generals told Lee. But he would not listen to reason that day, and so he sent regiment after regiment, and brigade after brigade, and division after division, to certain death. Talk about Grant's disregard of human life! His effort at Cold Harbor, and I ought to know, for I got a Miney in my shoulder that day, was hopeful and easy work to what Lee laid on Hill's and Magruder's divisions at Malvern. It was at the close of the second charge, when the yelling mass reeled back from before the blaze of those 60 guns and 30,000 rifles, even as they began to break and fly backward toward the woods, that I saw from the spot where I lay a riderless horse break out of the confused and flying mass, and, with mane and tail erect and spreading nostril, come dashing obliquely down the slope. Over fallen steeds and heaps of the dead she leaped, with a motion as airy as that of the flying fox, when, fresh and unjaded, he leads away from the hounds, whose sudden cry has broken him off from hunting mice amid the bogs of the meadow. So this riderless horse came vaulting along. Now, from my earliest boyhood, I have had what horsemen call a weakness for horses. Only give me a colt of wild, irregular temper and fierce blood to tame, and I am perfectly happy. Never did lash of mine, singing with cruel sound through the air, fall on such a colt's soft hide. Never did yell or kick send his hot blood from heart to head, deluging his sensitive brain with fiery currents, driving him into frenzy or binding him with fear. But touches, soft and gentle as a woman's, caressing words, and oats given from the open palm, and unfailing kindness were the means I used to subjugate him. Sweet subjugation both to him who subdues and to him who yields. The wild, unmannerly, and unmanageable colt, the fear of horsemen the country round, finding in you not an enemy, but a friend, receiving his daily food from you, and all those little nothings which go as far with a horse as a woman, to win and retain affection, grows to look upon you as his protector and friend, and testifies in countless ways his fondness for you. So when I saw this horse, with action so free and motion so graceful, amid that storm of bullets, my heart involuntarily went out to her, and my feelings rose higher and higher at every leap she took from amid the whirlwind of fire and lead. And as she plunged at last over a little hillock out of range, and came careering towards me, as only a riderless horse might come, her head flung wildly from side to side, her nostrils widely spread, her flank and shoulders flecked with foam, her eye dilating, I forgot my wound and all the wild roar of battle, and, lifting myself involuntarily to a sitting posture as she swept grandly by, gave her a ringing cheer. Perhaps in the sound of a human voice of happy mood amid the awful din, she recognized a resemblance to the voice of him whose blood moistened her shoulders and was even yet dripping from saddle and housings. Be that as it may, no sooner had my voice sounded than she flung her head with a proud upward movement into the air, swerved sharply to the left, neighed as she might to a master at morning from her stall, and came trotting directly up to where I lay, and, pausing, looked down upon me as it were in compassion. I spoke again, and stretched out my hand caressingly. She pricked her ears, took a step forward, and lowered her nose until it came in contact with my palm. Never did I fondle anything more tenderly, never did I see an animal which seemed to so court and appreciate human tenderness as that beautiful mare. I say beautiful, no other word might describe her. Never will her image fade from my memory while memory lasts. In weight she might have turned, when well conditioned, 950 pounds. In colour she was a dark chestnut, with a velvety depth and soft look about the hair indescribably rich and elegant. Many a time have I heard ladies dispute the shade and hue of her plush-like coat as they ran their white, jewelled fingers through her silken hair. Her body was round in the barrel and perfectly symmetrical. She was wide in the haunches, without projection of the hip bones, upon which the shorter ribs seemed to lap. High in the withers as she was, the line of her back and neck perfectly curved, while her deep oblique shoulders and long thick forearm, ridgy with swelling sinews, suggested the perfection of stride and power. Her knees across the pan were wide, the cannon bone below them short and thin, the pasterns long and sloping. Her hoofs round, dark, shiny, and well set on. Her mane was a shade darker than her coat, fine and thin, as a thoroughbred's always is whose blood is without taint or cross. Her ear was thin, sharply pointed, delicately curved, nearly black around the borders, and as tremulous as the leaves of an aspen. Her neck rose from the withers to the head in perfect curvature, hard, devoid of fat, and well cut up under the chops. Her nostrils were full, very full, and thin almost as parchment. The eyes, from which tears might fall of fire flash, were well brought out, soft as a gazelle's, almost human in their intelligence, while over the small bony head, over neck and shoulders, yea, over the whole body and clean down to the hoofs, the veins stood out as if the skin were but tissue paper against which the warm blood pressed, and which it might at any moment burst asunder. A perfect animal, I said to myself as I lay looking her over, an animal which might have been born from the wind and the sunshine, so cheerful and so swift she seems, an animal which a man would present as his choicest gift to the woman he loved, and yet one which that woman, wife or lady love, would give him to ride when honour and life depended on bottom and speed. All that afternoon the beautiful mare stood over me, while away to the right of us the hoarse tide of battle flowed and ebbed. What charm, what delusion of memory held her there? Was my face to her as the face of her dead master, sleeping a sleep from which not even the wildest roar of battle, no, nor her cheerful neigh that morning, would ever wake him? Or is there in animals some instinct answering to our intuition, only more potent, which tells them whom to trust and whom to avoid? I know not, and yet some such sense they may have. They must have, or else why should this mare so fearlessly attach herself to me? By what process of reason or instinct I know not, but there she chose me for her master, and when some of my men at dusk came searching, and found me, and laying me on a stretcher started toward our lines, the mare, uncompelled, of her own free will, followed at my side, and all through that stormy night of wind and rain, as my men struggled along through the mud and mire toward Harrison's Landing, the mare followed, and ever after, until she died, was with me, and was mine, and I, so far as man might be, was hers. I named her Gulnare. As quickly as my wound permitted, I was transported to Washington, whither I took the mare with me. Her fondness for me grew daily, and soon became so marked as to cause universal comment. I had her boarded while in Washington at the corner of Street and Avenue. The groom had instructions to lead her around to the window against which was my bed at the hospital twice every day, so that by opening the sash I might reach out my hand and pet her. But the second day, no sooner had she reached the street than she broke suddenly from the groom and dashed away at full speed. I was lying, bolstered up in bed, reading, when I heard the rush of flying feet, and in an instant, with a loud, joyful neigh, she checked herself in front of my window. And when the nurse lifted the sash, the beautiful creature thrust her head through the aperture and rubbed her nose against my shoulder like a dog. I am not ashamed to say that I put both my arms around her neck, and burying my face in her silken mane, kissed her again and again. Wounded, weak, and away from home, with only strangers to wait upon me, and scant service at that, the affection of this lovely creature for me, so tender and touching, seemed almost human, and my heart went out to her beyond any power of expression, as to the only being, of all the thousands around me, who thought of me and loved me. Shortly after her appearance at my window, the groom, who had divined where he should find her, came into the yard. But she would not allow him to come near her, much less touch her. If he tried to approach, she would lash out at him with her heels most spitefully, and then, laying back her ears and opening her mouth savagely, would make a short dash at him, and, as the terrified African disappeared round the corner of the hospital, she would wheel, and with a face bright as a happy child's, come trotting to the window for me to pet her. I shouted to the groom to go back to the stable, for I had no doubt but that she would return to her stall when I closed the window. Rejoiced at the permission, he departed. After some 30 minutes, the last 10 of which she was standing with her slim delicate head in my lap, while I braided her foretop and combed out her silken mane, I lifted her head, and, patting her softly on either cheek, told her that she must go. I gently pushed her head out of the window and closed it, and then, holding up my hand with the palm turned towards her, charged her, making the appropriate motion, to go away right straight back to her stable. For a moment she stood looking steadily at me, with an indescribable expression of hesitation and surprise in her clear, liquid eyes, and then, turning lingeringly, walked slowly out of the yard. Twice a day for nearly a month, while I lay in the hospital, did Gulnare visit me. At the appointed hour the groom would slip her headstall, and, without a word of command, she would dart out of the stable, and with her long leopard-like lope go sweeping down the street and come dashing into the hospital yard, checking herself with the same glad neigh at my window. Nor did she ever once fail, at the closing of the sash, to return directly to her stall. The groom informed me that every morning and evening, when the hour of her visit drew near, she would begin to chafe and worry, and by pawing and pulling at the halter, advertise him that it was time for her to be released. But of all exhibitions of happiness, either by beast or man, hers was the most positive on that afternoon when, racing into the yard, she found me leaning on a crutch outside the hospital building. The whole corps of nurses came to the doors, and all the poor fellows that could move themselves, for Gulnare had become a universal favourite, and the boys looked for her daily visits nearly, if not quite, as ardently as I did, crawled to the windows to see her. What gladness was expressed in every movement! She would come prancing toward me, head and tail erect, and, pausing, rub her head against my shoulder, while I patted her glossy neck. Then suddenly, with a sidewise spring, she would break away, and with her long tail elevated until her magnificent brush, fine and silken as the golden hair of a blonde, fell in a great spray on either flank, and her head curved to its proudest arch, pace around me
with that high action and springing step peculiar to the thoroughbred. Then, like a flash, dropping her brush and laying back her ears and stretching her nose straight out, she would speed away with that quick, nervous, low-lying action which marks the rush of racers. Then, side by side, and nose to nose lapping each other, with the roar of cheers on either hand and along the seats above them, they come straining up the home stretch. Returning from one of these arrowy flights, she would come curvetting back, now pacing sidewise as on parade, now dashing her hind feet high into the air, and anon vaulting up and springing through the air, with legs well under her, as if in the act of taking a 5-barred gait, and finally would approach and stand happy in her reward, my caress. The war at last was over. Gulnare and I were at the death with Sheridan at the Five Forks. Together we had shared the pageant at Richmond and Washington, and never had I seen her in better spirits than on that day at the Capitol. It was a sight indeed to see her as she came down Pennsylvania Avenue. If the triumphant procession had been all in her honor and mine, she could not have moved with greater grace and pride. With dilating eye and tremulous ear, ceaselessly champing her bit, her heated blood bringing out the magnificent lacework of veins over her entire body, now and then pausing, and with a snort gathering herself back upon her haunches as for a mighty leap. When she shook the froth from her bits, she moved with a high, prancing step down the magnificent street, the admired of all beholders. Cheer after cheer was given, huzzah after huzzah rang out over her head from roofs and balcony, bouquet after bouquet was launched by fair and enthusiastic admirers before her. And yet, amid the crash and swell of music, the cheering and tumult, so gentle and manageable was she, that, though I could feel her frame creep and tremble under me as she moved through that whirlwind of excitement, no check or curb was needed, and the bridle lines, the same she wore when she came to me at Malvern Hill, lay unlifted on the pommel of the saddle. Never before had I seen her so grandly herself. Never before had the fire and energy, the grace and gentleness of her blood so revealed themselves. This was the day and the event she needed, and all the royalty of her ancestral breed, a race of equine kings, flowing out without taint or cross from him that was the pride and wealth of the whole tribe of desert rangers, expressed itself in her. I need not say that I shared her mood. I sympathized in her every step. I entered into all her royal humors. I patted her neck and spoke loving and cheerful words to her. I called her my beauty, my pride, my pet, and did she not understand me? Every word. Else why that listening ear turned back to catch my softest whisper? Why the responsive quiver through the frame, and the low, happy neigh? "Well," I exclaimed as I leaped from her back at the close of the review, "alas, that words spoken in lightest mood should portend so much! Well, Gulnare, if you should die, your life has had its triumph. The nation itself, through its admiring capital, has paid tribute to your beauty, and death can never rob you of your fame." And I patted her moist neck and foam flecked shoulders while the grooms were busy with head and loins. That night our brigade made its bivouac just over Long Bridge, almost on the identical spot where 4 years before I had camped my company of 3 months' volunteers. With what experiences of march and battle were those 4 years filled! For 3 of these years Gulnare had been my constant companion. With me she had shared my tent and not rarely my rations, for in appetite she was truly human, and my steward always counted her as one of our mess. Twice she had been wounded, once at Fredericksburg through the thigh, and once at Cold Harbor, where a piece of shell tore away a part of her scalp. So completely did it stun her that for some moments I thought her dead, but to my great joy she shortly recovered her senses. I had the wound carefully dressed by our brigade surgeon, from whose care she came in a month, with the edges of the wound so nicely united that the eye could with difficulty detect the scar. This night, as usual, she lay at my side, her head almost touching mine. Never before, unless when on a raid and in face of the enemy, had I seen her so uneasy. Her movements during the night compelled wakefulness on my part. The sky was cloudless, and in the dim light I lay and watched her. Now she would stretch herself at full length and rub her head on the ground. Then she would start up, and, sitting on her haunches like a dog, lift one foreleg and paw her neck and ears. Anon she would rise to her feet and shake herself, walk off a few rods, return and lie down again by my side. I did not know what to make of it, unless the excitement of the day had been too much for her sensitive nerves. I spoke to her kindly and petted her. In response she would rub her nose against me, and lick my hand with her tongue, a peculiar habit of hers, like a dog. As I was passing my hand over her head, I discovered that it was hot, and the thought of the old wound flashed into my mind, with a momentary fear that something might be wrong about her brain. But after thinking it over, I dismissed it as incredible. Still, I was alarmed. I knew that something was amiss, and I rejoiced at the thought that I should soon be at home, where she could have quiet and, if need be, the best of nursing. At length the morning dawned, and the mayor and I took our last meal together on Southern soil, the last we ever took together. The brigade was formed in line for the last time, and as I rode down the front to review the boys, she moved with all her old battle grace and power. Only now and then, by a shake of the head, was I reminded of her actions during the night. I said a few words of farewell to the men whom I had led so often to battle, with whom I had shared perils not a few, and by whom, as I had reason to think, I was loved, and then gave, with a voice slightly unsteady, the last order they would ever receive from me. "Brigade, attention! Ready to break ranks! Break ranks!" The order was obeyed, but ere they scattered, moved by a common impulse, they gave first 3 cheers for me, and then, with the same heartiness and even more power, 3 cheers for Gulnare. And she, standing there, looking with her bright, cheerful countenance full at the men, pawing with her forefeet alternately the ground, seemed to understand the compliment, for no sooner had the cheering died away than she arched her neck to its proudest curve, lifted her thin, delicate head into the air, and gave a short, joyful neigh. My arrangements for transporting her had been made by a friend the day before. A large, roomy car had been secured, its floor strewn with bright, clean straw, a bucket and a bag of oats provided, and everything done for her comfort. The car was to be attached to the through express, in consideration of $50 extra, which I gladly paid, because of the greater rapidity with which it enabled me to make my journey. As the brigade broke up into groups, I glanced at my watch and saw that I had barely time to reach the cars before they started. I shook the reins upon her neck, and with a plunge, startled at the energy of my signal, away she flew. What a stride she had! What an elastic spring! She touched and left the earth as if her limbs were of spiral wire. When I reached the car, my friend was standing in front of it. The gangplank was ready. I leaped from the saddle, and, running up the plank into the car, whistled to her, and she, timid and hesitating, yet unwilling to be separated from me, crept slowly and cautiously up the steep incline and stood beside me. Inside I found a complete suit of flannel clothes, with a blanket and, better than all, a lunch basket. My friend explained that he had bought the clothes as he came down to the depot, thinking, as he said, that they would be much better than your regimentals, and suggested that I doff the one and don the other. To this I assented the more readily as I reflected that I would have to pass one night at least in the car, with no better bed than the straw under my feet. I had barely time to undress before the cars were coupled and started. I tossed the clothes to my friend with the injunction to pack them in my trunk and express them on to me, and I waved him my adieu. I arrayed myself in the nice, cool flannel and looked around. The thoughtfulness of my friend had anticipated every want. An old cane-seated chair stood in one corner. The lunch basket was large and well supplied. Amid the oats I found a dozen oranges, some bananas, and a package of real Havana cigars. How I called down blessings on his thoughtful head as I took the chair and, lighting one of the fine flavored cigarros, gazed out on the fields past which we were gliding, yet wet with morning dew. As I sat dreamily admiring the beauty before me, Gulnare came and, resting her head upon my shoulder, seemed to share my mood. As I stroked her fine haired, satin-like nose, recollection quickened, and memories of our companionship in perils thronged into my mind. I rode again that midnight ride to Knoxville,
when Burnside lay entrenched, desperately holding his own, waiting for news from Chattanooga, of which I was the bearer, chosen by Grant himself because of the reputation of my mare. What riding that was! We started 10 riders of us in all, each with the same message. I parted company the first hour out with all save one, an iron gray stallion of messenger blood. Jack Murdock rode him, who learned his horsemanship from buffalo and Indian hunting on the plains. Not a bad school to graduate from. 10 miles out of Knoxville, the gray, his flanks dripping with wood, plunged up abreast of the mare's shoulders and fell dead. And Gulnare and I passed through the lines alone. I had ridden the terrible race without whip or spur. With what scenes of blood and flight she would ever be associated! And then I thought of home, unvisited for 4 long years, that home I left a stripling, but to which I was returning a bronzed and brawny man. I thought of mother and Bob, how they would admire her, of old Ben, the family groom, and of that one who shall be nameless, whose picture I had so often shown to Gulnare as the likeness of her future mistress. Had they not all heard of her, my beautiful mare, she who came to me from the smoke and whirlwind, my battle gift? How they would pat her soft, smooth sides, and tie her mane with ribbons, and feed her with all sweet things from open and caressing palm. And then I thought of one who might come after her to bear her name, and repeat at least some portion of her beauty, a horse honored and renowned the country through, because of the transmission of the mother's fame. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon a change came over Gulnare. I had fallen asleep on the straw, and she had come and awakened me with a touch of her nose. The moment I started up I saw that something was the matter. Her eyes were dull and heavy. Never before had I seen the light go out of them. The rocking of the car as it went jumping and vibrating along seemed to irritate the car. Touching it, I found that the skin over the brain was hot as fire. Her breathing grew rapidly louder and louder. Each breath was drawn with a kind of gasping effort. The lids with their silken fringe drooped wearily over the lustreless eyes. The head sank lower and lower, until the nose almost touched the floor. The ears, naturally so lively and erect, hung limply and widely apart. The body was cold and senseless. A pinch elicited no motion. Even my voice was at last unheeded. To word and touch there came, for the first time in all our intercourse, no response. I knew as the symptoms spread what was the matter. The signs bore all one way. She was in the first stages of phrenitis, or inflammation of the brain. In other words, my beautiful mare was going mad. I was well versed in the anatomy of the horse. Loving horses from my very childhood, there was little in veterinary practice with which I was not familiar. Instinctively, as soon as the symptoms had developed themselves, and I saw under what frightful disorder Gulnare was labouring, I put my hand into my pocket for my knife, in order to cut open a vein. There was no knife there. Friends, I have met with many surprises. More than once in battle and scout have I been nigh death, but never did my blood desert my veins and settle so around the heart, never did such a sickening sensation possess me, as when, standing in that car with my beautiful mare before me marked with those horrible symptoms, I made that discovery. My knife, my sword, my pistols even, were with my suit in the care of my friend, 200 miles away. Hastily, and with trembling fingers, I searched my clothes, the lunch basket, my linen. Not even a pin could I find. I shoved open the sliding door, and swung my hat and shouted, hoping to attract some brakeman's attention. The train was thundering along at full speed, and no one saw or heard me. I knew her stupor would not last long. A slight quivering of the lip, an occasional spasm running through the frame, told me too plainly that the stage of frenzy would soon begin. "My God!" I exclaimed in despair, as I shut the door and turned toward her, "must I see you die, Gulnare, when the opening of a vein would save you? Have you borne me, my pet, through all these years of peril, the icy chill of winter, the heat and torment of summer, and all the thronging dangers of 100 bloody battles, only to die torn by fierce agonies when so near a peaceful home?" But little time was given me to mourn. My life was soon to be in peril, and I must summon up the utmost power of eye and limb
to escape the violence of my frenzied mare. Did you ever see a mad horse when his madness is upon him? Take your stand with me in that car, and you shall see what suffering a dumb creature can endure before it dies. In no malady does a horse suffer more than in phrenitis, or inflammation of the brain. Possibly in severe cases of colic, probably in rabies in its fiercest form, the pain is equally intense. These three are the most agonizing of all the diseases to which the noblest of animals is exposed. Had my pistols been with me, I should then and there, with whatever strength Heaven granted, have taken my companion's life, that she might be spared the suffering which was so soon to rack and wring her sensitive frame. A horse labouring under an attack of phrenitis is as violent as a horse can be. He is not ferocious as is one in a fit of rabies. He may kill his master, but he does it without design. There is in him no desire of mischief for its own sake, no cruel cunning, no stratagem and malice. A rabid horse is conscious in every act and motion. He recognizes the man he destroys. There is in him an insane desire to kill. Not so with a phrenetic horse. He is unconscious in his violence. He sees and recognizes no one. There is no method or purpose in his madness. He kills without knowing it. I knew what was coming. I could not jump out. That would be certain death. I must abide in the car and take my chance of life. The car was fortunately high, long, and roomy. I took my position in front of my horse, watchful and ready to spring. Suddenly her lids, which had been closed, came open with a snap, as if an electric shock had passed through her, and the eyes, wild in their brightness, stared directly at me. And what eyes they were! The membrane grew red and redder until it was of the colour of blood, standing out in frightful contrast with the transparency of the cornea. The pupil gradually dilated until it seemed about to burst out of the socket. The nostrils, which had been sunken and motionless, quivered, swelled, and glowed. The respiration became short, quick, and gasping. The limp and dripping ears stiffened and stood erect, pricked sharply forward, as if to catch the slightest sound. Spasms, as the car swerved and vibrated, ran along her frame. More horrid than all, the lips slowly contracted, and the white, sharp-edged teeth stood uncovered, giving an indescribable look of ferocity to the partially opened mouth. The car suddenly reeled as it dashed around a curve, swaying her almost off her feet, and as a contortion shook her, she recovered herself and reared upward as high as the car permitted, plunging directly at me. I was expecting the movement, and dodged. Then followed exhibitions of pain, which I pray God I may never see again. Time and again did she dash herself upon the floor, and roll over and over, lashing out with her feet in all directions. Pausing a moment, she would stretch her body to its extreme length, and, lying upon her side, pound the floor with her head as if it were a maul. Then, like a flash, she would leap to her feet, and whirl round and round, until from very giddiness she would stagger and fall. She would lay hold of the straw beneath her teeth, and shake it as a dog shakes a struggling woodchuck. Then, dashing it from her mouth, she would seize hold of her own sides and rend herself. Springing up, she would rush against the end of the car, falling all in a heap from the violence of the concussion. For some 15 minutes without intermission the frenzy lasted. I was nearly exhausted. My efforts to avoid her mad rushes, the terrible tension of my nervous system produced by the spectacle of such exquisite and prolonged suffering, were weakening me beyond what I should have thought it possible an hour before for anything to weaken me. In fact, I felt my strength leaving me. A terror such as I had never yet felt was taking possession of my mind. I sickened at the sight before me, and at the thought of agonies yet to come. "My God!" I exclaimed, "must I be killed by my own horse in this miserable car?" Even as I spoke the end came. The mare raised herself until her shoulders touched the roof, then dashed her body upon the floor with a violence which threatened the stout frame beneath her. I leaned, panting and exhausted, against the side of the car. Gulnare did not stir. She lay motionless, her breath coming and going in lessening respirations. I tottered toward her, and as I stood above her, my ear detected a low gurgling sound. I cannot describe the feeling that followed. Joy and grief contended within me.
I knew the meaning of that sound. Gulnare, in her frenzied violence, had broken a blood vessel, and was bleeding internally. Pain and life were passing away together. I knelt down by her side. I laid my head upon her shoulders and sobbed aloud. Her body moved a little beneath me. I crawled forward and lifted her beautiful head into my lap. Oh, for one more sign of recognition before she died. I smoothed the tangled masses of her mane. I wiped, with a fragment of my coat, torn in the struggle, the blood which oozed from her nostril. I called her by name. My desire was granted. In a moment Gulnare opened her eyes. The redness of frenzy had passed out of them. She saw and recognized me. I spoke again. Her eye lighted a moment with the old and intelligent look of love. Her ear moved. Her nostril quivered slightly as she strove to neigh. The effort was in vain. Her love was greater than her strength. She moved her head a little, as if she would be nearer me, looked once more with her clear eyes into my face, breathed a long breath, straightened her shapely limbs, and died. And there, holding the head of my dead mare in my lap, while the great warm tears fell one after another down my cheeks, I sat until the sun went down, the shadows darkened in the car, and night drew her mantle, colored like my grief, over the world. End of Chapter 64.
Chapter 65 of the Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 8, Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten. A Hunting of the Deer by Charles Dudley Warner. The pleasurable excitement of a deer hunt has never, I believe, been regarded from the deer's point of view. I happen to be in a position, by reason of a lucky Adirondack experience, to present it in that light. Early on the morning of the 23rd of August, 1877, a doe was feeding on Basin Mountain. The night had been warm and showery, and the morning opened in an undecided way. The wind was southerly. It is what the deer call a dog wind, having come to know quite well the meaning of a southerly wind and a cloudy sky. The sole companion of the doe was her only child, a charming little fawn, whose brown coat was beginning to be mottled with the beautiful spots which make this young creature as lovely as the gazelle. The buck, its father, had been that night on a long tramp across the mountain to Clear Pond, and had not yet returned. The doe was feeding, daintily cropping the tender leaves of the young shoots, and turning from time to time to regard her offspring. The fawn had taken his morning meal, and now lay curled up on a bed of moss, watching contentedly, with his large soft brown eyes, every movement of his mother. The great eyes followed her with an alert entreaty, and if the mother stepped a pace or two further away in feeding, the fawn made a half movement, as if to rise and follow her. You see, she was his sole dependence in all the world. But he was quickly reassured when she turned her gaze on him, and if, in alarm, he uttered a plaintive cry, she bounded to him at once, and with every demonstration of affection, licked his mottled skin till it shone again. It was a pretty picture, maternal love on the one part, and happy trust on the other. The doe was a beauty, and would have been so considered anywhere, as graceful and winning a creature as the sun that day shone on. Slender limbs, not too heavy flanks, round body, and aristocratic head with small ears, and luminous, intelligent, affectionate eyes. How alert, supple, free she was! What untaught grace in every movement! What a charming pose when she lifted her head and turned it to regard her child! You would have had a companion picture if you had seen, as I saw that morning, a baby kicking about among the dry pine needles on a ledge above the Ausable, in the valley below, while its young mother sat near, with an easel before her touching in the color of a reluctant landscape. giving a quick look at the sky and the outline of the twin mountains, and bestowing every third glance upon the laughing boy art in its infancy. The doe lifted her head a little with a quick motion and turned her ear to the south. Had she heard something? Probably it was only the south wind in the balsams. There was silence all about in the forest. If the doe had heard anything, it was one of the distant noises of the world. There are in the woods occasional moanings, premonitions of change, which are inaudible to the dull ears of men, but which, I have no doubt, the forest folk hear and understand. If the doe's suspicions were excited for an instant, they were gone as soon. But suddenly she started, head erect, eyes dilated, a tremor in her limbs. She took a step. She turned her head to the south. She listened intently. There was a sound, a distant, prolonged note, bell-toned, pervading the woods, shaking the air in smooth vibrations. It was repeated. The doe had no doubt now. She shook like the sensitive mimosa when a footstep approaches. It was the baying of a hound. It was far off, at the foot of the mountain, time enough to fly, time enough to put miles between her and the hound before he should come upon her fresh trail, time enough to escape away through the dense forest and hide in the recesses of Panther Gorge. Yes, time enough. But there was the fawn. The cry of the hound was repeated, more distinct this time. The mother instinctively bounded away a few paces. The fawn started up with an anxious bleat. The doe turned. She came back. She couldn't leave it. She bent over it and licked it and seemed to say, "Come, my child, we are pursued. We must go." She walked away toward the west, and the little thing skipped after her. It was slow going for the slender legs, over the fallen logs and through the rasping bushes. The doe bounded in advance and waited. The fawn scrambled after her, slipping and tumbling along, very groggy yet on its legs, and whining a good deal because its mother kept always moving away from it. Shortly came a sound that threw the doe into a panic of terror. A short, sharp yelp, followed by a prolonged howl, caught up and re-echoed by other bayings along the mountainside. The doe knew what that meant. One hound had caught her trail, and the whole pack responded to the view hallo. The danger was certain now. It was near. She could not crawl on in this way. The dogs would soon be upon them. She turned again for flight. The fawn, scrambling after her, tumbled over and bleated piteously. The baying, now emphasized by the yelp of certainty, came nearer. Flight with the fawn was impossible. The doe returned. A jad stood by it, head erect and nostrils distended. She stood perfectly still, but trembling. Perhaps she was thinking. The fawn took advantage of the situation and began to draw his luncheon ration. The doe seemed to have made up her mind. She let him finish. The fawn, having taken all he wanted, lay down contentedly, and the doe licked him for a moment. Then, with the swiftness of a bird, she dashed away, and in a moment was lost in the forest. She went in the direction of the hounds. According to all human calculations, she was going into the jaws of death. So she was. All human calculations are selfish. She kept straight on, hearing the baying every moment more distinctly. She descended the slope of the mountain until she reached the more open forest of hard wood. It was freer going here, and the cry of the pack echoed more resoundingly in the great spaces. She was going due east, when, judging by the sound, the hounds were not far off, though they were still hidden by a ridge. She turned away toward the north, and kept on at a good pace. In 5 minutes more she heard the sharp, exultant yelp of discovery, and then the deep-mouthed howl of pursuit. The hounds had struck her trail where she turned, and the fawn was safe. The doe was in good running condition. The ground was not bad, and she felt the exhilaration of the chase. For the moment fear left her, and she bounded on with the exultation of triumph. For a quarter of an hour she went on at a slapping pace, clearing the moose bushes with bound after bound, flying over the fallen logs, pausing neither for brook nor ravine. The baying of the hounds grew fainter behind her, but she struck a bad piece of going, a dead wood slash. It was marvelous to see her skim over it, leaping among its intricacies, and not breaking her slender legs. No other living animal could do it, but it was killing work. She began to pant fearfully. She lost ground. The baying of the hounds was nearer. She climbed the hard wood hill at a slower gait, but once on more level, free ground, her breath came back to her, and she stretched away with new courage, and maybe a sort of contempt for her heavy pursuers. After running at a high speed perhaps half a mile further, it occurred to her that it would be safe now to turn to the west, and, by a wide circuit, seek her fawn. But, at the moment, she heard a sound that chilled her heart. It was the cry of a hound to the west of her. The crafty brute had made the circuit of the slash and cut off her retreat. There was nothing to do but to keep on. And on she went, still to the north, with the noise of the pack behind her. In 5 minutes more she had passed into a hillside clearing. Cows and young steers were grazing there. She heard a tinkle of bells. Below her, down the mountain slope, were other clearings, broken by patches of woods. Fences intervened, and a mile or two down lay the valley, the shining Ausable, and the peaceful farmhouses. That way also her hereditary enemies were. Not a merciful heart in all that lovely valley. She hesitated. It was only for an instant. She must cross the Slidebrook Valley if possible, and gain the mountain opposite. The hunted doe went down the open, clearing the fences splendidly, flying along the stony path. It was a beautiful sight, but consider what a shot it was. If the deer, now, could only have been caught, no doubt there were tender-hearted people in the valley who would have spared her life, shut her up in a stable, and petted her. The doe went on. She left the sawmill on John's Brook to her right. She turned into a wood path. As she approached Slide Brook, she saw a boy standing by a tree with a raised rifle. The dogs were not in sight, but she could hear them coming down the hill. There was no time for hesitation. With a tremendous burst of speed she cleared the stream, and, as she touched the bank, heard the ping of a rifle bullet in the air above her. The cruel sound gave wings to the poor thing. In a moment more she was in the opening. She leaped into the traveled road. Which way? Below her in the wood was a load of hay. A man and a boy, with pitchforks in their hands, were running toward her. She turned south, and flew along the street. The town was up. Women and children ran to the doors and windows. Men snatched their rifles. Shots were fired. At the big boarding houses the summer boarders, who never have anything to do, came out and cheered. A camp stool was thrown from a veranda. Some young fellows shooting at a mark in the meadow saw the flying deer and popped away at her, but they were accustomed to a mark that stood still. It was all so sudden. There were 20 people who were just going to shoot her when the doe leaped the road fence and went away across a marsh toward the foothills. It was a fearful gauntlet to run, but nobody except the deer considered it in that light. Everybody told what he was just going to do. Everybody who had seen the performance was a kind of hero. Everybody except the deer. The courage of the panting fugitive was not gone. She was game to the tip of her high-bred ears, but the fearful pace at which she had just been going told on her. Her legs trembled, and her heart beat like a trip-hammer. She slowed her speed perforce, but still fled industriously up the right bank of the stream. When she had gone a couple of miles, and the dogs were evidently gaining again, she crossed the broad, deep brook, climbed the steep left bank, and fled on in the direction of the Mount Marcy trail. The fording of the river threw the hounds off for a time. She knew, by their uncertain yelping up and down the opposite bank, that she had a little respite. She used it, however, to push on until the baying was faint in her ears, and then she dropped, exhausted, upon the ground. This rest, brief as it was, saved her life. Roused again by the baying pack, she leaped forward with better speed, though without that keen feeling of exhilarating flight that she had in the morning. It was still a race for life, but the odds were in her favor, she thought. She did not appreciate the dogged persistence of the hounds, nor had any inspiration told her that the race is not to the swift. She was a little confused in her mind where to go, but an instinct kept her course to the left, and consequently further away from her fawn. Going now slower and now faster, as the pursuit seemed more distant or nearer, she kept to the southwest, crossed the stream again, left Panther Gorge on her right, and ran on by Haystack and Skylight in the direction of the upper Ausable Pond. I do not know her exact course through this maze of mountains, swamps, ravines, and frightful wildernesses. I only know that the poor thing worked her way along painfully, with sinking heart and unsteady limbs, lying down dead beat at intervals, and then spurred on by the cry of the remorseless dogs, until, late in the afternoon, she staggered down the shoulder of a Bartlett, and stood upon the shore of the lake. If she could put that piece of water between her and her pursuers, she would be safe, had she the strength to swim it. At her first step into the water she saw a sight that sent her back with a bound. There was a boat mid-lake. 2 men were in it. One was rowing, the other had a gun in his hand. They were looking toward her. They had seen her. She did not know that they had heard the baying of hounds on the mountains, and had been lying in wait for her an hour. What should she do? The hounds were drawing near. No escape that way, even if she could still run. With only a moment's hesitation, she plunged into the lake and struck obliquely across. Her tired legs could not propel the tired body rapidly. She saw the boat headed for her. She turned toward the center of the lake. The boat turned. She could hear the rattle of the oarlocks. It was gaining on her. Then there was a silence. Then there was a splash of the water just ahead of her, followed by a roar around the lake, the words "Confound it all!" and a rattle of the oars again. The doe saw the boat nearing her. She turned irresolutely to the shore whence she came. The dogs were lapping the water and howling there. She turned again to the center of the lake. The brave, pretty creature was quite exhausted now. In a moment more, with a rush of water, the boat was on her, and the men at the oars had leaned over and caught her by the tail. "Knock her on the head with that paddle!" he shouted to the gentleman in the stern. The gentleman was a gentleman, with a kind, smooth-shaven face, and might have been a minister of some sort of everlasting gospel. He took the paddle in his hand. Just then the doe turned her head and looked at him with her great, appealing eyes. "I can't do it, my soul, I can't do it!" and he dropped the paddle. "Oh, let her go!" "Oh, no!" was the only response of the guide, as he slung the deer round, whipped out his hunting knife, and made a pass that severed her jugular. The buck returned about the middle of the afternoon. The fawn was bleating piteously, hungry and lonesome. The buck was surprised. He looked about in the forest. He took a circuit and came back. His doe was nowhere to be seen. He looked down at the fawn in a helpless sort of way. The fawn appealed for his supper. The buck had nothing whatever to give his child, nothing but his sympathy. If he said anything, this is what he said: "I'm the head of this family, but really this is a novel case. I've nothing whatever for you. I don't know what to do. I've the feelings of a father, but you can't live on them. Let us travel." The buck walked away. The little one toddled after him. They disappeared in the forest. End of chapter 65. End of the Junior Classics, Volume 8. Animal and Nature Stories. Edited by William Patten.